out, but I'll really quickly, I've got 5 left, that's all. You've got your instructions.
Show on Sewing Street. Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. Look at this beautiful quilt. How lovely is this? So this quilt is made from a brand new fabric collection from Paula, the designer. We've got on with us today, the crafty lass, otherwise known as Paula. She's used Stuart's pattern, the stepping out, and Stuart's in a bit to show us how to make it, but it's a brand new fabric collection. We've got the fabric by the half metre, we've got the complete kit, we've got fat quarters, and we've got the designer, Paula, who's going to explain how she does it all. So all in all, a very exciting day. But let's start off with our early bird special. Ready? Sorry. That really could be. I could just hear lots of, let's get ready. I was like, oh, what for? What for? What for? What are we getting ready for? Right, so our early bird this morning is, let me put my glasses on, this dual purpose Profnatrine mit Fatrine. I have no idea what that means. It's in German. But I will show you what it does. It's very clever. Now, you will get given, you might not necessarily have the pink. There is a turquoise as well. You will get your colour at random. So it's really clever because it's brilliant for you because it's all encased. So you slide the slidey thing this way and it's a seam ripper. And what I like about it is obviously because it's got the handle, it's got a good big handle, because you know the seam rippers you get with your sewing machine, they've always got little really tiddly handles, haven't they? But this has got a really good thing to get hold of. So there's your seam ripper, and then you slide back that in, and then this side you slide it out, and it becomes a pair of tweezers. So they're called thread tweezers. So obviously they're for, like, you know, pulling out your little threads, or when you've done your FPP and you pull out your paper. So what a brilliant tool. And it's nice that they're together as well, isn't it? I think that's fab. And it's also good because you've got then the extra handle where you've got to have the seam ripper as well. So you've got tweezers and seam ripper together. Now, the normal price for this is £12.99. But because it's our early bird, we always have, if you're new to Sewing Street, we always have an early bird every morning, which is a special discount to save you some money. Right, we're going under £10. What are we going to, Hannah? Da, 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 da. No, I was going to say £9.99. You said under £10. £6.99. That's not just under £10. That's under £7. £6.99. So save yourself £6. Now, you might get a pink one. You might get this tealy, bluey, turquoisey one. It will be random. But either way, you will get the combi cut tool, which has the seam ripper on one side and it has the tweezers on the other side, which is brilliant, isn't it? I think this is a great tool. £6.99. Now, that offer obviously will be gone when it's sold out, or if we get to midnight and it's not sold out, the price will go back up to £12.99. Now, look behind me, the seam ripper will be extremely useful. Not because you're going to go wrong, obviously, because the instructions are so fantastic, but because the method that Stuart's used, you will need to rip some seams. So if you're going to get this behind us, it's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. You're going to need a seam ripper. And because this has got a really nice handle on it, really useful. And also, whether the pink one or the blue one, it will sort of match your quilt, because it's nice and bright, isn't it? £6.99, pop it in your basket and don't forget to check out. Save yourself £6. Nice little gift as well for somebody who you know loves sewing. And also all of us love a gadget, don't we? And it's really good that it's protected, isn't it? So it all comes there. You can pop it in your sewing basket. You can put it, if you're going off to a workshop or something, you know, it's all nice and safe in there. And you've got your tweezers for removing threads, or if you're removing papers, and you've got your seam ripper at the other end. Only £6.99. Save yourself £6. So you've saved, that's free P&P for the day, isn't it? Plus some. Look at it like that. More than free P&P. So put that in your basket and you've saved that already. Fabulous. Right, shall we have a look at what's coming up on today's show? So now, 8 o'clock. Well, first of all, we're going to talk to Paula, who is the crafty lass, all about her brand new fabric design. We're going to talk about how she designs her fabric. And then Stuart's going to come on and show us how to create his stepping out quilt, the one that was behind me, using the fabric. Then we're going to do an hour and a half, because an hour's just not enough. It's just not enough to do all of that. So 9:30, we're going to do quilting tools. Oh, we've got some lovely things in there, including a very exciting sewing machine bundle. Sewing machine, not bundle, sewing needle bundle. Quite pleased about. Very nice that is. Ideal for those of you who are making that quilt as well. That's at 9:30. Then at 10:30, the new time called Tim 30. Stuart will be with Tim Holtz's brand new vintage red quilt. Oh, it is beautiful. Stuart and I have been standing next to it, stroking it this morning. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's using Tim Holtz's brand collection as well. It's gorgeous. And you see what you can't see from there, those creamy bits, they've got writing all over them. It's beautiful. So I would advise you check out. We are limited in stock on that. There were only so many we could get of those, and I think they're going to fly out. So Stuart will be with me at 10:30 to demonstrate how to make that. We'll just change the names of all the hours from now on. And then, well, I can't really do that one. 11:30, that doesn't really work with, that does it. 11:30, we're going to be talking about the colour cubes just for half an hour. These are fantastic. I saw these last week. It's all about how to solve your colour choosing crises, whether it's for your sewing, your knitting, your crochet, your interiors, your wardrobe, all sorts. They're absolutely brilliant. And then at 12 o'clock, we're going to have a whole hour of extra wide fabrics. We've got some brand new extra wides called Stonehenge that will be there. And also we're bringing back the Liberty extra wides that were only launched. It's Emily Blossom, which is a large version of the Emily Bell. Brand new, we had those last week. We've got a few. So it's a whole hour. So if you're looking for some extra wide fabrics, whether you want to back a quilt or whether you're thinking, I just want to save a bit of money with my dressmaking, because it's obviously an economical way of buying fabric, or you just want to use it for your homewares, that is at 12. Anyway, that's the day. Morning and hello.
Good morning.
Paula.
Hello.
It's so lovely to see you.
Yeah, lovely to be here.
So you've been with us before on Yarn Lane.
I have.
Gosh, that was a while ago, wasn't
And
it?
on Hobby Maker.
And Hobby Maker, and now you're on here. So you are a very multi-talented
Collecting
lady.
the set of the badges.
So you are the crafty lass.
I am the crafty lass, indeed.
You are the craft. So tell me about, how did this start and how did the business start and what do you do?
Well, actually, in a couple of weeks' time, it'll be 10 years since I've set the business up.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Wow.
I used to work in an office environment. I was a bit frustrated. People said you should be doing something more creative. And essentially, I quit my job and just decided to go for it.
Wow, that was brave.
Brave, stupid, I don't know.
No,
but-
brave, but well done.
Yeah, no, and it's not as simple as that. You know, you do part-time,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
well,
okay.
you know, but equally,
essentially-
essentially from that point on, it was, and I had the vision of trying to teach adults primarily to get creative in their busy lives. Having come from an office environment, I knew that creativity was a great outlet, so I wanted to teach workshops, and yeah, things have developed, obviously, into fabric collections. I did study printed textile design for my degree.
Right, okay, so you understood about how it worked
Absolutely,
anyway.
yeah. So at Loughborough University, but funnily enough, I actually used to at uni be much more into like grid and pattern rather than flowers. I was much more geometric designer.
And now you've moved into florals.
Absolutely, yeah. So it was actually around the time of the global pandemic. It was a bit of a funny time, wasn't it, for everyone? People were at home.
a lot of uncertainty.
That's it, and
time at
people were also
home.
trying lots of new things, and people really got into craft, didn't they, around that time, because it was a lovely outlet for people at home. And I can't really answer why, but I just one day picked up some pens and started to draw flowers. And it was almost like this new thing. I every evening spent my evenings, just once I got my young boys down to bed, it was like, right, I'm just going to sit and do drawings of flowers. And yeah, thousands of drawings later, and you know, how here we are.
Wow, amazing. So this brand new collection of yours,
Yeah.
it's gorgeous.
The
isn't it?
Rainbow Garden.
So the first thing that we've got it available for sale in various different ways. But first of all, I'm going to show you this mega bundle. So there are 10 fabrics in the collection.
That's right, yeah.
And we've put all 10, so half a metre of all 10 fabrics. And with it, for free, we are giving you Stuart's Stepping Out quilt pattern. So that's the quilt that was behind me earlier that Stuart has made using this fabric collection. And Stuart's going to demonstrate it in a minute because we've got an extra half an hour. So these are all of the fabrics in the collection, all
That's
10
right.
of them. And you get the instructions for free. So we'll just take that off. £59.89. £59.89 for 5 metres of fabric, and it's fabulous. So these are just beautiful. So they're rainbow, aren't they?
Yeah, so literally the Rainbow Garden, there's one from every colour of the rainbow, and then the first 2 ones there were the overall prints with a sort of darker background and a white background. We were originally with the first one you showed thinking maybe a black background, but we switched to the navy, a bit softer, complements the sort of blues and colours throughout the palette.
It's gorgeous.
Very vibrant.
So Stuart's used these 8 in his kit, in his quilt, and we've put the other 2 because these are the other 2 of the collection. And it seemed a shame not to give you the whole collection, but you could use the other 2 for the binding.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
But
it'd be a great binding.
quarter of the stock has already... Oh, message from Dawn. Good morning, Rebecca and Paula. Wonderful to see you on Sewing Street. We've waited a long time to see you on here. Love your work. Good luck. Dawn.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that's lovely,
Good morning,
isn't it?
Dawn.
I think it's absolutely gorgeous because the prints are different scales as well, which I
Yeah.
think is really clever. So, you know, often when you get a collection, the prints would be of like, if it was a
Similar.
rainbow, a similar, but you've changed the scales.
Yeah, so a lot of the
I think
floral
it's really
collections that I've
clever.
done in the past have all been fairly large scale prints. I've always worked with large.
Okay.
But actually for this one, given that there was going to be a 10, I thought it was really important to have that mix of size.
It works
Good
so
for
well.
dressmaking and quilting to sort of have the
Well,
mix.
it's funny because with these collections, a lot of people will buy them like this as the whole collection or the fat quarters.
Absolutely.
But equally, lots of people will just buy one.
Yeah,
so
I
they
think
have to work standalone.
it might be that you have a favourite colour, and or you want something, you know, bright and summery, and you think, right, I'm going to get that's going to work for me, or whatever.
Yeah, or you could just pop 2 together.
Yeah.
So you've brought some drawings in of how did this start?
I did. I thought it'd be useful to actually, you know,
Oh, it's really
nice to see
interesting.
the
I'm gonna move
story.
you over a bit.
So when I work with the Cotton Company and their design team, I tend to draw all of my flowers and prints using just fine liner and alcohol ink markers, and it will be take inspiration from various places.
Okay.
But normally, so here are some of the original drawings. So actually, if you get the
Yeah,
red
it's
print,
really interesting.
you can see how the original pen and ink drawings have been translated into the actual fabric design.
That's fantastic. And the detail, because you've got such fine black lines, it's really come out on the fabric.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's and that's actually a good credit to the design team at Craft Cotton Company, because I draw all these by hand, and they actually have to digitally recreate my handwriting.
Half the stock of this kit has gone. The mega bundle with free instructions, half has gone.
So
just warning you. All there.
So essentially, it's a case of, I tend to sit and do my sketches, and then we'll collaborate as to how the prints could all work together.
So if you love the red one that Paula's showing now, 99 for half a metre, that's on the screen at the moment. So if you multi-buy, if you want to make yourself a whole red dress, or you want to use for a large bag or whatever, then it will be sent as 1 cut piece. So if you buy 1.5 metres, put 3 units in your basket and you'll have it all. So £5 is amazing cost. Should we just open it up?
Yeah, absolutely. You can
Because
see the full range of the print.
amazing to see your drawings and how that then
How related.
converts into fabric.
So sometimes I'll do a drawing,
Look at that,
and it will
it's so vibrant.
and it will perfectly come exactly as the design. Sometimes it'd be more collaborative, like pulling bits out of other drawings, which we can
Okay.
show as we go through the different colours. But yeah, I do love this
Oh, I think
thread.
that's gorgeous. Absolutely
And actually,
gorgeous.
normally when I do a collection, I'll do my drawings, I'll pick out the colours that I think would work best. This was the only collection where actually I had to work in reverse. So designed the background colour,
Right, okay.
because you couldn't have red flowers on a red background, it wouldn't you'd need,
Yeah, I see
you'd
what you
need it to
mean.
sort of complement.
And because
So-
you wanted a red fabric, the flowers then
Absolutely.
had to go the other way.
Yeah, yeah. You had to think about what would work with a red background and an orange background and so forth to sort of complement and highlight.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, it's quilting weight cotton, so and
Yeah, it's organic
40 point width,
cotton.
but it's very soft.
Yeah, really drapey, isn't it?
Really drapey. Although it's the same weight, quilting weight cotton, there are different qualities, and it has got.
It's
can
got a lovely
see
feel,
it has
hasn't
got
it?
A lovely drape. So if you used it for dressmaking or a little summer blouse, it'd be amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really soft against your skin.
And if you wanted to line something with it, like if you were lining a jacket, it would work really well for
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I love that. Sort of the lining
Look
of a jacket.
fabulous,
Yeah, it
wouldn't
would be great.
So that's the red one. I love that. If you want to get it by the half metre, do check it out. But think dressmaking. I mean, even with denim. Nice with denim.
yeah.
Nice.
On that shirt.
Yeah, can you see the denim shirt? Let me show you. Paula has...
I'm in progress with.
Look, she's EPP. How lovely that. So that's got the pink one, the blue one, then a little pop
There's
of
a little one on the
green.
back actually, just a little one of the purple with an orange centre.
Oh, look. What a great
gonna add
use
to
of
it.
EPP, because you can sort of just create these EPP shapes and
Yeah.
then applique them to jackets and shirts.
That would be quite fun.
It does work well, doesn't it? Yeah, it's that sort of depth of print, isn't
Yeah,
it?
absolutely. I think
I love
that
that
blue
one.
gives it a lovely
I
background.
love the red one. So if we do orange, this is my favourite.
So the orange
It's
is,
so, it's just 70s vibe, isn't it?
yeah, I do, yeah, it is quite 70s, but quite fresh with it as well.
Third of the stock of the orange has gone by the half metre
Wow,
already.
look at it on there when it's laid out, all vibrant.
This is me.
Is that a bit of you?
Yeah, oh, definitely. I love these. I search out sort of 70s
Oh, do
textiles,
you?
and they're not all we find. I have to buy them all on eBay, but this is exactly the right colour. Love it.
So the orange has come more from one of them originally. So I did at the very beginning, it's about 2 years ago that we started talking about doing a collection that was a
okay.
rainbow design. And I originally had an idea of doing a whole rainbow that would flow across across
yeah,
a
I
width.
know what you mean.
And then we talked about doing like more like overall across the width, and it was kind of that. And then we moved on to right, let's do one of each colour.
Good idea.
So this orange print, who you can see there, has picked out some of the the poppies.
Are
and
they
what have you.
specific? I'm not very good at flowers, so are they specific flowers?
Yeah, some of them, or all of them have been drawn either from real life,
Okay.
still life. Like if someone buys me flowers, I'll quite often draw it because I nice to have that memory. Or I'll look at photos, or if I've been for a walk or something, I might take a quick
But
snap.
the orange in the brand is so vibrant, isn't it?
Really
The-
punchy.
The colours come up really well.
And again, it's that sort of mix, isn't it? You can't really have just orange flowers on an orange background, but actually you've managed to get like a softer.
Yeah, but you've done
and
it
the
really well because
yellows,
you've got
like
yellows and
mustardy
peaches,
yellows,
and those little pops
absolutely.
of black work so well.
Yeah,
don't they?
give
I
it some
love that one.
definition.
This one is absolutely flying out. That means there's going to be none left for me.
Oh dear.
This happens all the time, all the time. I love that one. Right, let's go through to yellows then.
Okay, so
Do keep checking out on those because these are flying out, honestly. This is just sunshine, isn't it? Look at that.
So I've got the so the original design I did was much larger scale. I also brought a copy I'd done because sometimes, particularly when I was working with the background colours, I've managed to work out this, because this is special marker paper that I draw on. I
Okay.
managed to work out that I could actually put it through my digital printer. And if I did an outline, I could copy it several times onto the marker paper and then play around
Right,
with the
okay.
background. So it was quite nice to see how it starts
I love
out.
the yellow. It's a real sort of custard powder.
Yeah, so originally I was thinking it might be more a vibrant yellow, but it ties in really nicely.
Yeah,
with
so if you put
sort
it
of
with the
softer,
orange,
yeah.
it really picks that up, doesn't it?
Yeah,
But it's a really
like
sort
as
of
you say,
soft-
buttermilk.
Yeah,
that
custard
sort of
powder.
Custard, yeah. But yeah, I love daisies. It's one of those things that I always
That's
revert to
gorgeous.
drawing.
And I think these fabrics are great. They stand alone, but they also work in pairs or threes. So if you wanted a yellow and an orange, they work well. A yellow and a red work. Well, you could really
You could
mix
really,
and match them, can't you?
absolutely.
And obviously, if you want to buy all 10 with the free instructions, we have got those. But it's nice that you can then mix and match and say, well, I'll just have a couple.
Yeah, and that's it, isn't it? It's playing around with the scale as well, like
Well,
you say.
and it means that you can then have your favourite colour. So we've got 2 greens. So why did we have 2?
We had 2 greens because it was very much like we wanted it to be a 10-piece collection. And essentially, I think that inside all these flowers, it's lovely to highlight the foliage.
Well, yes, I guess because if you've bought the collection, these can be your foliage bits, and
Absolutely.
then these can be your flower bits.
Yeah.
And that's true. So you get two.
Yeah, and I liked the idea that one of them is very much just purely the leaves, and then the darker green has got a little bit of the floral, sort of like a bouquet in it.
Oh, it's gorgeous because it's so precise, isn't it? Fresh, it's
The
clean,
detail
it's
in it.
precise, and I love the fact that, you can see every detail, even the little spots on the leaves
So-
all come up. Look at let me show you with the drawing.
It's just picking out a little bits here and there. So this is very much rather than it being the design, sort of picking out elements and creating the design from them.
Lovely fabrics. This is from Collector Merseyside. Fab to see how the original illustrations get made into fabric designs. I know it is. Well, we have so much fabric here on Sewing Street, but rarely do we get to meet the designer or see what the process is or how you manage to do it. Oh, sorry, my ears keep falling out. Problems with my cables today. Right. It's just great to see how it's translated because we never get to hear the whole story or what went right and what went wrong.
Absolutely, and the changes and yeah.
Well, and like how you had to design the background colour and then design the fabrics to
Quite a
sit
nice
on
challenge.
top. No, it's just that, sorry, my cables are too short. They keep pulling my ears out. Right, let's do the other green one.
So this is very much taken inspiration from the same drawing from a bouquet.
Oh, I see.
This was actually inspired by somebody that is a friend on social media, and it was actually I drew her weddings.
Oh, wow. Actually, I'm going to turn it round because it does have a way up, doesn't it?
It was inspired by her bouquet. So it's just here translated into
Well, I
fabric.
like the way that in your drawing they're purple, but in here you've sort of changed
Yeah,
the
we
colour.
changed it to sort of mix and pick out some of the colours and the flowers used in the other drawing, so it's sort of more unified.
And I like these
across.
large designs because you can use them and fussy cut them, use them for sort of centre of quilt blocks, but also, even if you just cut them into small bits like Stuart's done with his quilt, it works.
Yeah, because you still got that colour and there are all the
Then
different
one
bits
square
and
you might get
bits.
with more green, one with less. but
Absolutely.
It really hangs together. I love
Yeah.
that one. £5.99 for half a metre. It's amazing quality fabric. And that price for designer fabric
It's good.
is really,
It
really
is good.
good, isn't it? Well, it just makes it affordable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It means you can have a metre instead of a half.
That's perfect.
Oh, right, we've just got to recap the mega bundle one moment because we are very low on this one. So the mega bundle has all 10 fabrics plus free copy of Stuart's Stepping Out quilt. Now, he's made it using these fabrics, but he's also brought in some of the quilts that he's made previously using these fabrics. So it's a brilliant set of instructions that can be used with the bundle, but you can then use over and over because depending on how you arrange it, it becomes a different quilt. So it's a really, really great, amazing free pattern. We only have 9 left though. Only 9 of these bundles left, so be quick. And there are 24 people in baskets. So let's go blue next, because I'm doing it in order.
Well, blue is
This
very much
so pretty.
exactly almost a scale change
Yeah.
to my original drawing. There you can see, even the colour is almost a near match. Sort of,
That's really clever, isn't it?
yeah, and then I was looking at forget-me-nots, and I mean, yeah, just that sort of ditzy vibe, isn't it?
It's gorgeous. How do you decide things like, well, I'm going to change the scale then?
Well, that's more a conversation after I've done the drawing.
Right,
How we
okay.
get it to mix across the whole collection. And actually, I feel like you were beginning, it's lovely to have that mix of some of them are larger and some of them are
Yeah, I
smaller.
see what you mean.
So if you kept them all large,
So was it looking across all of it and going, right, we want
Yeah.
a really small scale one, we
yeah,
want a big...
absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I think because it is like based on forget-me-nots, they are obviously such small, delicate
I
flowers.
think that's the one common thing about this. The backgrounds are so vibrant.
They're really
aren't they?
punchy, really
Really
vibrant.
punchy. I love
And
that
against
one.
nice sort of, there actually is some nice softer tones throughout. So you've got that lovely vibrant
Yeah.
background, but almost pastel-esque.
But you can tell the quality of the fabric is always by when the fine lines are printed. It's like with Liberty fabric, the fine details.
Yeah, even
print
those tiny
beautifully.
little dots.
I know.
The tiny little
It's
speckles
beautiful.
throughout the seeds.
Half of the stock of this one's gone. I have to see what's the most popular. Well, we'll get to the end and I'll tell you what's the most popular colour. We haven't got to the end yet.
We're
Orange
nearly
is
there.
the lead. And it
Purple.
might not win. Pink or purple next?
Purple.
Purple. Oh, but this is lovely because you're tying together purples and blues and a little bit
Yeah.
of pink as well.
So this was actually inspired by this drawing, which is obviously in some ways quite different, but you can obviously see the
I love
direct
the
link.
detail on the leaves.
Yeah, really sort of...
And it works in blue.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. So we sit down in a design, we go through all the sketches, and then they'll quite often come up with their first ideas of how we would turn the
Right.
drawings into repeat, because obviously they're not in repeat at the minute. And the amazing designer Alex, she popped them into blue, and I was like, I wouldn't have
And you were
thought
like,
of that. And I was
"Blue
like, it's great. I think it really works.
It does. It works really well, and I like the fact that it's beautiful standalone, but it does blues from here,
And there's a few of the actual flowers in there.
and the
repeat.
pinks as well. So it pulls other ones
Yeah,
in, doesn't
you can
it?
see pink together, can't you?
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah,
That's
and I like
gorgeous.
this because you actually almost see the pen marks, the ink marks.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
replicated how I've actually done exactly with my ink pens.
No, I think that's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. This one is flying out. Absolutely flying out. $5.99 for half a metre. Remember, it's your normal 44-inch width. Quilting weight fabric. Beautiful quality. There are only 5 of the mega bundles left. 3, actually. 3. Quick. Pink.
Pink, the last one.
Pink.
So pink is actually more, I think, a sort of-
Very strong as
yeah,
well.
it is very vibrant. I'm just trying to see if I've actually got.
So
the
this
exact
is, like you
one.
say, this has got like the little forget-me-nots on it.
Yeah, I think it's sort of that's the idea, isn't it? That you've kind of got some that are exactly
Yeah,
the
so
same
to
as the
make it all
drawings.
hang together and flow.
Exactly, yeah, and that's how you have the conversation, isn't it? Of like how you can make it. They're so different. Each print is so different, but yet somehow they unify.
Well, you can see on Stuart's quilt how they all pull together.
Yeah.
And if you'd use plain fabrics for that it gives it like a 3D texture sort of movement because it's got all of those prints in.
Yeah, and like you were saying on that green, where some of it you can see the print, some of it you can't, but because there's elements of it throughout the whole quilt, you can sort of see the print,
It just, yes. It's
even though it's chopped up, if that
amazing.
makes sense.
I love this pink one. So you've got shades of, about 3 or 4 different shades of pink there. And again, you've got all the black lines. And I love the little white dots on it.
Yeah, it does sort of give it that sort of almost, with these and dots, almost like a polka dot.
Yeah, no, it does,
within
doesn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, this is definitely a sort of collaboration of...
Very delicate. Now, there are 2 fabrics that are a mix.
Yeah, so to make...
So we'll start with the navy background because I think this is really striking.
yeah, as
So
I say...
this is the everything fabric.
Everything. Yeah, this was almost in some ways the original idea to do
of course,
such a
yes,
vibrant,
yeah.
all over rainbow print. But actually, it's nice that this just has been put together, pulling out elements of every other design to allow it to unify with all the individual prints.
Yeah, so if you buy that one and the yellow, it works.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
because each colour has been colour matched, and you can really highlight. All
I mean,
the
it
different-
works. Put them, all of them. So if you've bought any of them by the half metre, doesn't it work beautifully with all of them?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think obviously each print works well together, as you've seen
Yes.
in Stuart's quilt and what have you, but each print stands alone as well. So it's nice that you could mix and match how you want to use them.
But they all, so each of the elements, and you've got some things like this flower here is the same as
Yeah,
this flower.
so it's now, and obviously it's nice that they've changed perhaps the sort of the shade so that you've got the same
Yeah.
feel, but you've got a different print.
Oh, it's
overall.
gorgeous. I mean, you don't often see that in a collection where you've got, one that brings it all in and then all the different elements. I think it's really unique.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So
Oh,
this
thank
is the
you.
one in the navy background. Very vibrant, very strong. But we've also got it in the white background.
Yeah,
Now,
I
are
think
the
they work
colours the
together.
same?
No, they're not.
Okay, so you know how you think, well, they're not, but then sometimes it's the background that makes them look different. But no, they are different.
Yeah, they are different. See there.
Shirt. Yes,
Oh,
you
yeah.
don't want a shirt in it. It'll suit you.
It would suit you, Stuart. But you can see there they've brought an the exact orange.
Oh, yes.
copy
Hannah wants
from
a
there for a
quilted
good
weekend
example.
bag in it.
So you can see there where they've brought in the exact ones
Exactly.
and the roses from the red and what have you. But yeah, they've swapped out some of the colours. So for example, I mean, this is quite unusual actually. There's also quite a few green flowers, but you can see.
Oh, yes, where you've got them in pink there.
Yeah.
You make a lovely bag lining, if you've made a big bag.
Oh,
and
yeah,
you've got-
oh,
can you
yeah,
imagine that
be
in the lining?
beautiful.
So if you've got a really sort of plain canvas or denim weekend
Yeah,
bag,
lovely.
imagine opening it up and seeing that. And I think at this price, at $5.99, it's so affordable
Yeah,
to do
absolutely, I agree. And organic cotton, soft and beautiful.
I know, but they also work really well together. So if you want to mix and match, imagine making a shirt. You could have the sleeves in that one and the main bit in that
Oh
one.
yeah, and a little handkerchief.
No, it'd be fabulous, wouldn't it? All £5.99 for half a metre. It's the most amazing price. Right, the mega bundle has now gone. But we have got fat quarters. But you could just make your own mega bundle. Obviously, you
buy
won't
all
get
the-
the instructions for free with it, but we have got the instructions known, and we have still got a little bit of all of the fabrics available by the half metre. So if you wanted to make your mega bundle, just buy half a metre of all of them.
Yeah, perfect. Or a metre.
Or a metre, yes. And then you'd have two. Then you could make a double-size quilt. Because you need 8 half metres to make the quilt. So if you bought 8 metres, you could make one twice as big.
Stuart says buy 2 metres. No?
2.
Go big.
Big will go home.
Yeah.
Well, yes, because actually, if you think about ×4, that would be massive, wouldn't it? Be fabulous.
I mean, they say you can't buy happiness, but I think this is pretty close,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. They say that.
They say that,
It's
but
just
it's not true.
It's like when they go, money can't buy happiness. It really helps.
Yeah, it does
It
help.
really helps because you can buy fabric with money.
Yeah.
And food.
No, fabric first.
But fabric first. And that definitely brings happiness. Now, we've got 2 fat quarter bundles. We'll start with this one. This is lovely. Let me get it out. So you get, is this pack A? I did actually pick up the right one. Amazing. Even comes with a nice label, look. So you get a fat quarter of the navy background one, and then you get the blue, purple, pink, and the light green. $14.98 for 5 fat quarters. That's a good price.
It's
Isn't
a
it?
good price.
But it's lovely. You've spent a lot of time and effort and your talent and your skills doing this. So it's lovely to be able to bring it to people, but at a price they can afford.
Yeah, absolutely. You want it to be accessible.
Oh, you've made a cushion, haven't you?
I have, to coordinate with Stuart's fabulous quilt.
Look at this. Oh, you've got a picture of it there.
And that was using fat quarters.
And that was using fat quarters. Look, so if you bought both packs of the fat quarters, you could make this. How lovely is that? It only needs a plain back as well. Don't waste the fabric on that. Use something else. That's beautiful, isn't it? But you could make this with 1 fat quarter bundle.
Yeah, absolutely.
But obviously, Paul has used the range of the fabrics across it. So if you bought the half metres, but you could make this with 1 fat quarter bundle. That's gorgeous. Beautiful. Now we've got another fat quarter bundle. So they've split them into 2.
Yeah, so that you can pick and choose. But obviously, so it goes through the order of a rainbow. So you've got, in this one, the red, orange, yellow, green, and the paler. And the other one is the other half with the dark
Yeah,
background.
see, if I was you, I'd get both. Yeah, you need both.
Yeah, because then it sort of ties in with everything.
It does. If you get nothing else.
I have to put it in the rainbow.
Oh,
as well.
sorry. Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you, Paula, because that was really
that really
making my eye.
bothering you?
I was like,
my eye was
it's,
going.
it's the wrong way.
My eye-
You have to change it. You have to put it in rainbow order.
This pack, is this one's B. B is the red, orange, yellows. A is the purpley ones, just so you know which one's which. But there is a picture, don't worry, when you go check out on the website, there is a little picture in case you can't remember which one is which. There is a picture of them. But honestly, I would just get both of them. $14.98 for 5 fat quarters, and these are absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. It's lovely that they're available like this. They are so soft. When you get yours home, you'll see what I mean. They just are so soft.
Yeah, the quality of the cotton is quite...
Which is great because it does open up the dressmaking, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you, I mean, quilting cotton works so well for dressmaking, but some quilting cotton is a little bit stiff.
Yeah, stiff, yeah. No, I've made several outfits in the Craft Cotton Co. organic prints, and yeah, they just feel lovely, and they wash well as well.
Oh, do they?
Yes, they're quite sort of colour fast.
think it's
The
gorgeous.
colours stay quite vibrant.
I mean, yeah, just a bit of green vibrancy. Beautiful. Well, also, if you've never bought this fabric before, if you haven't bought the Craft Cotton Company, or if you haven't seen it, this is quite a good way of starting off, of getting involved, is get yourself a fat quarter pack, see what you think, how it works, the colours, and then you'll be hooked.
Yeah, and it's like, as you say, the cushions, I did some bunting, that was for
Yeah,
fat
look at
quarters
the
as well.
bunting. Look at this, that's on the fat quarters.
It's fun, isn't it?
It is really fun. It's such a nice thing to give someone for their birthday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Say, have bunting and hang it up.
Rainbow.
Rather than buy them a bunch of flowers that just die
Yeah.
eventually. buy
I don't know
them.
what it is about bunting. It makes
Bunting.
everything better.
Bunting is just joyful. I have bunting in my house all the time,
Yeah.
all year round, different sorts.
This will probably go up in our playroom.
Right, we're going to, Stuart's going to show us how to make the quilt in just a moment. But before we do that, we've put together, because we've sold out of the bundle, we've put together a rainbow solid bundle, which would work with the collection, if you've got it. £35.91, you've got 4.5 metres. We're going to show you a picture of it in a minute. There we go, so 9.5 metres of the rainbow colours, which will work beautifully. I mean, they'll work with this collection, so you could use it to make the quilt, or if you wanted to, you could buy it in addition to Paula's fabrics, because it will just make it go further.
Yeah, absolutely. All good for backing.
And we're going to take some money off as well. That's amazing. So, £29.99, you can
Wow.
make the quilt. But if you've bought any of Paula's fabrics, I'd recommend getting this, because you can use it for things like backings and bindings. You can use it as a plain fabric to just make it go a bit further. £29.99, you could use it, add it into the quilt to make it even bigger.
Lovely.
Back in your cushions, bags, linings. I mean, it's a really £29.99, to be honest. You'll need it if you're going to make bunting. For 4.5 metres. Fabulous. Can we just do the instructions on their own? Oh, well, let's do Stuart first then. And then we'll talk about his... He's patiently
Just waiting.
waiting while we witter on. Good morning, Stuart.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Paula. Do you know what? Can I just start by acknowledging Paula's incredible talent? Paula, you have designed the most amazing fabric in
Thank you,
many collections, but this, I mean, who doesn't need the full rainbow to play with? And this is everything in a fabric range. I just think it's beautiful. And actually, you know, it was never my intention to do a show as a guest with this quilt. I made this because I love Paula and I love what she does, and I wanted to make a quilt to show off her fabrics just anyway. But this was a joy. I used my stepping out quilt pattern, which is a super easy, super fun technique. I'm going to show you how. This is now in the pattern, you get two different sizes of blocks. This is the larger block. If you're in a little bit of a hurry, then you can make this size. Now, this quilt, this is 9 blocks, and the blocks are 20 inches square. So you imagine this is a weekend quilt if you want to, nice and easy. And you make 1 block and just repeat it.
Wow.
Same coloration, same colorway, and you can do this with it. But you can also do this with it. And you can also do this with it.
Wow.
And this is the smaller scale blocks. So you can do all of that. You can make cushions, as Paula did. And right at the start, when I wrote the pattern, I actually showed a rainbow version to say, you know what, if you want a simplified version that just uses 8 fabrics and uses 1 layout, here it is. Of course, when Paula's fabulous rainbow garden came along, I said, well, look, this is just too good an opportunity. I've got to make this. But actually, I could quite easily have made my garden maze quilt using this range as well. That would have looked gorgeous.
It's really interesting to see just by moving the blocks around, it makes a completely different pattern.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
these are all, this quilt here, these are all the same blocks, the
Wow.
same coloration as the quilt hanging behind me. So once you've made your blocks, for goodness sake, play with them.
Yes,
That's
so if anyone
amazing.
who've bought the kit that's now sold out, they could make that version.
Yeah, completely.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's really
Yeah.
That's very
Yeah.
clever, Stuart. I
Fun,
wouldn't have
isn't it?
guessed that's how it's done.
Fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have
Really,
guessed
yeah, bit of fun, bit of fun. So this is what happens,
Yeah, how
Paula.
does- I want to
This
see
is
how
what
it's
happens,
done.
Paula, when
I'm
you
looking-
design an amazing fabric range. People like me and people like you can't help ourselves. We just get stuck
Orange
in.
is still the most popular by the half.
Now, let me show you how you start. I mean, every single fabric in this range is juicy and delicious. And what I've done is, I've used width of fabric strips here. Actually, I have trimmed them down slightly, ease of getting them on the desk. But at home, you're going to use width of fabric, so selvage to selvage, and you're going to cut strips. Now, these are the larger size strips in the pattern. There are 2 different sizes that you can do, and I've used the larger size. You could just as easily use the smaller size if you want to. Those blocks come out smaller as well. If you're going to make the smaller size blocks, then you can use fat quarters.
Right.
But if you want to do the larger size, then you need to use yardage.
Right, okay, otherwise
You need the length.
Right,
You need the length.
okay.
So, if you bought the pattern plus both packs of fat quarters, you couldn't make something quite as big as this, but you could certainly be on your way to
well,
it.
if you bought the plain
Add in the
fabrics,
solids. Be so lovely,
add the
wouldn't it?
solids in.
And I would just throw them in here and there. I don't know if we can just show the Tilda Christmassy quilt, but I used the Tilda reds and greens for Christmas, but I also threw in some calico, some cream, some dark red solid, some light red solid. And you can see how it adds punch. You can imagine, can't you, with Paula's rainbow flowers and the solids combined.
You could make a really big quilt then. And I spent a lot of time turning everything round to get it just right.
Yeah, and my top tip is don't overthink this.
Yeah, see, I would. That would be my problem. I'd be like, oh, I don't know.
When you're working with, I mean, although I do order my fricks, and you did make my eye twitch, Paula. I put in green before yellow. Who does that? But you could just throw these fabrics on the floor, roll on them, and whatever sticks, just sew them together because they would still look amazing.
And please video it as well.
I have started by cutting 8 strips of fabric, 1 in each of the rainbow colours. And when we were talking about putting a kit together, I said, please put all 10 in the kit because those multi-florals are so beautiful. And again, if you wanted to throw them in,
Well, yeah, I guess they would. Yeah, the other 2 multi-coloured prints
Or you
would
could
work
use
well
them for
in there,
binding. Now, I used a black and white stripe for binding my quilt, and we've got the black and white stripe. That looks really cool.
Oh,
You
it's
could also use the
amazing. And
multi-floral.
we have got that in the half metre. Honestly, it's
So-
like the ultimate quilt binding.
Yeah, it's
isn't it?
perfect. It's perfect. And if you love Tula Pink as well, you need that binding in your life. So look, I've sewn them in pairs, and what I've done is I've pressed all of those seams down. So down, 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 down. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to join these all together into one big strip set, and then I'm going to press with these joining seams up, up, up.
Oh, okay. So
Okay.
one pair's down,
Yeah.
joining seams
Do
up.
the pairs.
Yeah.
Lay it out on the table and then you won't get muddled. And I've just laid these out in your classic rainbow combo. Yeah, rainbow order. But I hate myself for saying this.
You could mix it up. Oh, no.
You could. You could mess the rainbow up if you really want to.
People do.
People
People
do.
do.
Don't know what people do, but some people do that.
People do.
So I'm using my Brother FS250. I'm using stitch number 46 because that's my perfect 1/4 of an inch seam allowance.
What's so perfect about 46?
Yeah.
It's the 1/4 of an inch.
It's the 1/4 of an inch with your regular piecing foot. And I'm just going to sew these strips together. Now, I am literally just going to be sewing strips, so you don't have to watch this.
Oh, it's fascinating. Sort of mindful.
It's
I
mesmerising.
thought you said it's sort of mindless.
Mindless.
And you know as well, this fabric's organic, don't you? The cotton
Yeah, I
is
know,
organic.
it's fabulous. Right, Paula has also worked in conjunction with Orifil to bring out a collection of threads, of course, in green, because a lot of these fabrics feature little bits of green.
Yes, so we called it the foliage collection because throughout all my collections, predominantly flowers, but actually the one unifying thing throughout all my designs is obviously flowers tend to have
Is the leaves.
I had a Christmas range that came around that time, which made sense, very green.
course,
But
yes.
also we forward planned, we knew we were going to be having 2 fabulous green prints
Right,
in this
so it would
collection.
work.
So it would all sort of tie
So it comes in a
together.
lovely box, very pretty. 5,200 metres, and it's lovely to have those shades of green. isn't
Yeah,
it?
I was a bit concerned to start with, like, is going to work?
no,
but
of
actually,
course.
I think because it is a unifying colour throughout, because how do you choose which colour thread to use if you're using all of them?
Oh, yeah, just
It's
use.
yeah, just pick the one. And actually, the green is a nice fresh colours.
They are
And then
really
obviously
fresh.
your sort of your white that's sort of pretty useful or your sewing.
But also the top stitching that you can do with these, so that
Yeah.
you can add that detail out without it standing out too much.
And actually, it was great because I had the Aurifil charts, and it was basically I had to go through all the fabric prints and look at the shades and tones, because you imagine there's like however many
I can ima-
greens.
yes.
And it was like a really fun to sort of make sure that they actually coordinated almost
Yes, I
perfectly
mean, if you
with the
pick up
colours.
this
So you
green
can see
fabric-
there the sort of the darker one. You can
course,
actually
yeah.
see that you do
Yeah, there's the
colour
dark one.
match.
There's the
Yeah,
there's
it
the
sort of
medium
highlights
one.
almost the softer ones, and then
And
yeah,
then the limey one and the white. I mean, that is beautiful. $37.99 for that. That's a great price, isn't it? And 5,200 metres, and they all come in a box like that.
yeah.
And just a great collection to have, because we don't often have green thread. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think it's useful for.
It looks lovely, I mean, even on bright colours for top stitching. And I think having these as well, if you had a twin needle,
Oh, yeah,
doing
nice.
a dot with two different colours,
That would look
maybe putting
lovely,
those
wouldn't
two
it?
together,
Yeah.
it just gives it that really lovely
And
finish.
I'm not normally one for coordinating threads either. I
Mm. Okay.
quite like seeing, the
See
journey of
different-
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. So if I was sewing a pink fabric, I wouldn't necessarily do the
No,
pink
why not?
thread. I think it's
Looks
nice.
lovely on the red, and
And
obviously on the
particularly
multicolour,
with
it's
all
great.
the bright colours, and you can see actually in there, on that one particularly, you can
Oh,
actually
yes.
see where the inspiration has come from. Some of the greener flowers.
That quarter pack is the one that's on the side there.
Yeah, those two.
Collection B, and then that's the Aurifil collection here.
Yeah, you can sort of see the highlights.
Yeah, you can see how it picks it up. Well, it's just lovely. If you've got the collection, it's really nice to have the thread, isn't it?
Yeah,
And I like the
absolutely.
fact that you haven't gone for the rain, so I'm going to go green.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I say, it was I wanted something that, with all the different collections that I've done now, there's so many different colours. I wanted something that would tie everything together. So
Yes, so you can use this thread pack that can go through all of them. And and the foliage work.
I would love it if you use the threads with my fabrics, but obviously in a lot of floral fabrics, there is often the
There's
foliage,
always-
so it does pick out.
And it is hard sometimes to choose what colour shall I use, so stick with the foliage. 'cause
Yeah, I
that
think
pulls
that's
it all
nice.
together.
Yeah.
$37.99. Great price, because you're getting a lot of thread. I think often people think, oh, well, Aurifil's really expensive, but it's because you get such big reels. It's not
Yeah,
expensive.
and it is really good
Just
quality
You've got a lot
cotton.
of thread.
It's I find it lovely to sew with,
It's
hand sewing
gorgeous.
and machine.
Well, although it's a 50 weight, it feels finer.
Yeah, so I've
Definitely
used that for my EPP,
Oh,
and,
okay.
and I use it, so it's kind
So you
of
can use
nice
it
for both.
It's brilliant. I love that one. $37.99 for that. How are we getting along, Stuart?
We're getting on good. I've just had to do a bit of reverse sewing because I sewed this together in the wrong order.
Oh.
How could I
Was it
get
not
my
in
rainbow?
order?
You could use your seam ripper gadget thing.
This is why you need your seam ripper. There's no
Just
shame
in
in it.
case you veer from the rainbow.
I mean, we all do it though. We all sew things together wrong sometimes. We are no exception, right?
Oh, I cannot time I spent unpicking yesterday.
Really?
And I'd unpick it and then redo it and then realise I'd done it
Do it
again.
wrong again.
And you think, how have I done that
You just think, why have I?
I've just done that again, having undone the whole thing.
Maybe it's meant to be. It was telling you.
I know, I was just thinking, this is really annoying me because everything's facing the wrong way now.
Yeah, I know exactly.
I had to have
yeah.
a break and watch Home and Away. It was the only thing that could cheer me up, felt better.
Home and away, really?
Home and Away.
You must have been having a bad day.
I watch it every day. Love Home
Do
and Away.
you? Do you?
And Neighbours, every day.
I was rushing home from school, secondary school, to watch Neighbours.
Yes.
Kind of everyone
too.
did.
Everyone did.
And then later on, when I was a teacher myself, I used to rush home every day to watch Ricky Lake.
Oh yeah.
Ricky was Ricky Lake.
Pardon?
Ricky Lake. Oh,
Ricky
I love
Lake.
Ricky Lake.
It was a talk show from
is it?
America.
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
It was fabulous. Ricky.
Really? Don't think I ever watched that.
But Ricky Lake I loved originally because she was an actress and she was in the original film of Hairspray.
Was she?
Yeah, she played Tracy Turnblad.
Oh wow.
She of the
Wow.
hair don't.
Let's go back.
Learn something new
80s
every
TV.
day.
Yeah.
How about Quint?
Quint.
That was
Oh
one
my
of my
goodness.
top favourites. Was
The most
Quincy.
unlikely sex symbol ever.
Oh, I loved that programme though because he was so clever. He solved everything.
Yeah, it was Silent Witness before its day.
It was. Yeah.
it?
Maybe that's why I like Silent Witness so much.
Yeah. Oh, the glasses got whipped off then.
For the Silent
flourish.
Witness. Heather Havisham.
So I'm just setting my seams. I've now sewn all 8 strips together. And I'm just going to press my now. So remember that my strips went down and so, up. So the next ones need to down. So basically they need to be pressed in opposition. And that's really important for later when you come sew the strips together. If you were looking at the quilt thinking, gosh, that's a lot of squares to sew together, Stuart, you'll be relieved to hear that you don't sew a single square together until you actually sew block to block, and then we're sewing big squares
Oh, okay.
together.
Wow.
But it's all strip pieced. So I'm going to do the same thing now. So this is now...
So this is worth taking your time to get right.
You absolutely do need to. Normally I'll say, you know, press whichever way is convenient, whichever looks right. But for this, just so that everything kind of fits together nicely
Yeah.
and your seams will nest, then you want to do it in opposition.
Does that help it lay flat?
Yeah, it does help it lay flat. It helps the seams nest. It's also going to help you to potentially put all of these blocks together without the need to pin. Because you lock your seams together and you sew as far as that, and then you sew your next seam lock the next seam together and sew as far as that. So it's actually a really, really helpful technique. At the end of the day, it helps throughout.
Is it quilting magic by the sounds of things?
It's a little bit of quilting magic, Paula. It is a little bit of magic. So there we go. Now, just to say, if you wanted to, you could just sew blocks like this, cut them into square blocks and set...
Oh, yeah, then it'd be a
Couldn't you?
stripy one.
Yeah, kind of like a big rail fence. That would look absolutely gorgeous as well. Lots of ways you can use this. Right, now that I've sewn all of my fabrics together into a row, I'm now going to make them into a tube. So I'm going to fold the whole thing in half and bring the pink to the red. So I'm effectively making a big stripy sleeve,
Which in itself is very nice.
which in itself would be lovely.
You can start making yourself a Technicolor dream coat.
I just don't really do dressmaking. And I told them that at Sewing Bee. And they still made me.
Yeah, just think of all the amazing shirts you could have.
Oh, I mean, this collection for dressmaking, for shirt making would be amazing. Literally any of the fabrics would be incredible for dressmaking. This is the joy of a palette to work with, you know, like a palette collection. It's so versatile,
I mean,
and I
this
could
one
use these
for-
fabrics 100 times.
This one for dressmaking. Well, they all work. But I
Gorgeous.
love that one. Summer dress, $5.99.
Yeah, nice.
That one's.
Okay,
Oh,
so-
can't have that one then.
Already
What about the
Goodness, I
purple
can't believe
one?
it. Purple. Do you know, I shouldn't have a favourite, should I?
No, you're allowed to have favourites as long as they're not
Do
children.
you know?
I think that's children,
Yeah,
Paula.
is it true? I'm allowed to
think
choose
it's-
favourite
Yeah, as long
fabrics.
as it's not children.
I think-
But I always tell the children that the dog is my favourite.
Yeah.
But I love the dog more than anyone.
Yeah.
And then they all accept that because everyone else loves the dog more than
Yeah,
anyone.
that makes sense. That makes
So
sense.
we're all in agreement.
I'm not normally a purple person, even if I was to.
Right.
But there's something about this print, and I think it's maybe the blue leaves, the sort of mix of that really soft pink on it. I don't know what it is about it, but I love it. Really, I'm going to make
We've only got
myself.
5 of that one left.
I'm going to make
then.
myself a little.
That's gorgeous.
top.
What about the orange? See, orange is my favourite.
I do have
Haven't
love.
sold
I
out.
can see more homewares
Yeah.
for
yes.
that. I'd love like cushions.
Oh, gorgeous.
Yeah.
So the blue sold out and the orange is sold out.
And is this
And the yellow was sold out. And the
This one?
purple only had 5 left.
and pink?
Pink. Pink is still available.
Okay, let's talk about the pink.
Not
Very
much, though.
Very vibrant, isn't it?
There's only got 7 metres of that one left.
Line a denim bag with
Yes.
Oh,
Oh.
it'd be fabulous.
Yeah.
I just think because it's such an amazing splash of colour that if you don't want it on the outside, in the inside.
On the inside. Well, like you say, like if you were
Gorgeous.
making a jacket, if you had that as the lining, it'd be fab, really fab. But yeah, I do love these little ditsies. They were inspired by looking at actually a hydrangea. You know how
Yes.
hydrangea, they're obviously not a hydrangea, but they do have
They
that
have
feel.
that feel to them,
so
don't
that's
they?
what I was studying for that one.
So you've now made a tube.
I've made a tube, yes. So just wanted to say as well that Deputy Joan made
yeah.
this
Oh
top.
my goodness.
And then I quilted it and bound it. This was a joint effort.
Wow.
And, we just both absolutely loved working with this collection.
Amazing.
So much.
And I love Joan, just want to say that.
Oh, and she's just sent a photo, and these are the leftovers. She loved them so much. Here's the bag from the leftovers with warmest regards, Joan.
Ah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh.
Isn't that lovely?
Well, I hope you're going to give Joan the quilt. Poor Joan. She's made that. She's to have some memory of it. She's had to make a little bag from the leftovers.
Terrible, isn't it?
That's
dreadful.
terrible.
Dreadful. Oh, my darling, if you want this quilt, you can have it.
Did you hear that, Joan?
Yeah.
Write it down. You said you can have it.
We're teaching a workshop together on Friday.
Oh, that's exciting.
Hannah
Yeah.
says, can she have it?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, but Hannah,
We'll
you
have a
didn't-
fight over
You
it.
didn't actually quilt it, Hannah.
I quilted it.
Yeah.
You can't have it, Hannah. Oh. Now, so I've made my tube, and now I've laid it down flat, and I'm going to trim off one end.
Does it matter how you
Straighten
lay
it
it
up.
down flat? As in what colours at the top?
No, gosh, no, it doesn't matter at all. No, it doesn't matter at all. Just you join it into a tube.
So and
It's
it
a
doesn't
flat
matter whether the
tube.
what number strips at the top.
No, not
okay.
at all. Not at all. So the glasses are going back on, so it's getting serious.
Getting serious.
And now I've lined up straight lines at the top and bottom. I'm going to
Do
cut
you
through.
have to do anything like, to make sure that the strips are lying right on top of each other? Do you fiddle with it at all in between?
You shouldn't have to. If you've used an accurate seam allowance
Right.
and you've pressed as you've gone along, everything should just
will all
fit
just
together
fit.
really nice.
Okay.
At the end of the day, you've sewn all these strips together, so the seam allowance should be consistent throughout. So the two halves, if you like, should be the same size.
Yes,
Should
because
just
you've
lay
got like a
flat.
seam at the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
It will
Yeah.
all just, okay. I've not done that, you see, so I didn't know whether you had to sort of...
No, not really. It's a nice, easy, relaxed technique. But I've turned my board around now so that my cut edge is on the left because I'm right-handed. And I'm going to cut my strip sets now. Now, just keep in mind that whatever size strip you've cut, you need to cut the corresponding chunks. So these are 3 inches wide. And I'm going to cut, now I don't know if I've got a dodgy mat. It might just take me 2 attempts to cut through. You are cutting through seams as well. So perhaps this is a time to change your blade.
It's amazing the difference a new blade
Oh,
makes,
it's
isn't
like...
it? New blade day.
Fabulous. And you need...
Yeah.
I'm a bit bad for that, but yeah, I should do it more.
Every 8 hours of sewing time.
Is it really?
Every
Yeah.
8 hours.
How
Every
is it?
6
dear.
hours if you're quilting.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I
every
sometimes...
3 minutes if you're going too fast over thick fabric.
Yeah, true.
When I'm long arming, sometimes I change my needle halfway through the quilt. Because,
Really?
Yeah.
It does make quite a difference, doesn't it? 'Cause it can mark the fabric sometimes if you...
Yeah,
do
you
often
can
enough.
scuff the fabric, and if you're using something like digital prints, these are traditional printed, aren't they?
No, they're
Are they
digital. They are digital.
Yes, so with digital prints, you always want to make sure you're using a really nice, sharp, fresh needle. And my preference is a Microtex size 70. Because you want it to pierce the fabric really cleanly. So I've got 2, 4, 6, 7, and here's my last one, number 8. Now, when you're making this quilt at home, what you want to do is, obviously, you're going to get more than 8. I mean, I could probably get 1 or 2 more, but if you're using the full width of the fabric, you're probably going to get 12 chunks,
Okay.
but you need them. So keep cutting, cut all the chunks.
you get to the very
You
end,
need,
right.
yeah, you need 8 per block. But because every block is the same, you're just making them all in one go. That's the beauty of this version, because it just uses 1 block, 8 fabrics. Now, if you're doing scrappy, then you still want each block to be consistent. So you're going to do a strip set that you can cut 8 chunks from. Right, so let's do a little bit of magic now. So I'm going to move the board out of the way. I'm done with that. And I've got all of my 8 fabrics. And I'm going to keep them all just in the same order at the... Now, this is where the seam ripper comes into its own. Now, I packed my gorgeous seam ripper in my car this morning. I can't find it.
Would you
so
like
I
to
need
use
your
my early bird
cue.
one?
I need your gorgeous seam ripper. No, I particularly like that it's all in German.
Yeah, I can't
Fortunately,
read it.
I know how to use a seam ripper.
It's a Profi Nahtrenner mit Fattenzieher.
Is it?
Yeah,
Is it?
it's a
guessed
Profi
that.
Nahtrenner.
Do you know, I can't count the number of times I say that, and
Yeah.
it's almost on a daily basis.
Yeah, but I just love the title of it.
Yeah.
Profi Nahtrenner mit Fattenzieher.
Combi cut.
Right.
Combi cut.
Watch carefully now. Right, so I've laid them all out in front of me, and I've got my seam ripper, and I'm going to unpick the top seam on the first. So I'm just cutting through about every fourth stitch. Okay, just use your normal stitch length when you're sewing these. I use a stitch length of about 2. Okay, so undo that seam, and now look, I've got a gorgeous rainbow red to pink, and I'm going to lay that down. So I've done the first one. Now I've done the first seam. I'm now going to undo the second seam. Now, if you ever get confused, look at the last one that you unpicked. Look at the top seam, and whatever the top seam is, that's one to unpick. So between red and orange, red and orange, that's the seam.
So when you do this, you always have to, I guess, use an even number of prints.
No, you could do this with 7 prints, and you would do 7 rows.
Okay.
So it would be, yeah, you could do that. You can do it with 3.
This is such an amazing technique because I've
Fun, isn't it?
I've only ever thought of using a seam ripper when you go wrong, but this is
Yeah.
actually a really
I've
positive
seen it.
use
I've
of
never
seam
done it.
ripper.
I've only ever seen
No,
it, but I
this
haven't
is
clever.
the essential tool. So now, because I've undone that
Bargello.
second seam,
Isn't that clever?
I now start with the orange yellow, not red orange. The red's now jumped to the bottom. It's like a magic trick, and I'll lay that down. And already you can start to see the
Yes.
diagonal lines of colour. So I've 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Remember, if you're confused, look at the last seam on your strip. It's between orange and yellow. Between orange and yellow, it's this seam here. So this is easy sewing. This is easy magic. So just unpick about every 4th stitch. Just cut through. You can, of course, use these seam rippers as a quick unpick where you slide the seam ripper along. But I'm not going to do that with these because they're short runs, and I just think it's a little bit, you want to be a little bit more precise here. Right, so I've done that. So now yellow at the top. And if you switch it around and it doesn't look right, look, I've got 2 of the same colour at the top, doesn't look right, it's not right, just turn it around. And if you do go wrong at all you've got to do is join it back into a circle and have another bash.
Or just
So,
chuck it under your desk.
I'm not going to keep counting
Go and watch
these.
Home and Away.
There you go. Have you done that? I'm just going to look between yellow and green, So it's this seam here. And that little tip really comes into its own once you've gone past the halfway point, because suddenly your strips need to be flipped. I'll show you. So unpicking all the way down. There we go. Right, so there's my next row. So now, 1, 2, 3, 4, this is the 5th. And if I just open this or turn this around now so that you can see, it's between the light green and the dark green, between the light and the dark. So it's this seam here. So I just keep reiterating this because it's the only bit where you might scratch your head and say, oh, I've got out of sync. Which one do I do next? And I want to give you the tool. It's in the pattern as well. I want to give you the tool to get you out of that little bit of confusion. I've actually gone against what I say in the pattern, which is to use a thread that you can see. Because I'm an idiot. Well, it was the first thread I got hold of this morning. It doesn't matter though. Look, it's easy enough. So I'm just going to pull that out.
I guess because it's quite short seams.
Yeah,
If you were undoing a long seam, it would take a lot longer. But
oh yeah, no, it's really quick and easy. But you just want to be able to see the seam. See, it's much easier there. These were the ones I sewed at home, and I remembered to use a thread that I could see clearly. And it just makes the act of unpicking a lot easier because you can see what you're doing. This is riveting television, isn't it?
It's, it's lovely, actually.
It's quite mesmerising. I'm
Yeah,
thinking,
it's quite nice.
yeah, just to sit and watch you do it for
Is this
ages.
what they call watching a man unpick it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Positive.
I love watching Charlie
Unpicking.
do the gardening. I just sit and think, oh, you've missed a bit, Charlie.
You've missed a bit. Sarah says, morning team, I love this quilt and I can't wait to start it. Stuart, this was the way I was taught to do Bargello quilts. Love it. Hug Sarah.
Oh, Sarah,
It
bless
is really,
you.
it's such a clever idea. I love the concept of it, especially when you use like narrow strips and wide strips.
And there was me thinking you'd cut every square.
Did you, Paula?
I did,
Did you
yeah.
really? Yeah, no.
I did think maybe you'd done strips, but not in this tube magic.
Yeah.
It's very clever.
I mean, I originate this technique, but one of the very first quilt patterns I ever wrote for a magazine was called Quicker by Tube. And it was a little play on words, Quicker by Tube. And I might do it actually as a pattern for the channel
Yeah, you
one
should
day.
do.
Because it's a really, really lovely technique and it's a lovely finished quilt as well. I think actually that was my first ever YouTube video.
It is, no, it's really clever. And I wonder, because I've not done it, I've seen it so many times only on Sewing Street and Sewing Quarter, but that's why I wondered whether it had to be even, because when you fold that tube in half,
Yeah.
if you didn't have an even number of strips, you'd have a fold, wouldn't you, in a seam?
Yeah.
And does that matter? Have you ever done it with that?
Oh yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
But I think
it
you'd still be able to
doesn't
unpick.
matter.
Okay.
wouldn't
It
you?
doesn't matter, as long as you fold it, neatly and
properly.
accurately. Oh, that's a really good point. But look, there we go. So I've unpicked all of the... See, your cushion would have been quicker, wouldn't it, Paula?
Yeah, if only you'd known.
Had you known? There you go. So I've unpicked them all. And now literally my job is simply to sew those 8 strips together. And I'm going to do that while you chat about binding. But just to explain, I'm literally just going to work from one end and fold. And the seams will nest because I've flipped them in alternate directions. Oh, now just one quick point. When you've done this... And I explain this in the pattern, I call it going to the back of the line. We're doing that when you were at school in the playground, if you were naughty and you were tall.
back to the back
You
of the
were,
line.
weren't you, Bexreed?
I
That
usually
you
wasn't
were-
even in the line, I was facing the wall.
Exactly. I can just imagine you with muddy knees and scuffed shoes.
Yeah.
And things
I
in your
spent my whole
pockets.
school life on my own because I wasn't, well, no, in class, I wasn't allowed to sit next to anyone else.
Oh, because you talk so much.
Yeah, just sat on my own.
Chatterbox.
Well, I remember those days where if you were talking in the line, it was like, Stuart, back of the line.
Back of the line.
Back of the line. Oh, and there was no worse punishment because it was such a thing, wasn't it? To be the first one to go into school.
It's a big deal when my son comes home and he says, I was the line leader today.
The
Oh.
line
Line
leader.
leader.
Not back of the line.
Yeah.
So I worked through a little bit of trauma as I wrote this pattern. So if you don't like the layout and you think, oh, I don't want the pink going through the middle, all you do is you take the first person, the line leader, and send them to the back of the line. Now the red
I think you
goes...
should just do it on principle.
Yeah, just on... And now I say, you're talking too. Go to the back of the line. And now the orange is going through. Get to the back of the line.
So if I
Now
wanted the green to
yellow
the centre,
is going. Green to the centre.
Yeah.
So you just keep going. Now the green goes through the centre. And if you want the dark green through the centre, just go to the back
no,
of
I'd
the
like
line.
the blue, actually.
Are you going to keep going there?
No, I think the blue,
The blue? That's
Yeah,
fine.
that's
I can do
stop.
that.
Does that make you happy?
I don't know why, I think that blue works in the centre.
You see, Tula Pink did a very good video post about rainbows and ordering your fabric because she said, and this was like, yep, absolutely. If you work with a traditional red, orange, yellow
Yeah.
colourway, if you were going across a quilt and say you were going from red, orange, yellow, it means that in the middle of your quilt, the focal point will be the yellows and the greens. Now, if that's not your jam and you don't like you don't want to focus
Yeah.
on the yellows and the greens, you need to start your rainbow in a different place, not with red. Start it
Right.
with yellow.
Shelley says, this is so beautiful. It'd be my first quilt and I can't wait to do it.
That sounds great.
It is brilliant.
Can't wait to see it.
That's brilliant news.
And another one. Good morning, Stuart and ladies. What a beautiful selection of fabrics, such lovely colours. Great instructions too, Stuart. Morning from Welsh Mary.
Oh, thanks, Welsh Mary. I know her well. She's fabulous.
So what you're saying is if you want the blues, then do this
Yeah.
have blue going through the
Yeah,
centre. See, I
you
think
don't have to sew them together in that that order, blue first. Sew them together in normal rainbow order and then
Yeah.
just shuffle.
I think the blue works nicely in the middle.
Yeah.
My favourite.
So if you did every single block the same, like that, and then set them together, you could do this, or you could do the layout that I've shown you in the pattern as well. But if you wanted, you could make every block still go through rainbow order, but starting with a
Wow.
different
Leader.
fabric.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
And
you
then what
just-
would it look like though?
Well, it would look more, it would still be rainbows, but you would see more block by block. They
Okay.
wouldn't join up in this way.
Right.
You
So
could have the focus being red, then orange, then
would,
you know
you
you could
could.
literally have the middle one.
But more
Nice.
like a blocks
Yeah.
rather than a whole thing.
But you
Yeah.
would still get that sense, you would get more of a sense of movement across the quilt. It's a very strong, you've got that diagonal. But like I say, you could sew these together so you had almost like a kiss or a cross where 4 blocks come together, or a hug where the 4 blocks go
Yeah.
around the
Yeah,
outside.
just play around with the blocks.
Yeah, it's a really fun one to play with.
Nice.
Anyway, I'll do a bit of
Fabulous. You
sewing.
do that. Let me talk about binding. So, Stuart chose this black and white stripe binding. Now, this is something that you see a lot on Tula. She does this a lot on her quilts.
Yeah.
And it works so well because obviously her fabrics are so bright and bold and beautiful. How much will we need for this?
I'm going to recommend you get a metre.
Okay, and then you've got more than enough.
I'd recommend you get a metre, and that'll be plenty. You need just over half a metre.
Right.
But you might match the stripes as you're going. But also as well, this is fantastic for binding pocket tops if you're going to make bags.
It is, I mean, it does look lovely and it works horizontally and vertically. I mean, obviously, you use it on the quilt, it's better if it's going, well, the stripes are going upwards.
Yeah.
But if you, let me put it like this, if you were binding, the top.
Gosh, it makes such a lovely striking contrast.
Well,
doesn't
it's
it?
just like, if you're, particularly when you're doing lots of colours, what colour do you choose? It looks lovely when you put pin inside it. So if you were doing like a cushion, it'd be gorgeous. It's, it's a fabulous basic fabric to have in your collection. So when you want to bind something or put straps on, and as I say, it looks beautiful vertical, but it also really well horizontal.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bex, I honestly think that everyone who's buying this should be buying themselves at least 2 or 3 metres because I've never seen that fabric on air before. I asked for it specially. I've wanted it many times. This is the first time we've had it on air. So if you can stock up today, stock
It's
up.
lovely for a lining as well. So if you're making like a little, a wash bag or a zip case or
That
something,
would be stunning, wouldn't it?
it's just a really nice lining.
Yeah, really nice.
But as just a little binding on the, but do it like this so that they're vertical,
yeah, it'd be
because
lovely.
it just looks nicer, doesn't it?
Yeah, and also then less chance of it looking. When it's the other way round, you can
You
very
wouldn't get-
easily
yes.
see if there's a slight.
But if you were doing straps,
Yeah.
something you might want a horizontal, and also with your fabrics, because the common element in them is that it's the black outlining, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's from my original fine liner pen I'm drawing with.
So it absolutely works, doesn't it? It's Licorice All Sorts. We
What a
should
great name.
rename it.
Oh no, it's not. It should be called that.
It should be called Licorice
It should
All
be.
Sorts.
Yes.
We have absolutely loads of you've got this in baskets. It's a great fabric. It's a Rose and Hubble cotton poplin, so you know it's great quality. Quilting weight fabric. It's your normal 44-inch width, so you know it's a lovely quality. But it is so versatile.
And it's still 100% cotton, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I
And what's
used to
great,
think-
because it's the poplin, it's got a much higher thread count. Got
I always
absolutely
thought
loads.
poplin
of you.
meant it had got polyester in, but it doesn't mean that at all.
No, it doesn't. No.
No.
It just means it's got a higher thread count, so it's got a nice. So it's a little bit stiffer, which makes it nicer
Yeah, it does
for
feel
binding.
thick in a good way.
Right, over 80 of you got it in baskets, and loads are buying more than one unit. Remember, if you put more than one unit in your basket, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. So if you're making yourself a Licorice All Sort fancy dress costume, you need 5 metres.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Well booked day today. It's all costumes today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Is it well booked day today?
It is. Absolutely.
I didn't know it was today. We're doing it tomorrow. Are we? Fabulous. Right, for this quilt, get a metre. You need just over a metre, so get 2 units, and it will be sent as a whole cut piece. But you will use the rest of it. because when you're thinking, look at a lot of the Tula quilts, she does it, and it's just that little detail.
Yeah.
I like it on the edge of, like, when you see zip cases and then they have it on the edge of that.
gorgeous.
Yeah, really beautiful.
Or those zip pockets where you have vinyl.
Yeah. It's
They
just that
bind the zip
added
with it.
detail, isn't it?
It's gorgeous. Backing fabrics next. So we have chosen, well, Stuart has chosen,
Oh, I'll show you.
some backing fabrics that work well. Now these,
at that.
Lovely.
unfortunately, Paul hasn't done backing fabric extra wide, but give it time. But this actually complements your fabrics really well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful. The colours are so vibrant.
Look at that.
It actually has got the rainbows in.
It's
So,
amazing.
yeah.
Like, just to show you how wide it is, and because I have a helper
to
here
help
for
you?
once, I don't have to stretch my arms out. It's 108 inches, which is 274 centimetres. Will you need 1.5 meters, Stuart?
So this quilt is 60 inches square. So
150,
uh,
32 metres.
you would 60 well, half a metre is 20 inches. Yeah, 1.5 meters would be just a bit skinny.
Yeah.
So 2, but then you could use, you could actually make a couple of really lovely quilted cushions. Just use the backing fabric as the front.
And make a bag to put your quilts
Yeah,
in, because
yeah.
you have absolutely loads. It's beautiful. It's only £12.99, which is a great price for extra wide fabric, but isn't it gorgeous? Use
beautiful.
it for dressmaking.
That would make a fabulous dress.
Amazing, wouldn't it? And if you didn't want it like super bright, you could do something like make a dress with the bodice in navy and have this as the skirt or the other way round.
Yeah.
It would just look gorgeous. Or squillions of bunting.
It's interesting because I wouldn't, just the beauty, isn't it, of how quilt making, everyone makes them different. I wouldn't have necessarily chosen this fabric as a back, but it works perfectly. I think it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Like seeing it, you're like, yeah, of course.
Of
that's
course.
A great choice.
Yeah.
It looks lovely.
Do you know, I think we have probably the best range of extra wide backing fabric.
Oh, it's fabulous, isn't it? You never need to go anywhere else.
No.
Because we have, in
And
fact,
it really
we've got-
is wide.
And we've got an extra wide backing hour coming up at 12 o'clock, which is great. I need to use my extra wide. And it makes it so economical. Well, it makes it easier to back quilts, but much more economical. A lot of our customers who make to sell or make for charity,
Yes.
they buy it for bags and sorts.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right, stock update. The fat quarters are sold out. Can't have them.
Oh,
Mega bundle is sold out. So we will go through what we have by the half metre. Hold your breath. We know that yellow, blue and orange have sold out because I put them to one side earlier.
I think purple had 5 at last count. I don't know how much is left of purple now.
So those have sold out. So
Right.
remove those. It's been so popular. Well, I'm not
Oh,
surprised.
well, I'm pleased that people love it. I hope they
Red.
get inspired.
Red is about to sell out. We have 1 metre. 1 metre
I'll have
left
it.
of red. Quick!
I want it.
Right, let's go pink. We've got 5 metres left of pink.
I was just going to say.
We're basically on single figures of all of these. We should have bought more. More. You need to come back with more.
Repeat.
Yes.
Trying to see if there was
We
the
need
one.
to come back. We need more. It's single figures on that one. Purple.
How much left?
2
2 metres.
That one. Very low in stock. Do while you can. If you've already bought yourself some of the black and white fabrics, treat yourself to a sneaky half metre this.
I always think that the on screen the colours always really stand out as vibrant, but it's true, isn't it, that in the real life they are also really
Yeah, no, they
punchy.
are
They're
really
as
vibrant.
colourful as the screen
They
is
are.
showing.
There's nothing
really
muted about
vibrant.
them at all. They're just gorgeous. Right, I'll do the lighter green, or the limeier green first. Very nice as a complementary to one of the others. So maybe you've already bought the blue or the orange. You know, maybe if you've already bought the orange, you'll need the green to go with it.
Yeah, and I think actually also because it's this overall flowing, if you did want to do a cushion, you could even do the on the front and then do the or do
of
flowers on the
course.
front and foliage on the back, or you could use this as a lining, as you say.
So although it's green because it's the foliage, it really is a complementary print to the others,
Absolutely,
isn't it?
yeah.
Wow. Right, the other green, so the darker green, the one with the larger print.
Yeah, the sort of bouquet on it.
Do you know, I think that would work
Spray.
really well at Christmas.
Yeah, it would
It's
be
not
quite nice
Christmas,
actually.
is it?
It's not.
But it's
You're
very,
right.
it's very sort of winter foliage.
Yeah.
I know it's not, but it,
No, but with the sort of softer sort of flowers, yeah,
Yeah.
I can see what you mean there.
it would look
nice
beautiful.
actually.
If you didn't want to have sort of a traditional Christmas, because it's got like almost the white Christmas
yeah,
roses.
you could make a top in that and have, you know, early December.
Yes,
you know.
so without it being overtly
Yeah.
Christmas, it's tasteful Christmas.
It's
isn't it?
festive.
For winter.
Yeah.
Amazing, gorgeous. Right, then we've got the two multis. Right, we'll start with the white.
Where's the white gone?
What have I done with that one?
It's there. Oh no, that's a fact.
No, it's on
there
the
it
front
is.
of the desk. It's always
So
good
much
that Hannah
colour.
can see what I'm doing.
Right.
Hannah was pointing. I can't see you, Hannah. That's useless. Very low on that one. Very, very single figures of that one.
Very, very single figures.
Very, very. Well, high single figures, low single figures. Very, very is very low.
For me, I like, on this one, I like the fact that you've got the mix of the larger florals, but you've also got a little pocket.
Yes, you've got this carpet.
It reminds me of a wildflower meadow, like literally, you know, in sort of spring, summer, when you've just got all these
Like where
different.
you bought a packet of
imagine like a
seeds,
yeah, exactly. and
just
Imagine
chuck them.
a little buzzy bee coming along through these, or a butterfly, you know.
Yeah, no, it does look like, because you've got this carpet of tiny ones with all the big florals on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, that one's about to go. And then we'll do the other, the navy floral.
And again, similar vibes, but I really love this against the navy
Yes, it just
with the sort of
isn't it?
soft pinks and lilacs.
I think they work really well together as well.
Yeah, I'd like the
Yeah,
the white and
they
the
work.
navy together.
Beautifully together. Right, finally, the rainbow bundle. So this is the plain fabrics, our Rose and Hubble fabrics, that have been chosen to go with this. So if you've already fabric and you want it to go a bit further, maybe you've got Stuart's instructions and you think, well, actually, I love that, but I want to make it even bigger. And if you've got some of these fabrics, they will go together with it. Now, we've taken some money off this one, so it's $29.99. And I'm just going to show you the email. There we go. So you've got red, purple, yellow, orange, black, green, blue, turquoise, that teal? Turquoise, blue and pink.
It's out of rainbow order again, Stuart.
Yeah.
Making
It's
your eyes
really
twitch.
not in
I know it's a
order.
little. The black's there if you want to use that for your binding.
Yes,
Or
I
you could
think-
put it in the quilt. That would be bold.
It would actually, it would.
Yeah, imagine black and white squares dotted
Yeah.
throughout that.
Be
Yeah.
really
Gorgeous.
fun.
$29.99 for that, and that is discounted as well.
Amazing price.
Should be $35.91. Right, back to
wanted
you.
to show you
And
really
back to
quickly.
you, Stu.
So I did exactly the same with my strips that I'd cut as I did with my original strips. I sewed the individual strips into pairs, and then I sewed the pairs into fours, and then look here, I've got two halves. Now, even at this stage, you can swap them around and change the emphasis.
Wow.
Through the centre. As you're joining them, if you change your mind, you can,
What if you do it the other way?
like that way.
Ooh.
I mean, sort of, yeah, I'm getting it. I'm getting
Yeah,
it.
why not? Why not?
The other thing as well is, if you made blocks like this and then put them together, you end up with another very traditional pattern, which is trip around the world.
Yeah.
So this is also
So
something
you could
worth-
just do it like that, just join them in, so that you can really, even if you ended up joining them together in the
play
same
with your
wood,
blocks. For goodness sake,
you
play
could
with
put
your
them
blocks.
side by side. couldn't
Yeah,
you?
there's so many ways you can
goodness,
use
all
this.
the variety.
It's such a fun technique. Now, Paula, I'm going to give you this block because I feel like you should have a pair of
Aw.
cushions.
Yes.
So what order do you want them? You can either have them with this, or you can have them with this. Don't say something else.
I think that way.
That way?
Yeah.
Fine. I'll sew these together then, and you can take the block.
Yeah,
But
that gives a really nice, strong river, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it
through
looks the
middle?
blue through the centre.
Strong river, I like.
And actually, the cushion I've made's got more of the pink and the
Yes.
red. So a bit of nice sort of contrast.
It'll be lovely. through the
Yeah,
centre. And
it'd be
luckily, you've got loads
lovely.
of this fabric, so you can use one of them to fabric.
Yeah, absolutely.
And look at the star. Let me just show you. I've just got to show you the star. Look, that Paula made using them all.
Yeah, I thought it was a really nice idea to have the
I think
all
that's
the 10 prints.
fabulous. Works really well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Some people do a rainbow Christmas tree, don't they? Can you imagine doing pieced baubles fabric
yes.
baubles in all of the colours on a Christmas tree and star on the top.
Oh, it'll be amazing. And if you get started now, you'll be done by December as well.
And then a tree skirt that's all bound in black and white stripes.
Oh, it'll be so
Absolutely.
fun.
Do it, do it.
And send us photos. Right, instructions on their own. Now we've been inspired and we've thought of many, many different ways of joining them together. $9.99 for the stepping out quote instructions, and obviously the method uses the same. It's just the layout, and then you can change the whole look of it. So you can make many different quilts with one set of instructions there.
Just don't forget, I used the bigger strip set and the bigger, So
Yes.
you cut the strips bigger, and then when you cut your tube down, you use the same measurement. Don't forget, first time I did it, I cut the bigger strips, and then when I cut them down, I cut them the smaller size, so I ended up with rectangles.
Fabulous.
It was fun, but it was a rectangular block.
Yeah, it didn't
It's
work.
not what you wanted.
But you could do, it's a different block for a different day.
So $9.99 for the instructions. We won't be getting any more of the bundle today. We might in the future, but I don't know, because we've sold out of nearly all of the fabrics. We're on single, most of them are sold out. Some of them are on single figures. Quarters have gone. Don't forget the black and white binding, because it's about to go. But don't forget that. Oh, and there we go.
Ah, thank you very much.
Very
hot
welcome.
off the press. It's
Yeah,
nothing
hot off the
warm.
press.
Well, it is,
Still warm.
it is hot off the press. It's like a warm crumble.
Also, Steve,
Is that me?
Yeah, that's
I'm
you
like
as
a big,
well.
warm, buttery crumpet.
Crumpet.
do you know, I would absolutely love to make, you can do quilted jacket.
Oh,
I would love to make,
it,
oh my
do it.
goodness, can you imagine?
asked you if you could have
Love
his
it.
quilt, and then just cut it into a jacket.
Yeah, I could just cut your quilt
You
up,
said
couldn't I,
Joan
Stuart?
could have it.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, good point. Sorry, Joan. Yeah,
Change
of course.
allegiance very quickly,
Joan,
don't you?
cut it into a jacket. It would look fabulous.
Joan's made a few fabulous quilted jackets, actually.
I met Joan in the toilets there.
Oh, did you?
Yes. She's...
Some of the
Joan
best
is
conversations
amazing.
happened
It
there.
was quite a long queue,
Yeah.
because it always is, isn't
Yeah.
it? And then she said to me,
Not
"Oh,
for the
you
men's.
Rebecca?" And she said, "I'm Joan." I went, there we
Deputy
go. And it was quite a
Joan.
long queue, so we had a lovely chat.
Yeah.
Don't forget the threads as well, the Aurifil threads, because these are on single. Single is the word of the day. Sold out or single, or both. Sold out and single.
That sounds like my autobiography.
Yeah, it's a new dating app.
For sewists.
So it's,
Yeah. Gifters only.
that is the word of the day. Right, thank you very much, Stuart. We'll see you back here at
10:30.
10:30. What? So Tim 30.
At Tim30.
At Tim30.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Vintage red.
Yeah.
Just gorgeous. So
We
easy to
haven't
make.
got many of the kits though. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I'm worried about that too.
So do shop ahead, because kits are on the website. If you go onto Sewing Street Watch Live, click on there. I would shop ahead because we haven't got that many. Vintage red quilt. Thank you, Paula, for coming in. It's
No, it's been
gorgeous. We need to
lovely.
have you back.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd love
Brilliant.
to.
Right, well, we'll have a word, see if we can get more of the fabric back, and then we'll have you back. It's been an absolute pleasure seeing how you design and how that all comes into this. And
Yeah.
Thank you, all of you, as well, for subbing Paula, because it's brilliant. And can't wait for you to all get it home. Please send us pictures, because Paula would love to see what you
Yeah,
made.
I'd love to see. And come from me on, if you're on social media, I'd love to sort of
Crafty
see
Lass.
the crafty lass.
Send
love
Paula
to see
pictures.
that. Be great.
Really nice. Anyway, see you back here in a few minutes' time when we're going to do lots of quilting tools. I've got a brilliant sewing machine needle bundle for you. So I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show? or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send it to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is Inspire the Crafter in You. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here. Hobbymaker, fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m. Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much more. Search Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, look at this, look at this. Remember I said in the last hour, this is for the Tim 30 hour with Stuart. You need to get ahead and buy. I mean, I could give it a little stroke. All of this creamy fabric, that's all printed with red and black. It's like a ledger, like bills. I mean, it's gorgeous, isn't it? I like that. I could quite actually have that as the backdrop in my house. Need to hang it on the wall somewhere. Anyway, this hour is all about really essential quilting tools. Things that you really need that will make your quilting easier and more professional. And I'm going to start off with this little bundle. Now, this is something that Hannah's put together. I saw this earlier and thought, yes, I definitely want this. So what you've got, this is the ultimate quilting sewing machine needle bundle. Now, what we've got to start with, we've got 10 universals. Now, the universal needle obviously can be used for, it can be used for fabrics as well as stretch fabrics, because it's a sharp but with a little bit of a ball point. It's sort of halfway between, and it's the needle that gets supplied with your machine. You can use it for both, and it goes from 70s, you've got some 70s, 80s, 90s, 100s. The needle number, the higher the number, the thicker the needle. So if you're using like a jeans canvas needle fabric, go for 100. If you're using a quilting weight cotton or a lawn or that kind of thing, go for a 70. So that's brilliant. Then you've got Microtex. These are my favourite needles. I use these unless I'm doing something very specialist. They're very sharp, so they go through the fabric. They're brilliant for quilting because they will pierce the layers better. You can also use them because they're so sharp for finer fabrics as well. so you can use them for lawns. The other name for them, if you see them in other brands, they often get called Sharps rather than Microtex, but I think they are brilliant. My favourite needles. And they are 60s, 70s and an 80 as well. But obviously, it's up to you which one you use. I can't prescript, but this is my go-to needle just because it is super sharp. Then we have quilting needles. Quilting needles are great because A, they're really sharp, and B, they're really strong. So they have a much stronger shaft than, say, a Microtex needle, but they're just as sharp. So when you're going through all the layers, sometimes when you're quilting quite fast and I've done it, you hit a seam where you've pieced and then your needle breaks. If you put a quilting needle in, I can't guarantee that won't happen, but it won't happen as often because of the strength of the shaft. So for quilting, I would get the pack. Do your piecing with your Microtex. And if you've got the quilt, and obviously you can quilt with Microtex, you can quilt with Universal, but if you've got the pack, swap your needle over because the strength of the needle and the sharpness of the point are ideal for going through the waddings. So that is your ultimate Patchwork Essentials bundle for less than £12. It's an absolute bargain, isn't it? Yeah, so we do a smaller one, but this is a bigger one. So, I mean, this one does say it's for top stitching work, such as quilting and patchwork. So I think what they mean is that with quilting, obviously, you are top stitching because you're stitching on top. But they are, I think, because the shaft is much stronger, they're really good for top stitching as well. So they'd be good for all things. So you're getting 20 different needles for less than £12. I like the fact that they come in different sizes because then you can then choose the size. I think it's always nice to have a multi-pack. You'll find in time that there is a needle and there is a size that you probably use 90% of the time. Now, we've only had this bundle on once before and it's sold, just sold. In lids, sold out 4 minutes. So we have doubled the stock today, but it's absolutely flying out. It just, well, with the universal needles, there is, if you then want to stitch on other fabrics, you can. I mean, I would always recommend if you are sewing on a very stretchy lycra type fabric, please use a stretch needle, but the universal ones will work on them. So you have got your go-to. But if you're doing quilting weight fabric, maybe you're quilting with something else. Maybe it's a thicker fabric. You want the universal needle. Have a go at the Microtex. And the good thing about having the different sizes, I tend to use a 7 for quilting weight cotton, but some cottons are slightly thicker than others, depends on the weight. So you might want to use a slightly thicker needle. Remember, the higher the number, the thicker the needle. Interestingly, with hand sewn needles, it's the other way around, just to confuse you. Just to confuse you. Don't worry. Now, the other thing about this brand, so when a while ago, it's a couple of years ago actually, I think, we started selling Schmetz, and Barry was looking into it, Barry the buyer, and I said, yeah, let's get Schmetz because they are brilliant needles. Now, a lot of the sewing machine manufacturers like Elna and Juki, they have their own needs, but they also recommend Schmetz. And some of the sewing machine manufacturers, your guarantee isn't covered unless you use one of these branded needles. So all of them recommend Schmetz. So that's why I love them. So then I persuaded Barry, let's just get them all in. Because he said, well, which needles should we get? Let's all of them. All of them. Which means that we have the buying power because we buy direct from Schmetz. We can buy all of them, but we also can get them in for a great cost. And when we sold a bundle the first time, it's taken ages and ages to get it back into stock. It's January. And we do have to wait because we buy them directly from Schmetz, so we have to make sure that we buy enough. So it has taken a while. We can't just restock them week in, week. We have to wait till we get enough because in order to get them at a great price for you, we have to buy in the quantity. But it is great that we can buy this action, which is why we can also, wow, over half the stock, which is why we've been able to buy the boxes of 100 because once we have that relationship with the companies, it means we can buy and we can then bundle them together for you as well. You'll also discover which one that you like. You'll say, oh, well, actually, I hadn't realised how great it's quilting. Because how many people have quilting needles? But if you've got the pack, when you do your quilting, swap the needle around. and use them, and it does make a difference. And you always find, don't you, I even find my machine makes a funny noise when it needs a new needle. Well, as it's stitching, it's sort of slightly clunky, and then it's a bit like your rotary cutter blade. When you change your needle, it sort of purrs a bit more. I don't know, maybe it just goes through better. Stock is flying out of these. January, we sold out of them. It's only £11.97, and that's all the needles. That is your sort of ultimate patchwork and quilting machine needle bundle. But have a go. Have a go. See what you think anyway. Loads and loads if you got this in your basket, so do carry on checking out for those. Oh, Wendy's asking about Aurifil. Oh, right, so... Oh, this is the question. Hi, Rebecca. I've been given some Aurifil thread, but it's on a grey bobbin and is a thicker thread. Oh, okay, so it must be like a 30 or 40. What size needle would you use, please? Wendy, what I would say is go to the Aurifil website. Under each weight on there, they specify the needle size that they recommend, because with fabric, with thread weights, although maybe even with their size 50 weight thread, it feels and looks, because of its Egyptian long staple cotton, it feels slightly than other 50 weight threads. So if I was you, I'd go onto the Aurifil website and they will recommend, they'll tell you, because I don't know exactly which one you've got. So for example, for a 50 weight thread, they recommend that you use a Microtex, funnily enough, 80, or the old numbers, 12. Universal or quilting. Oh, so they suggest, Aurifil, that you use Microtex, universal or quilting, size 80, but depending on what job you're doing. So with a 50, I recommend an 80. But when I use the 50 thread, I use a 70. So it honestly, you know, to be honest, there's not a massive difference between the two. I just find the 70 is finer and it leaves a smaller hole. So it's up to you. Oh, Becky, sorry, making my coffee. What do I use the Microtex for? I love the predictive text. Microbes, I don't know what they're used for. Love that. Microtex. Well, it's used for, it's a very sharp needle. I use it for all of my patchwork because it works well on quilting weight cotton. Very, very sharp point. But also if you're using finer fabrics like lawn, so if you're using like the Liberty Tana lawn, it's brilliant for that because it's a very, very sharp needle. Do you know what? You can also use it. It's also ideal for PU. So anything that's like a synthetic vinyl, like a PU or a faux leather or something, Microtex are really good for that. Never use a leather needle on a faux leather because it will rip it. But Microtex, if it's something that's very sharp, that you need a woven fabric where you want to be piercing the threads, ideal. Do not put it anywhere near a stretched fabric. You'll get ladders. So if you're making a lycra swimsuit, do not use a Microtex needle. But it's my go-to. Microtex 70, that's what I use for all my patchwork and quilting. Over half of the stock is gone. I think it's great that we've popped the quilting ones in here because I'm sure lots of us don't change our needle for quilting. And when you are quilting at speed, if you find, maybe you've set you quilt at like a size 3 or a 3.5 length thread, length stitch, sometimes it skips a bit, and if you use the right, it's less, I can't guarantee it won't, but it's less likely to because it depends how fast you're going. But it's also, when it hits those piece seams at an angle, it's less likely to break as well. Loads of you have checked out on that one. I'll let you know how stock is going, but it's a lovely little package to own. Right, now, as I said, we obviously have the power to buy needles in quantity. And this was one thing that I specifically asked Barry to get in. I said, it really annoys me. There's one size needle I like, but when I break them, I have to keep buying a packet of mixed needles. So I asked him to get in universal size 70 and Microtex size 70. But those are the ones we all use. So this is a box of 100. Now the price of this, £39.99. That means that each needle is 39 pence. If you buy in packets, they can cost about 50 pence a needle. It all depends on which size you've got and type, but about 50 pence. So although you're £39.99 for a tiny little box, you are saving yourself loads. and it just slides open. What I like about mine is it fits very neatly in the little drawer in front of my sewing machine, so it's always to hand. It's got the little plastic bits so they don't fall out, and then you have a little paper. I'm going to be really sad when I get to the bottom of my box because I've always got loads of them. 100 needles, so this is universal size 7. So therefore the size of it means that it's ideal for cotton weight fabrics or even slightly lighter weights. Universal means it's sharp. It's not as sharp as a Microtex, but it's the needle that will be supplied with your machine, so you can use it on stretch and you can use it on woven. But $39.99, it is so annoying. It's like buy your rotary blades in packs of 10, buy your needles in packs of 100. And then you've always got them, haven't you? Because otherwise what you do is like me, before I had one of these, you use inferior quality machines in your needles in your machine, because that's what you've got left, some free packet you got with something, and they just don't work very well. It's guaranteed good quality, really good heritage. So buy yourself quality needles. They're not very expensive. When you think 39 pence each. And then they just slide back in the little box. Lovely. Well worth it. Right, let's do some Liberty. Look at that. Gorgeous. Loving our colours today. We had the lovely Anna Sanders on with for Liberty last week. Ooh, that was lovely, wasn't it, on Saturday? Beautiful. Had a whole hour, 2 hours she was on for, of gorgeous lawn. So these are the prints you will get. They're not random. They are 5-inch charms and they are all different. There are 20 of them. So I wouldn't go above a size 7 needle with lawn. 70 is fine. You can even go a bit lower. You can pop a 60 in if you've got it. I use a 70. I wouldn't go above that because you don't want to be piercing it too much. I mean, you can. Obviously, it's still going to sew it. It's not going to ladder it or anything. But it's just the right way to 70. But look at the colours in this. Absolutely beautiful, aren't they? All 100% cotton lawn. So this was brand new on Saturday on our birthday show. Isn't it beautiful? $17.99. And, and for that price, because you got 20, you can make yourself a little tote, can't you? Gorgeous. All you've got to do, lay them out, make yourself a little summer tote. You only need 9 for the front, just for a little one. You could even, if you didn't want to piece them, you could put them together onto a piece of cotton fabric to give it a little bit of weight, so a bit of cotton fabric. Lay them right next to each other, and then you could, if you use a decorative stitch on your machine, like, a nice, those sort of herringbone stitches, those big zigzags, like they do with Crazy Patchwork, you could then just stitch across the top to hold them in place. And that means your bag would be kind of lined all at the same time. There we go. And then you can just play with them. You can go, well, actually, I want a bolder colour there. So if you had 9 for the front and 9 for the back, you got 20. That's more than enough, isn't it? You've got 2 left over. You can have a little pocket on the inside. But it does look nice if you just place them on. And then, when you think on some machines, well, we've all got a zigzag, but if you've got some really nice decorative herringbones or blanket stitches, you could just stitch across the 2 and it will look lovely. $17.99. I mean, how pretty is that? And just play with them. Just go, oh, no, actually, I don't like that orange. Put that one in there. I'm going to swap that one for a yellow. Gorgeous pack, isn't it? So this was brand new for our birthday. These are all the colours as well. They're not random ones. You will get all of these colours in your pack, beautifully cut. And the great thing about this lawn is it doesn't fray. It doesn't fray. Because it's so finely woven, it's really good as well for a plique. So if you had some plain like calico and you wanted to plique someone's name on, you could just put Bondeweb on the back, draw the name on and cut it out. And with a lot of the designs that Anna bought with her, they were just top stitched on. They didn't need to be blanket stitched on because it doesn't fray, because it's so finely, it's got very high thread count, so it's less likely to fray, because the lower the thread count, the more likely it is to fray because the threads are looser. I think that's lovely. Lovely, lovely. Best press. Oh, I've got 2 bundles. What is in the bundle? Oh, okay, I got it right then. So we've got 2 bundles. So in one bundle, we have lavender and vanilla. That's my favourite flavour. And blossom. Save £5. Now, if you've used Best Press before, you will know what an amazing price this is, because we're dropping it now from £23.98 to £18.98. Wow, that's a good saving, isn't it? So they're all your sort of half a litre. Well, I think they have some really £4.99. I don't know what to do with the extra mil. Where's the other mil gone? Why do they just... I know, that's really funny, isn't it? 499 mils. And you obviously get the trigger action. Now, if you haven't used Best Press, honestly, get some. So one of my friends recently who does sewing, but is reasonably new to it, I bought her the ultimate pack of everything that you need that you might not have used. And in it, I popped a Best Press because it's fabulous. If you're sewing... any cotton fabric, spray it with Best Press first. Just needs a quick spritz and press it, and it gives it extra stiffness and weight, which means it makes cutting easier, pressing easier, particularly if you're cutting on the bias. So if you're cutting triangles, it stops it distorting out of shape. It washes out completely. The other great thing is it smells amazing. So this lavender one is gorgeous. So it makes the fabric smell really nice. It gives it a crispness. It gives it no Christmas. It gives it crispness. Also, it really helps to get creases. So you know when you buy fabric, in particular like fat quarters, where it comes folded and creased, if you Best Press it first, it makes a big difference. And Sue says, I'm a convert to Best Press. I love it. So do I, Sue. So do I. And then what I do afterwards is that I fill them with water, and then I use that as when I want to, instead of steam, I tend to use a spray of water. You can get the refills as well. So when you get a bottle of this, if you love it, then buy the refill next time. But the refills don't come with the spray thing, so do keep that. But I seem to have several bottles around. So rather than using steam, I find it affects the fabric less to spritz it, and it's a really good spritz spray. But also you can use it for your normal ironing. So if you're ironing a shirt, for example, and it's got a big crease down the sleeve, you know, sometimes when it's quite hard to get that crease down, if you give it a quick spray. So it's a synthetic starch, so it's used for what the old-fashioned starch was, but it doesn't flake, it doesn't leave residue, it washes out. It's designed for quilting with. And it makes it, when you've got your fabric and you've sprayed it and you just press it, give it a few seconds to soak in before you press it, not many. Then you've got all this beautiful crisp fabric that's just easier to sew with. So in this bundle, you'll get half a litre of lavender vanilla and half a litre of cherry blossom. It's quite a nice way of seeing the different scents to see what you think of it. I haven't used this actually. Oh, that smells nice. I like that one. I know what that one is. The next one is Linen Fresh and Citrus Grove. This one is John Scott's favourite, because I was telling him that the lavender's mine, and he said, oh, I can't smell it because I can't get the lid off. God, do you have that at home? The other day, I really wanted some Marmite the other day, and I don't know who'd been in my cupboards. I just couldn't. There was no chance I was going to get the lid off. Like, tighten them up. I had to have peanut butter instead. Very disappointed. And normally, if it's a metal cap, you can put it on the gas, can't you? And it expands, but you can't do that with plastic. If you can't get a metal lid off, I always sort of roll it round the gas flame so it expands the metal and then undo it. I was very careful. But you can't do that with Marmite lids. And you wouldn't be able to do that with this. You need somebody with a strong arm, I think. But that's his favourite one. Yeah. And then you get the Linen Fresh, which it smells of like your laundry that's out on the line. And then the other one is Citrus Grove. $18.98, save yourself a £5. So it's like buying these with free postage, isn't it? So I could say to you, free P&P, but I can't say that. But it is really, isn't it? In fact, you're saving more than your postage. Yeah. If you think of it, you have to think of it like that, don't you? Yeah, it's called. Yeah, I do that. So if you buy something really expensive, so if you buy a pair of jeans that's £100, it could be like 20 pence per wear, couldn't it? And then it's worth it. Right, that's the Best Press. Get yourself some if you haven't got some. Then great time to restock while we're covering your P&P for it. What should I do next? The pins, is it a bundle? Oh, they're bundled together with the sieving. Right, so we're getting 50 patchwork pins, 100 patchwork pins, and 50 quilting pins. So 150 patchwork pins and 50 quilting pins with £10 off. That's fabulous, isn't it? So I'm just making sure exactly the same. Yes, they are. They are. Yeah, do you know what? It's just the colour of them slightly different. So if you've never seen the magic pins, there are various aspects to them that make them brilliant. They have a little handle on them, like a grippy handle, so they're easy to put in and out of your fabric. You can also see them on the carpet better. They are very sharp, so they slide through the fabric better, so they're less likely to mark it. They come in a little plastic box, which is fab. They're heat, you can iron over them absolutely fine. So the patchwork pins are, I love this, 1 7/16 inches long, so about 1 inches, and half a mil thick. So the different pins are different lengths and widths depending on what you're using them for. If you've never used them, they are brilliant. I love the fact that we've got 150 of these in here, because these are the ones that you will probably use most of. I mean, obviously it depends what you're doing, but if you're, you know, general, I use these for general home sewing, good for patchwork as well. But they are your sort of your general use ones. They're called fine, but I find, and although these are the regular ones, the quilting ones, I think the patchwork fine ones are best for using with like cotton fabric. And obviously you need lots of pins, but because you can see them more easily, you can see them easier to get in and out of the fabric. They're quite good for marking things as well. You're less likely to sew over them because the little ends stick out. So you get 150 of those, and then you get 50 of the quilting pins. So these are slightly longer, yeah, because they're 48 mils, so 1 3/4 lengths. So these are slightly longer because obviously they're recommended for quilting, so you might need to get them through all the layers, and they are a little bit thicker, so they're going to be stronger. They have blue ends, so you choose which, nice and easy. Again, they've got the comfort grip handles, you can iron over them, and they come in the little box. So these are ideal for thicker fabrics, for going through several layers, so like with quilting. A lot of our guests use these as their standard pin. It really depends on what you're doing, as whether the sort of the patchwork one is your standard pin for everything. But it's nice to have both, because you know what it is with pins, sometimes you've got a finer fabric or you've got thicker, and if your pin keeps breaking or you can't get it through, you need to change. It's an investment, because it's a tool, isn't it? And I know obviously we lose pins, we have to keep buying new ones. You're much less likely to lose these anyway. But it's worth investing in decent equipment. And these are the queen of pins. Top tip as well. Oh, good morning. Oh, thank you, Marion. You can open inopenable lids by using a small piece of non-slip shine or a piece of silicone fabric. Thank you very much, Marion. I do not have either of those things. Oh, some people are saying run it under a hot tap. I haven't thought of that. Honestly, I like the gas flame and I roll it around and I have to get a tea towel to open it. Sometimes the contents start bubbling. Wonder who gave me that tip. That was a really good idea. Hot water, good idea. I don't have a shelf liner or a silicone fabric. I need to get some, because otherwise it's no Marmite for me. I was really disappointed as well. Really disappointed. The thing is, you know, I live with boys and men and they just tied up, don't they? Very, very annoying. But I need to get some silicone fabric for my Marmite jar, and I will try the hot water in future. Pins. Anyway, that's pins. Love the pins. Oh, quick. We've got back to the needle bundle. Quick update. The problem with the Marmite jar as well is I think the Marmite gets into the lid and then it sticks in. So should have washed the lid as well. I haven't got any flavoured. What flavoured Marmites are there? Truffle Marmite. I've never tried flavoured Marmites. I do have Marmite rice cakes and Marmite cashews. Oh, they're amazing. Actually, I have had peanut butter Marmite, or Marmite peanut butter. That's really good. I'm sure all of you who hate Marmite go, what are you on about? But I love it. Right, back to the sewing machine bundle, because we are getting a bit limited on this. We have got loads and loads. You've got this in baskets. Remember, in this pack, you are getting 10 universal needles in sizes 70, 80, 90 and 100. You are getting 5 Microtex in sizes 260s, 270s and a sneaky 80. So if you've got, because you don't often see the 60s, to be honest, if you've got the lawn, the cotton lawn, I'd have a little go at the 60 with that. 70's fine, but I bet 60's better. Obviously, going through too many layers with a 60, but ideal. And then the quilting needles, you've got 375s and 290s. So really, that all depends on the thickness of the fabric. You might be, maybe you're quilting something with quite a thick backing fabric, or you've got really thicker wad, use the 90, but normally the 75s will be fine. So this is brilliant, because this is a way of you getting the needles and trying them out. If you haven't got them, never try them, and you never know how great they are. Have a go with the quilting needles, even if you just like quilting a cushion cover or something. It's just, to be honest, anything that makes your sewing a bit neater and quicker without any extra effort from you is all good, in my opinion. And then don't forget, we've also got the pack of the Universal as well. 100 works out as 39.9. So, I mean, if you're getting the bundle, then get it as well, because if you use the universal needles, we all have our go-to needle. The size 70, so I asked them to buy it, is ideal for quilting, for working with quilting weight cotton. If you prefer a universal, then get that, because it's just saving money. At 3.99 pence, almost 4, per needle, it is going to be a lot cheaper. Have a look at what the cost of them are. It all depends on the size of the pack, to be honest, whether they are. But they're about 50, 55 pence. So you just think of what you're saving with that. I need to put my bit of paper back on top. And it will just fit in the little, you know, the tool holder or the little drawer that you have at the front of your machine. You can just pop it on there. 100. The multi-mats. We can. Let's do the multi-mats. Right, these are great if you have a small working area, or, which I'm going to go pink spotted to start with, blue. If you've got a small working area, or you're going to workshops, or you want to give someone a nice little gift, this is brilliant. So, if you open it up, it's padded, it's an ironing board. It's absolutely perfect. Whenever I'm piecing, when I'm doing small pieces, I always pin it to my board, pull it to shape, pin it into it. This is ideal for that. So, your ironing board, brilliant if you're doing FPP, because you have this right next to you. Then, if we turn it over, it becomes a cutting mat, so you can have it that way. So again, ideal if you're doing small pieces. If you haven't got a rotating cutting mat, you can make your own, because it turns round. I'm just saying, because I would say to a lot of time to people, particularly when you're doing things like 4 at a time HSTs or 8 at a time, and you need to cut and move it, it works well. And then on the other side, so you've got this piece of fabric that's like a sort of a faux suede. That's like is sandpaper. So this is where you can keep your pieces of fabric or blocks that you've cut out. So maybe you go off to a workshop and you're halfway through the project. You can put your piece of fabric on there. You lay that down and it holds it all flat. It also, this protects the cutting mat from that. It's just an extra work surface as well. So if you've got a small working area, maybe your sewing area is in the corner of the kitchen or the corner of the spare room and you need to clear away. It's a way of you having a small area. So you've got a cutting mat, a place to keep your fabric and an ironing mat, which you can use that side or you can open up to make it bigger. Perfect for going for workshops, because then you've got your own ironing board. All you need to do is buy yourself a little mini iron and then you've got all of it. That's the Spotty, the pale blue powder blue spot, 19.99, with it in a few colours. How about the stripe? Oh, I like that one. Same thing inside, cutting mat, sandpaper, probably not sandpaper, to keep your fabric pieces in and safe, ironing board. We've also got it in, very classy, black with white haberdashery. This is the Hemline Gold range, and of course it comes with a black cutting mat with gold lines. That's super posh, very fancy, isn't it? And there's your board. Quite this bit as well, so you can keep other pieces on if you want to keep things nice and clean and smooth. And then it turns out to be your whole ironing board. That's show off at your local sewing group, isn't it? Very fancy. I like that. And you know how many times we go classes, you have to take all this stuff with you because you don't want to queue up for the ironing board. Maybe you're going like to a sewing fair and you could take it with you. Beck says, these mats are fab, but if I'm not quick enough, I lose it to the cat. Apparently it makes a very comfy cat bed. I can see that. Yeah, because it's just for a curled up cat. It's just sort of the right size, isn't it? Oh, a question. Good morning. I'm making a Delphine wall hanging. It's cotton, felt, hessian, denim, all sorts. What needle would you recommend? Well, I would go for like an 80 or a 90 because if you're sewing through hessian or cotton, and I'd go for a Microtex because it's sharp. You need to get through all those layers. If you go, I think the problem is the 90's a bit too thick for the cotton, but the 70's probably not thick enough for the denim. So you're going to have to play around a bit. So I'd get yourself, if you get this needle bundle, to be honest, the Microtex needles in here, because it's got 70s, 80s and 90s, but definitely go for a Microtex rather than a universal because you're going to need that sharpness. I mean, you could use a jeans needle because they have stronger sharp. That's what I would go for. And you might have to fiddle between maybe the 80 and the 90 to see which one. One of them will break if it's not thick enough. But if you get this bundle, then you've got all of those. And also you've got some universal needles, so that'll keep you've got a lot of different sizes, so you can play with it a bit. It just depends how tightly woven. The universal will be fine with the hessian. Depends how tightly woven the denimist. But the bundle will sort you out. And then you can quilt it using the quilting one afterwards. But that's that one. And then finally, I have the charcoal spot, which I will open for you so you can see it. Same thing, whole host of colours. Also, you know, if you're going to, like, you sometimes go to these sewing fairs, like when you go to the Festival of Quilts, a lot of you do a workshop there. So you're going up there, you've got to do the workshop, you don't want to carry too much. This is ideal because you're just carrying you're going to your workshop, you've got your ironing board and your cutting mat all together. That one has a green cutting mat. Very nice. Quite posh, this one, isn't it? So there we go. I'm going to all out so you can then see. So there's the hemline gold, there's the grey spot, there's the powder blue spot, and there's the stripe. There you go. All you have to do now is choose. If you go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live, scroll down from there, you will see pictures of all of those. So if you think, well, I wanted that one, but I can't remember what the code is, it will be all on there so you can check out of those. Let me put that to one side. Where is that then? A little stick. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's really cute. That's really cute. 8 by ½ an inch ruler. Actually, I'm going to put that onto something because you can't see it. In fact, if I'm going to... Oh, yes, so easy have made an effort to reduce their packaging, so they've got rid of all of it. No, they have put a bit of ribbon on the top. This is brilliant for just as a general ruler for drawing lines, to be honest. Also, because it's got the 1/4 inch mark, does it? Yeah, I can't get the right colour. The brown. Oh, that's good. So what I'm thinking with this is it's long enough to be able to draw your diagonal half square triangles down the centre, but also what you can do is if you place the the red mark down the centre level with the corners of your square. In fact, I've got a square here. Let me show you. So we're doing half square triangles. So I put my 2 pieces of fabric right sides facing, like so. And then what you would normally do is draw a line down the middle, and that's the cutting, and then 1/4 inch either side of that. If you line up the red line down the centre and draw down either side, that's 1/4 inch either side of the centre line. Absolutely perfect for that. I mean, obviously, you can use it for cutting as well, if you want to. So you can use it with your rotary cutter if you're just wanting to, maybe you're wanting to trim like 1/4 inch off the edge of something or 1/2 inch off the edge. It's just a little ruler. I would use it mainly, I think, for the drawing the lines, because of the 1/4 inch spacing on it. You can mark your 1/4 inch lines. Even if you wanted to draw a seam allowance on, because you wanted to make sure you sewed accurately, you could draw that on and then sew along the line. 5.49, I think that's just a really little ruler. I sometimes find that if I'm just drawing something, maybe I'm drawing something out on graph paper, I'll use like a metal ruler, a bigger one. It's quite nice to have this size because it's got the measurements on it. And 5.49 is a great price, isn't it, for that? So if you're a half square triangle or you're a flying geezer, this is absolutely ideal. Right. What would you like me to do next? Should we do the adder quarters? I love the adder quarters. Now, this is the bundle. Now, this is the better value. This is the more economical way of buying the adder quarters. Both is getting the 6 inch and the 12 inch. So let me take them out. Now, these are brilliant. Again, all of these different tools have specific purposes. It depends what you're doing. So if you're doing FPP, this is ideal. Can you see there's a little lip? Just about to see that here. That little bit sticks out more. There's a lip there. And it's exactly 1/4 inch wide. So if you place it along the edge of your fabric and then cut it, you will add 1/4 inch, if you see what I mean. So if you want to add 1/4 inch to something, you just tuck your the fabric in there, line it up with the edge, and then you can cut it 1/4 inch. So when you're doing FPP, you know you've sewn your seam, and then the fabric the other side of that is bigger, you can chip to exactly 1/4 inch. Now, if you're doing big foundation paper piecing or you're doing a longer line, you'll need the 12 inch. But if you're just doing little bits, then you'll need the 6 inch. And really, both are great because it's nice when you're just doing little pieces not to have a big ruler to move around. But when you're doing bigger pieces, then that's not long enough. You also can use this line for drawing along. You can use a rotary cutter as well, but along this line, don't use it on that one. I've done that and I've taken a chunk out of mine. But it does say you're not supposed to do that, which I clearly didn't read until afterwards. But it is really good because you've got that little lip. It really is. You're just adding 1/4 inch. Or if you've got a pattern maybe that you want to add 1/4 inch to, because you've got that little lip, you can. And then it's got measurements in, so it's got metric 1 to 6 inches. We do sell them separately as well on the website, but this is the most effective way of getting both. So if you do in particular foundation paper piecing, it's worth getting this ruler set. I use mine all the time. I also use it, to be honest, when I want to add 1/4, if I'm because I haven't got one of those little rulers I just showed you. I've got one of these. So if I want to draw my seam lines on, if I'm doing half square triangles, I use that because it's got the little lip with the 1/4. But it's nice to have as well. But the cutting is along this edge. This is the drawing edge. I'm trying to see if it says anything else that you do with it. You know, sometimes you see these things and then you forget. Then you think, oh, I didn't know it did that as well. Yeah, the tapered edge is used as a straight edge for folding back. Oh, I didn't know that. So when you're folding back your paper from the foundation, well, I've got one of these. I've never used that. You know, when you fold it back and get along the line, you can put that on the line of the paper and then fold it against that. Well, I never. You know, when you buy these things, always read the instructions because you always find other things that they do. Because I guess it is quite a nice and sharp line. Normally what I do is I just fold it back along the line as sort of a guesswork. But if you place this on the line of the fabric, and well, that way round obviously, and fold it over, line up exactly. This is a must-have tool if you're a foundation paper piecer, or if you just want to add 1/4 inch to something. And you use it, well, anyone who does FPP here, they use them all the time. That's why we stock them. And we've got both here, so you get the 12 inch and the 6 inch, and they are both perfect. Right, we've got loads of rotary cutters. Yes, we can. So we've got 2 sets of Delphine's Masterclass. So this is the free motion Masterclass. So if you've always fancied doing free motion quilting, but no idea how to do it, Delphine has written the ultimate guide, because you know how fantastic she is at free motion. She used it in all of her designs and is really good at it. June was when we first launched it. Delphine teaches it, she uses it in all her designs, but it's great to have everything here, because obviously she does a lot of all of her applique designs, and then it's what makes it is the free motion. But a lot of the time we think, I've no idea. Look, it covers everything. What do you need your sewing machine to do? What speed shall I do? How do I do it? How do I practice? What patterns do I use? She gives examples of where you can have like heavy free motion, light, all the different patterns that you can use, because it's nice for you, obviously, that you use a continuous pattern. Some samples of using different stitches within your designs, because you add then more and more detail. And this is really, when you see these quilts that win competitions, they're always amazing, aren't they? Quite often free motion. How to write your name, how to draw your own design. And then what I think is great at the back is she's got all the patterns. So you can use all of these to see which pattern you want to go. And if you look at it, because it is a continuous line, I mean, obviously after a while you're just playing around, but to start with, you know, it's a really good practice that you can see, that you just quilt, and then you can get that really beautiful, dense quilting. I love that one. That works so well. When you've got a large open space on a quilt or a design, it works really well when you fill it with these. So all the instructions for them are in there, but these are all the patterns themselves. That works well on a lot of the animals. And you see these are all continuous, so that you don't have to cut your thread. And flowers as well. That's a nice one, isn't it? All of that. So all of that, £9.99. It's a great book to have. It's a way so you've got an afternoon, think, right, well, I'm going to learn, I really want to do it. Buy the instructions, set up your machine as she tells you to, and just have a play, do it all, try all the patterns, and then the next time that you want to do some free motion quilting, you know how to do it. We have got FIFU reviews of people who've used this. Debbie says it's a great book for anyone wanting to learn free motion quilting. I mean, £9.99, it is a book, isn't it? With templates as well. Victoria says, Delphine Brooks' free motion instructions are really good, easy to follow. I definitely recommend it. There's so many of them. Very good instructions with practice templates to take the fear away from free motion quilting. And that's the thing, is that when you've got maybe a cushion or a wall hanging, a whole quilt, you think, oh, I don't want to do it, I don't want to commit to it. Get the instructions, play with it, try all the patterns, and then you will have the confidence to do it. And it takes your quilting up another level. It really does, because if you can do that dense quilting in one area or open quilting in another, rather than just doing lines, it does make a difference. And your machine will be able to do it. It doesn't require anything special. Lovely book with clear instructions, which has given me the confidence. I think that's what you're all saying, isn't it? It's very clear. It's very easy to understand. Tried free motion in the past with some success. This guide has restarted my interest. The guide is comprehensive and easy to try new techniques. That's what it's about. It's taking the fear out of it. Often look at free motion and think, oh, I couldn't do that. Get the book, have a go. We've all got scraps of fabric and wadding around. Spend a couple of hours perfecting the technique, and then you can really take your project up to the next level. We also have, if you're too impatient, you can't wait for it to be posted. If you want to a PDF, so a digital download, we didn't used to be able, we couldn't do this when it was first launched. It's something that we're doing now. £9.99. Check out now. So when you go on the website, it just says purchase. Just click it once, and then you'll purchase it. It's an instant purchase. Now, if it's the only thing that you buy between now and midnight, you clearly won't be charged P&P. You'll only be charged on P&P on things that are actually posted for you. It will be, usually it's in your inbox straight away. So that means you can get going this afternoon. That means tomorrow you can free motion quilt all your designs, because you'll be an expert by then. It's really worth getting. 9.99. So it depends. If you want the printed version, then you'd use a different code. If you want the digital download, it's that code there. The FIFU review that leads us on to the next one. So this is really interesting, helpful booklet. Can't wait for issue 2. Well, funnily enough, a lot of people wanted issue 2. So issue 1 is your complete beginner's guide. This was launched in February this year. This is how to take your free motion quilting on your domestic sewing and nothing fancy to the next level. So if you've never tried it before, I would start with the first one. If you have tried it before, get the second. If you've never tried it before, get both, because it's a skill builder. So it's talking about what's free motion, preparing your canvas, how you mark it up, which I think is great. Because this is what I would definitely do. And this is what I quite like about this, is that a lot of people who teach free motion quilt say, oh, just go with it, just go with it. But I go, lines. I want lines. And then when I'm confident, I won't need the lines. But for now, can I have lines? And that's what Delphine encourages you to do. So can you see how we're taking it up to the next level? Look, we've got a grids, feathering. That's so cool, isn't it? Oh, I like that one. I mean, that's beautiful. So you often see these feather designs. So if you've got a quilt and you think, oh, I'd love to have that feather design around the border, she explains here, look, step 1, start here to there, and then round to there, and then and how to do it. I mean, Delphine teaches this as well as does it all the time. So you've got how to do pattern 3. I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it? So this is the picture of her practice piece. Diane says, the best instructions for the subject that I have come across. Well, you can't say better than that, can you? I mean, and you know, once you've worked this out, I mean, you can always draw it on if you want. Obviously, with time, people become more practiced, don't they? I think I'd always be drawing it on, to be honest. But, you know, you draw it on with a friction pen, you just iron it off. If you're going to do a whole cloth quilt, I mean, this is amazing, isn't it? But this looks like you've got to be an expert. You really don't. If you've never done it before, but you've got a sewing machine, get yourself Masterclass 1, get yourself Masterclass 2. You will be able to do this as well. I mean, that would be, if I could do that, I would be so happy. I need to get this book, don't I? Because, you know, that requires no piecing. That's just one piece of fabric. And obviously, look, in the back, we've got all the designs. Oh, they're gorgeous, aren't they? So maybe you've got a quilt which has got like larger areas of fabrics that, you know, maybe you've made a quilt that's got piece blocks and then whole blocks of fabric. By putting these quilting designs in the centre, and this one you just join together on the corners. Trace it onto your fabric, quilt along it. Delphine explains what order to do so that you can keep going round. I think it's amazing. Get yourself both. Now, that is the printed version that we've got on screen at the moment. I mean, it is worth its weight in gold for what it's going to do to your designs. And as I say, do take the time to work through both books, practice. Marie says, the first time I free motioned, I feel more confident to do it again. Thank you, Delphine. There you go. See, well, she teaches. Also, the good thing about our designers that come on air is that they have all the questions from you guys in. So they know the problems that people have. They know that the questions that are asked. So it's Delphine's written it on that basis. This is the printed version here, $9.99. We also have it available. We also have the other one as the digital download. So if you want it straight away, you could download 1 and 2, both in your inbox. So this one here, there we go. There is the digital download one. So it depends. Have a look. If you can't remember the code of the other one, go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live. If you scroll down from there, you'll be able to see which one is which. They're fabulous, aren't they? Can we just do rotary cutter blades? In the same way that I said you should have 100 needles and 10 rotary cutter blades, you need to buy 3 and a bit packs of this. Always have spare rotary cutter blades. Now, one of the fabulous things about rotary blades is that any brand blade will work, any brand cutter, as long as you've got the right size, 45mm. There are different, you can get a 60mm rotary cutter, you can get 18mm, all different ones, but as long as you've got 45mm, this one will fit in. So $8.99 for 3 blades. Always have spare blades with you, because it only takes 1 pin to go over by accident. That's your blade blunted. And then, you know, when you're cutting and you're cutting strips and strips of fabric and you get that little nick where you have to then cut it with your scissors. I know it takes seconds to change your blade, and then you will speed up your cutting, and you'll also cut it more accurately as well. Because if you cut it badly, it starts going off a bit, it starts shredding the fabric a little bit. So in here you've got 3 blades, $99 for a blade. So if you've already bought something today, or you just need these, pop them into your basket along with the other things. If you've bought the sewing machine needle pack, this is a great addition to it as well. Maybe you haven't got a rotary cutter at all. We've got those as well. If you want just a rotary cutter, we do have those. Right, ooh, I'm going to finish off the rest of these because I'm liking that one. That's cool. We will finish those. We've got to go for a break now. But luckily, at half 11, I think. 12. All the hours are mixed up today, so I'm confused. 11:30, I'll be able to go through these. Anyway, it's nearly 10:30. So I will see you back here in 3 minutes' time with Stuart, who is going to demonstrate this amazing quilt. Now, let me warn you, this is all Tim Holtz fabric. We are very limited on number of kits. It's on sewingstreet.com, watch live. The code for it is there. I would get checked out. It is absolutely beautiful. Stuart's going to be talking us through it. He says also it's way easier than it looks, done in quite a clever way. I'll see you back here in 3.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop products that are featured in today's show. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's sellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. The standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is not full. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: lop the strip on one of the straight lines and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus your latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Now, normally when you piece the fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Whoops!
Welcome back to Sewing Street. I just watched this bottle of Best Press just roll very gradually until it fell on the floor. Bang! Now it's fizzing. It's a good job it's not fizzy. Anyway, welcome back to Sewing Street. This is the Tim 30 hour. Woo! Tim 30. Well, Tim 36, actually. So we're going to show, Stuart is going to show you how to amazing Tim Holtz quilt. Why do you love this so much? I have to ask Stuart because he's standing behind it.
Do you know what?
What is it that we love?
It is absolutely gorgeous, this quilt, and it's using a few different techniques. Well, it's using some techniques that we're very familiar with. Strip piecing, need I say more?
Yeah.
Wouldn't make a 4-patch without it. So there's some very familiar techniques in there, but there's also some things that might be out of your repertoire, like using templates, cutting at a slightly different angle to just 90 degrees. But actually, you know, it's a big block. And actually, the good news is that even though these are hexagons, I want to say loud and clear, there isn't a single seam in the entire quilt.
So
it's constructed in rows.
Simple then.
It is actually surprisingly easy to make.
I mean, it's beautiful. What I think is a shame is that from there, you can't see how beautiful this fabric is.
Well, that's the delight of men owning it, because then when you're up close and personal, you see all those wonderful details. I think it's really vibes. The fabrics are gorgeous. And this is from the new palette collection from Tim Holtz.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting this, because I hadn't realised he was doing this. So explain what you told me earlier about
Well, I mean, we had Paula's gorgeous rainbow palette earlier on, and these are such. I mean, for all of the feature fabrics that I love and fall in love with, actually the ones I use most often are what I would call palette fabrics. So ones which are more or less one colour, but with pattern and texture in them. So every month, Tim is bringing out a different colour collection. So he's done red, orange, and we're about to launch yellow.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. That's tomorrow, isn't it?
Tomorrow,
So how many fabrics does he have in his collection?
I think there are 10, but there might be 12. I can't remember off the top of my head. But within this quilt kit, you've got 10, but they're across the red and the orange.
Red and the orange, okay.
But yeah, I think each month there's about 10 or 12 fabrics coming out, and over the whole year, it's going to be the ultimate palette.
Well, I guess also if you buy this kit, you've got the instructions. You could then, if you fancy the blue one,
you could make this in
you
so
could
many
wait palette to get, because you've got the instructions, and you can make another one, couldn't you?
Yeah, it's gorgeous, and
I
they
mean,
are
we
really.
look tiny standing next to
We
it.
do. It is a big quilt. It's 78 inches by 84 inches.
So it's a really good double bed, king size bed.
Yes, absolutely. This is a great bed quilt. But of course, if you don't want to make it that big, you could make it as a square throw quilt or a wall hanging, make a runner. You know, you don't have to make the exact quilt that's
No,
in
I mean,
the
you
book
could. If
or
you
in the
did
pattern.
3,
Yeah.
it would be a single bed, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So you can choose. Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. Yeah, totally.
Right, let's have a
Fabrics
look
are
at what you
amazing.
get, because this is where you'll get to see the fabrics better.
Yeah, you
because
do.
we can show them up close and personal. So it comes in a box, obviously. Nice little box to keep it all in. So you can keep blocks in here as you go.
You can. This is my favourite Tim Holtz quilt so far that I've done.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Well, I was telling you, we did one about a year ago. It was very brown, and it was gorgeous.
Yeah.
I really, really wanted it, and then it sold out. So we don't often, we rarely ever repeat these.
Exactly right, exactly right. It's a fantastic opportunity. And like I say, even though this might look out of your comfort zone, trust me when I say you've already got very transferable skills. If you can strip piece 2 strips of fabric together, you can make the diamond centres.
Okay. Well, you're going to show us anyway.
I'm going to show
that
you.
Will
honestly, it was a very, very enjoyable hour making one whole block, and they're big, and they're big.
So it builds.
It'll fly together. It'll fly together, and it looks so impressive, and it is so impressive.
It is, and the fabrics
But actually, it's a lot easier than you
are
think.
just.
Yummy.
I mean, just where to start with them.
I know. They're gorgeous.
Which
aren't
one should
they?
we? Well, let's just start at the top.
Yeah.
Postage stamps.
I know, it's fabulous.
that's beautiful,
yeah,
isn't it?
it's really cool. I think this one is going to be done every month in a different colour. I hope
Oh,
so.
okay.
Because I could imagine doing a quilt
Orange
postage.
one,
This is
I've
the
seen.
orange. Yeah. But they
That's-
do definitely do a red one of this, you see.
I love that one.
And it's in yellow
Oh, it'll be in
tomorrow.
yellow
so
tomorrow.
yeah, I'm
Oh,
hoping
looking
that this
forward
one.
to yellow
I
tomorrow.
know,
I
gorgeous.
should be tuning in. I think that's delicious.
It's amazing, isn't it?
What I love about this is that you've got these photos.
Yeah.
So when you cut out this, because this is in the centre of the hexagon diamond
in the
things,
diamond, yeah.
you'd get these odd little photos popping up.
That's right.
Or a rose or
It's
a poppy.
so interesting to look at a quilt like that, isn't it? This one actually, this fabric on its own completely sold out. I had it on its own just the other day.
Oh, really?
And we
Just
completely
went-
sold out of it. It's a beautiful, beautiful fabric. He's clever,
Yeah, and
isn't he?
hopefully you'd have a few little scraps
Oh,
left.
of course you will. It's actually very economical use of fabric.
Oh, okay.
You don't have wastage. You cut strips, basically. and
Right,
then you cut
okay.
the strips down. Yeah, it's very economical. So you definitely will have some left over.
Yeah, but just things like they've got like a little bit of ticking, and there's this
like
print
this.
in here, which is also
Oh, it's one of the prints. Yes,
one
it's
of
well
the
spotted,
prints.
actually. I didn't spot that.
I think that's really clever.
And this here as well. Yeah, well, it's similar.
Love that. So that's one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't it?
Oh, it does.
Then we've got maps. Where are the maps of?
This is Liverpool.
I know.
It is. It's Liverpool.
Is it? Oh.
It is.
How
It's all I can do not to
interesting.
say Liverpool.
Liverpool.
There, did it.
Is it actually right? And is it Liverpool, England? Well,
I would assume so.
well, there's Liverpool. I bet there's one in Australia. I bet
Oh.
there's one in America.
Do you know, everywhere in Australia is named after somewhere in Britain, apart from the places that have sort of like proper Aboriginal names. But I mean, I've been to Brighton, I've been to Scarborough, to Newcastle,
Yeah.
all in Australia.
Yeah, and you have that in America as well, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think this is because it says Derby there, doesn't it, in Stanley Park, and this is Liverpool, England.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I
fair
well, I
enough.
think so because I'm sure that those are areas.
Yeah, River Mersey.
Yeah.
It's River Mersey.
Unless they've
Yeah.
copied that as well.
Yeah, copycats.
And this is in the centre of the stars as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, yeah. They're all of the
Actually,
stars.
the feature fabrics are.
Yeah,
aren't
all of the stars are the same, but the coloration is different. So once you've made one block, well, you don't actually make a full hexagon block. That's how you don't do Y seams. You make half hexagons and you join everything in straight rows. It's all
they? Oh,
straight
that's clever.
sewing.
So these fabrics, so this
Yes.
one, this one, and this one, these are used in little star points rather than the centre. I hadn't realised. I mean, it's not just a plain, is it?
No.
But it's got print on it.
Yeah, I know. It's a really, really
does it
cool
say?
fabric. I think it's like a code that's picked out, almost like in a cross stitch. It's just very interesting fabric. And mostly where you cut this, you wouldn't even see that, but it's there.
You
it's
would,
subtle.
might pop up here and there, but it's lovely because it's almost like faded, isn't it? I mean, it's just, this is where the fabric's doing the work for you.
Yeah, but equally to me in the quilt, it looks like rose petals. It looks so soft and natural. This one doesn't have a print on it. This is just an all-over
I love the way they
texture.
put this on the sewage. This fabric is designed to have a distressed appearance. How many phone calls have they had when, oh, I've got printed imperfections in mine?
Do you know what? I think I might have that tattooed on me.
Yeah.
This body
Body
is
is
designed
designed-
to have a distressed appearance.
Weight imperfections.
I think we might have to tweak the slight imperfection.
But you need to cut that out. I'd have to sew that on the quilt somewhere.
100%.
Yes.
100%. Yeah.
In fact, if you just folded it, you could just fold it so it says this is designed to have distressed appearance.
Love that. Love that. Yeah. Beautiful though, isn't it?
That's gorgeous. And then this lovely red is used in the points of the stars as well.
And again, just beautiful. I love Civil War reproduction fabrics.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
sort
that
of
is-
style.
yeah, it is
and
that,
and
isn't
this
it?
reminds me of that. But then when you look closely, you can see that it's been aged. It's got that sort of
Distressed
more, slightly
appearance,
more mottled.
slight
Distressed,
imperfections.
Slightly distressed.
And it's featured. Now, this is one that I want you to see.
Oh, you want
because-
all of that, don't you?
Because I want all of this. This is in the background,
Yeah.
behind the stars, and
Yeah.
from the distance you can't see the print, but it is just amazing.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Have I got it upside down again?
It really doesn't matter, Bex. It totally doesn't matter. And please, please, when you're making this quilt, do not give direction a thought when you're piecing these together.
No, I guess 'cause it's all going to move around anyway, isn't it?
yeah.
But isn't this amazing? I mean, I'd love to know where do you think he like rootles through junk shops and things?
Have you never seen his house?
No.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Literally every surface in his house is filled with collections of notebooks and ornaments and fairground prizes and Christmas ornaments.
Oh, really?
And he's got like jars that are just filled with weird and wonderful stuff. Printers blocks, you name, old keys, anything and everything.
Anything.
He is a
But
magpie.
all of these things, he sort of go round to antiques, or you know.
Yeah.
But this is just like a ledger.
Yeah, I've seen old wills reproduced on fabric. They're fascinating. 'Cause
Yes.
You can actually read them, and I just think that's fab.
Well, I love the way they've got like crossings out, and
Yeah.
you know, a bit of it's in different colours. This is really old, isn't it?
Yeah.
I presume that July is 1925.
Probably, or the 25th of July.
Oh, I don't know. I just sort of you kind of. Oh, that's true.
Depends, doesn't it? I think.
Yeah, I'd love to know what the year is. 1930.
Is it?
Yeah, look, 1930.
Oh yes.
So this is so I guess that's why it's all handwritten. But this, now you can see it close up.
Yeah.
This is what is sitting behind those stars. I think it's gorgeous.
It's really cool.
And the red fabric that's used between, well, between
It's like
the
you're
stars.
setting triangles.
Yeah, the big track, but there's this beyond the stars, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Is this one here? That is gorgeous, isn't it? And I think the best thing about buying this kit is that these are such specific fabrics, but they're all here. You're not going to be these otherwise.
That's right. That's right. It's all quilt weight cotton. It's all beautiful quality, free spirit. What's gorgeous about this is, of course, yes, it's a floral, but look at the layers.
I
It
know.
almost looks like several floral fabrics layered on top of each other, and then almost like this chicken wire.
Well, it's like a hexagon chicken wire in the back, and then this looks like it's been rubbed off a bit.
Yeah.
And then you've got roses here. I'd love to see them
Yeah,
working.
there was actually quite a funny point in my studio when I was ironing this, and I thought that I'd got, you know, when the iron spits out.
Yeah, oh, what have I
chalky.
done?
I thought, oh, my iron needs cleaning, and I thought, oh no, it's the fabric. I saw the selvage, and I suddenly knew.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, that would be a worry because that's what it looks like, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
no,
but
it does.
that's what gives it
Patina.
the quilt kind of a lived-in. It's
Yeah.
been here for
Yeah.
you know, an heirloom thing. It's a lovely gift for somebody.
Yeah,
isn't
it really is. I think it's gorgeous, completely covetable. That quilt is definitely coming home with me.
Right, there's already quite a few of you who have already checked out on this at the price of $259.99. But we're going to lower it just because we can. Just because we love Tim. Because it's Tim. It's still Tim 49.
It's Timmy Holtz.
We're going to reduce it to the Hannah special price of no way, $199.99.
Yeah.
So all of you who have already checked out, don't panic. You will be charged $199.99. You've just saved yourself £60. Just saved yourself £60. Shop more. Just think that's £60 that you've just earned.
And don't forget as well, it's 78 inches by 84 inches.
Right.
It's a big quilt.
It's a big quilt. It's a great
It's a big
price.
quilt.
So you're already saving £60.
Oh.
Which is a lot. Are you
Oh.
going to lower it again? No. So another little cheeky tenner.
Wow.
Cheeky tenner. £75
Wow.
saving. So you have saved more than the wadding and backing that you'll need.
That's ace.
Which is
That's
brilliant,
ace.
isn't it? £70
Yeah.
saving. We will talk through all of the backing and the wadding and all the other stuff afterwards. So that in that kit is everything that you will need for the quilt top and the binding as well. So you £70 saving. In fact, this gorgeous fabric here is used for the binding. It's lovely. I
Yeah.
think it's nice to have a binding often that's featured in the quilt to tie it together.
Totally.
Or something that's been carefully to blend with it. But you know, I mean, Tim Holtz is probably not the easiest to find to blend, so it's good that he's used one of his fabrics.
I think it's perfect. And you know, I was actually talking with the team at the trade fair, the fabric trade fair the other week, who make these kits. And I said to them, you know, we don't see enough Tim Holtz. I want to see more Tim Holtz. It's actually quite unusual. And but now that there's this palette range, I'm hoping that we're going to see more. This is really stunning.
Yeah.
I think it's just gorgeous and would fit whether you've got a modern or a traditional interior. It's going to fit. And I think as well, if you, I always check myself saying this, and you know why, but I think making for a man, I'll just say it, if you're making for a man, I love Tim Holtz fabrics because they're gorgeous, they're special, but they're not floral. And even though there are a few floral elements in here, actually, they're still really cool. I mean, you get flowers on tattoos.
It is tricky because you can't stereotype, but
no, exactly.
But for men, you're probably not going to make them a floral quilt. Let's be honest. Majority.
And these are really kind of, they're strong colours, but this isn't garish. This isn't bright. This is strong colours. These are handsome
But I'm
colours.
thinking as well, you know, for maybe younger people. So maybe you've got someone going off to uni in September.
Very cool.
And boy or girl, you know, it's not going to be floral and pretty in an old quilt from grandma. It's going to be something striking, amazing.
I mean, I'd have loved a quilt from my grandma.
But you know, that's sort of what you'd think of as something sort of pretty and floral. But you imagine taking that with you. You get into your rubbish tiny student room that smells a bit, and you've got this quilt, and it's somebody who's
feels homely,
just bought a new house, just moving in. You know, it will suit anyone. So maybe you don't know really what their tastes are. You don't want to go too pretty because it's bold and striking. It's beautiful. I think it's going to suit a lot of people, and we don't see enough quilts like that would suit 8 different ages and genders.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree.
So the instructions of the kit tell you everything you need to know, and with some templates as well. So the beauty of this, if you then want to make another one, keep the instructions. It's got pictures of the fabrics used. So maybe you make this, keep the instructions to one side. Maybe later on the line think, well, I'd like to make one in green. Wait for the Tim Holtz palette collection to come in green, or any other fabric. This will work in fabrics. You've got the little swatches here. You can just put those against fabrics you've got or you're going to buy to make sure the sort of the balance, the light and the dark work. And then you've got a free set of instructions. Right then, Stuart.
Shall I show you how easy it is?
How do we do it?
Let me show you where we start. So one of my recommendations for this quilt is that you get yourself some...
Right. We had a deal
so
with
I'm starting with something that isn't in the kit.
And luckily, we had a deal with this earlier. We've got a deal too. If you want the lavender, you can save yourself £5 and get the cherry one.
Oh,
get both together.
The cherry one's one of my favourite. The cherry blossom. It's beautiful.
I don't think I've smelled that one.
Lid. Oh.
You can sort of smell
the lid off it.
Oh, that is nice. Shake it. No, you can smell it if you do that. It's lovely.
It is sealed. You can't smell it.
You can just about.
Can you?
Yeah, just about.
Okay,
it sort of
fair
comes
enough.
up through.
Yeah.
You get the cherry and the lavender. So why do we need Best Press for anyone who's never used it?
Well, because what you're going to be doing is, well, I like Best Press anyway because it just conditions your fabric and it makes it easier to work with, it is nicely and all of that good stuff. But also, what you're going to start with is you're going to start by cutting some strips of fabric. We're actually going to start by making this little, let me show you this.
Ah, okay.
I'm making these, okay? These diamonds. They remind me of Argyle sweaters.
Perfect.
Anyone for golf?
They're very trendy, Argyle.
They're very trendy. Love them. But because what we're doing is we're actually starting with a strip set.
So we don't have to cut diamonds?
No, we're not cutting diamonds. Absolutely not. This is strips and squares.
Right,
okay. But we are going to be cutting it at an angle. And of course, that does mean that we're exposing a slightly stretchier side of the fabric. Now, that is not an issue. But I think if you best press your fabrics before you cut the strips even, your fabric's going to behave, it's going to be a lot easier to work with. So I would recommend that you best press your fabric.
Okay.
Okay. But, you know, it's just making your fabric behave itself. So you're going to make, to start with, you're going to make 2 different strip sets. And what's really cool on your pattern, you've got the fabrics that you're using, and they're numbered. And then you've got solid interpretations of those 8 fabrics, and they're all numbered. And then when you come to your instructions, you've got those colours represented. Now, it is important that when you lay them down to cut them, that you lay them down in the order. So what you don't want to do is turn that around. You might, you know, you've got to stick with the plan. And also you're going to cut an angle, and of course you're going to cut a 60-degree angle, and you could cut it that way. You could also cut it that way, but if you cut it that way, you're wrong.
So follow the. But there are some good diagrams, aren't there?
You know, normally though, when we're just cutting like a 4, if we were cutting a 4 patch, it doesn't matter which way up this is, and we slap the ruler on and we cut. All I'm saying is, we all get into our groove, and it's like, oh, let's cut the angle, and away we go. And I had to stop myself and think, hang on a minute, are these showing me this way round because it's important? Probably, and indeed it was. So on my first strip set, fabric number 6, which is the postage stamps, needs to be on the top, and I'm cutting this away. Now, every 6x12 or 6x24 ruler has a 60-degree line on it. I recommend, if you haven't already, get yourself the 6.5 by 12.5 ruler, because it's
I've been waiting for
easier.
that one to come back in stock, you know.
Yeah, it's back in stock now.
Right, I need to get one.
Do you want to order it now while I do this?
Just pop out and order it. Because I've got the 6.5 square, but I would really like that one. I don't want the 12.5 square, I want that one.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. It's a really useful, word. Right, so what you're going to do then is you're going to find the 60-degree line, okay, which is here, along here. And what you're going to do is you're going to line that line up on your fabric. Now, I just have to get this round the right way, so you might have to bear with me for a second.
I do that. I turn it round about 10 times until I work out which way
I'm
I'm
going to turn it around again. Sometimes I just turn them over because it's easier in the end.
Put the 60-degree across the centre.
You do, but... Oh, I am a dork. Wait a minute. Let me just... This is my... Do you know what it is? I used my ruler at home, and I'm sure that the line wasn't on in a different direction. But now when I'm looking at this, it looks like it is in the opposite direction. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Well, I'm just... my brain's ticking. So... I need a moment to work this out.
Should we have a look at the quilt kit while you have a moment to look at?
Give me a moment to work it out. Lines on rulers always throw me a little bit, don't they?
Well, yeah, but even my own ruler, when I'm cutting like a half-square triangle, I'm like, I've turned it round about 4 times. I think I can't get that 2.5 inch in the corner. What am I doing?
I know.
You have to have a little think. I'm going to go through this amazing quilt kit while you have a think. This should be £259, or £259.99. And we are giving you a £70 saving. Now, to be quick with this, I did warn you before the break that this was selling. And since we've taken £70 off, that's amazing. Also, what we've done is put it onto 3-way split pay for you. So I know, you know, £189.99, you've got to have a little think about that, about, you know, paying all of that in one go, because it's a great price for the kit, but it's a lot to pay in one go. So if you want to split the price, we can do it on 3 equal payments of £63.33. So that means you pay 1 payment now. We will send it straight to you so you can get started piecing it together, cutting it out. Then next month pay another £63.33, and the next month the final payment £63.33 until you paid the whole. It's entirely up to you, but the great thing about split pay is it's interest free, and we also don't charge you an admin fee at all. So nice item for you to have, but it's up to you. When you come to pay, whether you're ordering on the phone or whether you're ordering on the website, you choose at that point. They'll ask you on the phone or you tick a box on the website. So £189.99, you are saving £70, which is a lot of money, isn't it? This is what you're getting in the fabric. You're getting these 2 beautiful red and orange, slightly. They're not solid though. They're not just solid. They've got beautiful textures and patterns. That's like some sort of like watermarked, marbled fabric.
Beautiful. They're so gorgeous, aren't they?
Beautiful. And then you've got that gorgeous red one. I like the fact that it's got the printed numbers through. I'd be like cutting it thinking, oh, I want that to be in the right place, but it just will come up at random. Like a pick and mix. Because you just get all of these things in it. And that's why this kit, although you could, after you've got the kit, you can make it whatever fabrics you like, even plains or whatever, but you won't get the same reproductions you do with these textured fabrics.
No, it's exceptional, isn't it?
It is exceptional. I love this red one. This one is used in the binding as well. This red one, the one that's got the hexagonal chicken wire with roses, I don't know how he gets his ideas. This is...
They're just multi-layered,
Do
aren't
you think
they?
he went, roses, chicken wire? Chicken wire, roses?
I think there is. There is a connection, isn't there?
Yeah, I'd love to see his brain. I'd like to see him, because I presume it's all done on computer.
One would presume. I'd like to see his brain.
Brain, I would. I'd like to see it in action, where he went, roses, chicken wire. Because I think that's...
maybe what you mean, I'm just interpreting Bex now, but so you'd like to see his
thought process.
His
yeah, I don't want to actually see his brain.
sketchbooks.
No, that'd be
I think
horrible.
his silent witness.
I'd like to see into his brain.
Yeah.
Think, what
No,
is
it
it
still
that made
sounds-
you
no,
think
No, it still sounds weird.
that would work together?
Yeah, I
Because
know.
it just so does. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's like an old tapestry.
it is.
But it is a very specific kind of genius there, isn't it? Design genius, somebody who works out that these things work.
It is. It really
And
is.
like this, I don't know what it is about words on fabric.
I know, I do too, I'm obsessed.
I don't know why. Just
I do.
Do you?
Yes, because I like to read the words. I like the fact that there is something that's engaging. I love reading books. World Book Day, say no more. But, you know, I love that. I love that there's something on the fabric that I can look at.
Yeah, I just think as a fabric it looks good. When
Yeah.
it looks like you engage with it.
Yeah, definitely.
I have a whole, in my sewing room I have like all my fabrics ordered by colour, but I have one section that's fabric with words on.
Yeah, that's right.
And I love like if you
No, it's
cover a
great.
book with this fabric, it looks brilliant.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it
this
looks
is a ledger from the 1930s. Gorgeous. So that's used behind, so that really does feature. And what's great about it is that it is, because it's cut as the triangle in different directions, then all of these numbers go into different directions as well. You've got the map of Liverpool, obviously. I love that. You've got the instructions on the floor. With the River Mersey, really old map. I bet
I'm sure it is.
anyone who lives in Liverpool will probably be able to work out when this was from, because I bet there's a lot of things that have changed or aren't there anymore, or there's that park's not there, or that's moved. That's gorgeous. And what's lovely about it is that when you cut it, you're getting those sort of bluey greens and the oranges. So
Yeah.
it's just popping in,
You
isn't
get
it?
a real mixture.
And then the last two fabrics, and again, all of these fabrics feature in the stars, like scrapbook fabric. It's got black and white photos on, roses, bits of fabric that are actually in the collection, like this one here that's in the collection, and you've got a little bit of ticking, you've got bus tickets, it's all stamped on top. And then the final one, again, that's in the centre of the stars, are the red stamps. Love that one. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, smashing, isn't it? Now, I will say, when I cut that fabric up for my demo block, I did open out the fabric sinker and I straightened the edge of the fabric with the design.
Right, okay.
So, I mean, I didn't worry then when I was cutting, if I was cutting through stamps, which, as you can see on here, I did.
But you
okay?
wanted them in...
I just wanted them
Yeah.
fairly straight. I
That's
thought it would look weird if they were at a real angle.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Now, okay, let me just show you. So you might have to flip your ruler.
Okay, that's fine.
On my ruler, the 60-degree line goes the other way.
Right, okay.
I've turned my ruler upside down so that my 60-degree ruler line, rather now, can sit on the middle line. This is the 60-degree.
Okay.
Now, obviously, your grips there, your non-slip grips are facing uppermost, so just be a little bit careful if you are doing that. But it's just a way around that. Now, what I wanted to say was, in the pattern, they tell you to sew your strips together just like this with a straight edge. But actually, what you want to do is you want to offset the lower strip so that it's sticking out. So you really want this strip about 1.5 inches or 2 inches on. So you start sewing this one later. So then at the end of the strip, this one will kind of kick off the edge. And that means then that when you come to trim the first angle, you're only trimming a little triangle off.
Oh,
and then you'll be
okay.
able to get all your units across the... If you follow the instructions and do it straight, then you will have to do an extra little bit of a strip set to get all of the units that you need. Okay. So what we're going to do then is we're going to cut across at a 60-degree angle, and now the cutting's a piece of cake, right?
You could, if you were, you could just draw that on then if you were.
Oh
worried
yeah,
about putting it upside
absolutely.
down.
I'm
I
sorry
guess
I
some-
made it look so difficult.
But
It's
some rulers, I
not.
guess, just printed differently, aren't
Yeah, yeah. The lines always make me.
they? Well, it's fine
go
because
a
we know
little-
how to do it now because you've shown us.
Yeah. So now what you're going to do is just cut straight, so 2.5 inch wide strips. So I'm lining up straight edge of my ruler, 2.5 inches, and cutting, and that's creating these double diamonds.
Without having to cut diamonds.
Exactly right, exactly right. You know, so that's easy peasy. So you do those, and then you've got a second strip set, but you do have to make sure when you cut your second strip set, where this one, the orange was at the bottom, on this one, the orange has to be at the top when you cut that first angle.
Okay.
Okay, but it's all shown in the diagrams. So you cut a bunch of those. And then our next job is to join the two different units together to make our sort of little Argyle diamond. Now, again, you want to look at the diagram. There's a handy diagram that says kind of this we're making, and this is how we're going to do it. So you want to look at that. The postage stamps are at the top, and you've got the orange either side, and this little soft print is at the bottom. So this is how we want to piece them together. Now, if you were piecing a 4-patch together, and these were 2 squares and 2 squares, all you would do is you would literally, you would line it up like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So that your
Yeah.
seam allowances were offset against each other. Well, clearly that isn't what you do in this instance. But this can throw people in. It makes you think, well, hang on, I don't know how to do this, because if I was to line this up perfectly matching at either end and sewed that, I'm going to pop a pin where my seam would be, so about 1/4 inch there, and when I open that up, oh look, the ends don't match up. This is overhanging and my centre doesn't match. So this is a slightly different skill, but you've done this before, because whenever you sew a triangle to a square, we have a dog ear. Well, this, if you think about it, this is like sewing triangles together, and they have a dog ear.
So I guess you just have to make sure those seams match up and they stick out the same.
Do you know what I'm going to say? Don't worry about what's going on in the centre.
Oh, just the edges.
It'll just happen. Just make sure you've got an even amount hanging over the ends, that little triangle. You can pin in the centre if you want to, and then sew it. First few times when you sew a seam like this, I'm going to recommend that you set your seam allowance, your seam length. So it's a 1/4 inch seam, but we're going to set our stitch length to maximum. That's a stitch length of 5
Right.
on my FS250. And then what I'm going to do, I'm not going to sew the whole seam. I'm just going to sew the centre inch. And I don't recommend that you do this on every single unit, but I'm...
This is just for like to just practice.
Check
then.
it. To check... Oh, what's gone on here? All going on today. It hasn't picked up the bobbin. Let me just re-put the bobbin in.
No worries. I love this kit. This is one of my, well, since I missed out on the last one, which I was over a year ago, I really like this kit. 189. Also, I think it's a nice kit to own, so that when you think, like, particularly for gifting, this is a very impressive gift.
I agree.
And as Stuart says, it's quick to put together, so you could make this for someone. I mean, how lovely to have this as a gift. Just,
Yeah, tea.
you know, or someone who's moving into a new house or a new flat, you know, just pop that over the sofa. Gillian says, I love the colours in the Tim Holtz quilt. I made this pattern in William Morris kit last year. It was challenging but fun to do. I'm tempted to do this one.
Oh, do it.
Gillian, do it. Do it. But it, like, completely rejuvenates your sofa.
Yeah, it really does. So I just want to show you here. So you saw I didn't bother matching the ends or anything like that. I didn't stick pins. I mean, there's all sorts of advice on how to get these to match up perfectly.
Okay.
But honestly...
So it's all about the triangle, making sure it's central.
Yeah, just make sure that the ends... Look, so I've done my little basting stitch to check. And I'm just going to show you now.
Wow. That's amazing.
You don't need to stick a pin through the centre.
So you're not seeing much.
All you have to do is make sure that you've got an even amount at either end and it'll work.
And because it's so little, it's not something you'd need to measure either. You just...
No, and to be honest with you, once it's all put together, you probably wouldn't notice anyway. I mean, you won't. So what I'm going to do now is go back to my stitch length of 2, and now I'm going to sew the whole of the seam proper. Okay, so I don't take out that basting, and I'm probably only going to once. I'm only testing to see whether I'm offsetting the triangles at just the right point. So I've re-sewed the seam. We're lined up perfectly at either end and in the centre. Today's a good day.
Yeah, that's
despite
lovely,
the glitches. So what I'm going to do now, I'm actually going to press that seam open. It recommends different directions to press your seams. This is only my personal preference, but I think when you're sewing diamonds or lots of seams come together, pressing seams open
okay.
handy. So I've pressed my seams open.
It's always a decision though, isn't it? You think, oh, I don't know, one side, the other side, which side open?
Yeah.
And then I change my mind as I go along.
Yeah. I think back in the day, most seams were pressed open, and it's become more of a recent thing that we press seams to one side, and you can get very hung up about it. To be fair, sometimes I get 2 lots of seams all meeting together, and you know what? My sewing machine just goes over the hump. And once it's all layered up with wadding, it's fine.
No one knows.
So there we go. That's all done, all right? So we've done our Argyle diamond, and that's the lion's share of the piecing.
Okay.
So it's sewing strips together, cutting them at a 60-degree angle, and then them together with the easiest join ever.
Yeah, that is like you showed, because it's you just often,
We overthink that.
Yeah.
We overthink it terribly. It's like Lone Star. We overthink that terribly. It doesn't have to be that hard. Right, then what you're going to do is you're going to sew. This is our favourite fabric, isn't it?
Yeah, our favourite fabric.
We're making this unit here. So we're making this equilateral triangle. All
and the
sides are the
templates,
same.
that's what the template's for.
Yeah, so we've got, here's our diamond, and we're going to triangle here and a triangle here. And you'll notice straight away as well that these do not line up either. So I want to talk you through how easy it is to sew these on. But before we do that, let's talk about how we cut the triangles out in the first place. So on your pattern, you've got pattern pieces, okay? Now you're instructed to cut a strip of fabric, which you cut first of all, and then you lay this template on top and you cut, 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 cut. So there's 0 waste when you're cutting out your triangles, okay? Again, this is a time when a small ruler is handy. It's easier to move. Now, you can cut this out if you want to. My personal preference is to make a template. Freezer paper or template plastic. So low cost alternative, but you probably want to make several of these, is to use freezer paper. So out of choice, the way I would do this is to use a pencil, or you could even use a pin to pierce. You do not have to mark out your seam allowance. So mark out those 3 points with a pin, and then all you've got to do is line your ruler up with your pin pricks and cut. So that's 1. Same thing, line up. That's 2. And that's 3. If it helps you, you can draw it if you prefer, but easy enough.
Yeah,
to cut.
okay.
Okay. Or you can use template plastic.
So when you do that, do you press it onto the fabric? And
Yeah, then
cut
you iron it to the fabric.
Right.
Yeah, you just iron the fabric. Or you could use sticky tape and tape it to your ruler. So if it's then on your ruler, then you can just, like that.
There it is.
Yeah. Or you can use template plastic.
Yeah, we've got that as well.
And then you've got a much more
Really,
durable,
yeah,
long-lasting.
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, if you like it and you think, well, I'm going to do it again. I mean, to be honest, you know, 39, you've got 2 sheets there. You're going to use it for other things.
Yeah.
To have a template, I presume you can just cut it with your rotary cutter.
Rotary cutter or scissors,
Cut
very
it
easy.
to exact size, and then you've got it, haven't you? I think
Yeah.
I would. I think for the sake of £3.99.
Yeah.
Then you know it's permanent.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's whatever you want to do, really. Okay, so once you've cut out your fabric, you're going to sew those triangles on, okay? And so this is a really easy job. Now, here's my top tip. When you're trying to line up a triangle with here, it's tempting, well, do I line up that point? Or do I line up that point? Or what do I line up? So if you think about it, if you line up that point, what you've actually got is, look, all this fabric flopping off the edge. Well, that can't be right. Obviously, it's not. So what we do is, if we shift it up here, now we've got 2 sides that line up perfectly. That is correct. That's what we want, okay? So we've got a little dog ear hanging off there. Don't cut these off. Don't be tempted to cut these off. Leave them on. I'm pinning it in place and I'm going to sew 1/4 inch down that line. Now again, first time of doing this, you might want to set your stitch length to a longer stitch length, a basting. Then you could sew it first as a little trial run, or do what I always do, which is to grab my fabrics and cut everything out first in scrap fabrics, piece it together, check the method, check my
So I do. It's a bit like toiles and pre-washing, isn't it? You know
Totally.
that you should, and it really, yeah.
Now, can you see, sewn that on with that little dog ear, it's a straight line now.
And I
that's
guess
what
if you do it in, like you say, in your scrap fabrics, you work that well, don't you?
You do. You do.
Without unpicking.
Yeah.
You do unpick your lovely fabric.
Now here, it's like, oh, hang on a minute. Now I've got 2 dog ears. What am I going to do now? Now I can't line this up perfectly. Well, this is why we don't trim the dog ear off, because actually the triangle is still there. So if I flip this, and what you'll see is that we can line up this point with the dog and this point with the dog ear. So actually we can line it up triangle to triangle, and this is the little dog ear that's hanging over the... So leave those dog ears in place. I'll bob a little pin in there and sew that side.
And if you were doing it, would you like chain piece, as in do like all of that and then add all the triangles?
No, I'd make these 1 block at a time.
Oh, okay.
Well, you make half blocks. I would make them as 2 half blocks.
Right.
1 at a time, because there's a lovely sense of achievement. Just to show you again, look, I've joined that now, and when you press that back, straight line.
That's amazing.
Straight line. And if you want to do a real check to see is everything going to fit, you're setting triangles, okay, which again you have a template for. It's a half template, but all you need to do is, if you're using freezer paper, fold your freezer paper in half, trace this on the fold, or you can just cut strips of fabric to this length and then use the 60-degree angle on your ruler, and you can just cut them. So I just cut mine out, both of them.
Yeah, that sounds like a really good
Didn't
idea.
have to use the templates.
I guess you could check against the template, but that sounds easier.
Well, that's exactly what I did once I'd pieced it. So I'm just going to show you here as well, is that your pieced triangle should fit on top. And if it does, you're in business. And if it doesn't, you're using scrap fabrics, aren't you?
Yeah,
Scrap
you'll know
fabrics
it's wrong.
You know.
Yes,
You haven't cut
exactly.
into your gorgeous Timmy Holtz fabric. you just got into, yeah. So this is why I say check it first, because if you make one unit and check it against the setting triangle and they're the same size,
Yeah, that's
bingo,
true.
now you can factory produce.
Yeah, yes, but get one right.
Yeah, but if this was slightly smaller than the background, you know your seam allowances are too big.
Yes, no, that's
Just
true.
adjust the needle position on your sewing machine and make your seam allowance a little bit smaller. If this is hanging over the edge, it's too big, your seam allowance is small, so you need to move your needle over to the left to make your seam allowance a little
Right.
bigger. Your 1/4 of an inch on your machine or the way you position your fabric might give you a very skinny or a very generous.
So make a whole thing, a hexagon. I don't want to start hexagon. First.
Just one of these.
Oh, just
one
was
unit.
one of those.
Make one triangular unit and
okay.
measure that up against the background. And if you've done it. This is it. This is the quilt.
Right. And it's just then, and I guess you'll just get better because you just practice and you just keep doing it.
We don't want to get better. We want to be consistent throughout.
Oh, want to be quicker.
We don't want. Well, we're going to make loads of these different. They've all got a feather at the end.
Oh, cool.
So we
Yeah,
don't want the
true.
first ones that I made to be a bit inaccurate.
No.
By the time I got to this side, they're all different sizes now.
They're all got to be as good
Yeah.
as each other.
Yeah.
I think you just get quicker then.
You get maybe, but you see, I even though I make a lot of quilts and I make them in a few days, I'm never rushing. That's just my pace. I
Right.
enjoy the process. You've got to enjoy the process. You know, we call it the factory method. I hate that. We're not working in a factory. This is fun. This is your hobby.
What do you mean, like sort of chain pieces?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
But never feel like, okay, now pedal to the metal, let's go. Unless this is a wedding present and it's Thursday and the wedding's on Saturday, in which case you go, girl.
Yeah, it is interesting because a lot of the things I make, for designs and kits and stuff, I do really quickly. But the odd thing I make myself, which wasn't often because I
Yeah.
haven't got the time, like my for my bed has taken
Yeah.
3 years.
3 years.
And I've done it, and I've enjoyed every moment. And when I've got to the point where I think, oh, I'm a bit fed up now, I stop and I put it back in its box.
Right.
And then I come back to it about a month later when I'm feeling really calm and enjoying it because it was a big quilt with a lot of seams.
There you go.
Yeah, I
You want to enjoy the process,
if
don't
you're making
you?
it for yourself, it's got to be enjoyable. Of
course it
Unless you make
has.
it, like you say, you make it for someone else.
That's right. That's right. You know, if you're on the clock and you're being paid by the hour, well, fair enough. You know, right. So I just want to show you that once
cool.
you look, how cool is
that's
that?
nice.
So when you've made all of those units, they're going to go together in the quilt to make a hexagon because we know that 6 equilateral triangles makes a hexagon. However, please don't be tempted to sew your units into hexagons, because that's not how the quilt goes together.
Okay.
All right. So what you're actually going to sew, you're going to make 6, okay? But then what you're going to do is you're going to sew them into 2 halves.
Okay.
And it's yeah, you can't. Let me just see. Yeah, you can't sew them together. Yeah. So you're going to sew them together and to make 2 half hexagons. So that now we're just this is like sewing 2 squares together because one triangle fits another triangle. There's no overhang here. You just sew in that seam, 1/4 of an inch, press your seam open. The instructions say to press it one way. I say press it open, but you can do what you like.
Is that because of bulk?
Bulk.
You would say that.
When
okay.
it gets in the centre, you want it all distributed
Right.
as much as possible. Again, flip that. Don't cut off your dog ears because you'll have the dog ears to line up. And then press it back. Make 1 half hexagon, the half hexagon. And then once you've done that, so you can keep those together, pin them together as 2 halves of the same whole. Make all of your blocks, okay? And you've got different colorations to make. Now, what I would say is that the instructions tell you not to sew them together into hexagons, to leave them as 2 halves, but they show them as whole hexagons, which I think if you're the kind of person that just looks at the picture, I'm talking to you now, who just looks at the picture and thinks, oh, I've got it, I know what I'm doing. And next thing you know, you've got a pile of hexagons.
I know. I think
Come
you've got all the
unstuck.
instructions before you start. I'm one of them.
And I am talking about myself.
I would, because I wouldn't, when they say, sit down with a cup of tea and read all the instructions.
Yeah.
Well, no, thank you.
Yeah, no.
I like the fun of finding out what's going to happen, to be honest.
Exactly.
I think it ruins the surprise.
Yeah, there you go. But you wouldn't want to sew them all together and then discover that you've got to unpick them into 2 halves again. So yeah.
So is that done so that the triangles fit? Is that why
Yeah,
that's
so, well, let me
done in
show
that
you on the
order?
quilt. Now, this quilt, we've hung this quilt size so that you can see more of it, but actually it's a portrait quilt. It's, yeah.
Right.
So when I show you the rows, I'm showing you this away, whereas on your actual quilt there, that away. But this is what you do. So you sew a half hexagon to a triangle, straight seam.
Right.
To a half hexagon, straight seam. Half hex, yeah?
Yeah.
These are your seams. They're straight seams. And you make rows. You just have to lay it out on a bed or on the floor. And basically, when 2 rows are sewn together with the joining seam, now our hexagon is joined together. But if you were trying to join this together as whole hexagons, you would have to sew Y seams, which are not difficult, but you are giving yourself an extra job that you do not need to have.
Yeah.
The whole point of hexagons joined together with equilateral triangles is that you can sew them together in rows.
Yeah, no, that makes sense because it's just a row.
Straight row.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight row. So that makes it incredibly easy. I've shown you all of the piecing, the extra skills that you need. The rest of it is straight lines. Now, one thing I want to just draw attention to on the pattern, which I think is a little bit wasteful.
Okay.
I'm just going to say, I think it's a little bit wasteful, is when you come to put your whole quilt together. So you can see here, look, like half hexagons with triangles, and then when they're joined into rows, they become full rows. Those, yeah. So you can see that. But what they do then is, once the quilt top's all put together, they slice the edges off.
Ooh.
And I just think you've made 2 whole hexagon or 2 whole piece triangles there, and 2 there, and 2. I mean, I know it's only 4, but you don't need to piece them at all.
Oh, I see.
You're not cutting off part of them, you're cutting off all of them. So I sort of think, well, why bother? You could just do that one and that one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because you're not cutting off into it. You're cutting
No.
off into the other one.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's 4 half hexes you don't have to make.
Yeah, so I would save myself the time and not do those, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I would
that's
just
good.
do partials. Then you'll have a bit of extra goodness
Nice.
left over. Hello. Because I don't want these offcuts. I want the fabric.
Well, also then, if you're gifting it to someone, you can make a little bag to
Yeah.
put it in or something. Could
Yeah,
you? No, I'm with you on
exactly.
that.
So that's
why
all.
they've done that.
Yeah. Well, it's the easiest way to show it, really.
Yeah, I guess
Did
so.
You know,
Yeah.
it's the it's the simplest way.
Suddenly everything went black.
To show it, isn't it? You know, just
Yeah, I
trim the edges
suppose so.
off. You know, it's a little bit like you sometimes some people make, you know, like a square on point border, where it's a square on point with like a triangle top and across. People make that by sewing 3 squares together, sewing them together at an angle, and then trimming the edge off. I always the triangles.
Yes, I see what you mean. Because it's and that's a lot of waste as well. Because this fabric is so lovely.
So gorgeous.
You want to be keeping that. Oh, Stu, I just love you. You explain everything so well. Would you like me to come and live with me for a month and do some sewing from Trudy?
I don't know, Trudy, would I?
What's
it
your
depends
cooking
where
like?
you live, what your cooking's like.
Have you got chickens?
Yes, exactly.
How well will you look after?
What's the bath situation?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
quite important.
How comfortable's the bed and what's the quilt like on it?
Yeah, that's right.
There's a lot of questions,
Make me an offer, Trudy.
You might have to have an interview.
Interesting fact.
Go on then.
In days gone by, in days gone by, there were itinerant quilters. Did you know this?
No,
There were
no.
itinerant quilters who, well, there were some that went round marking.
Like troubadours.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
quilters.
Yeah. So they would go from village, town to town, even farm to farm, and they would live, maybe in the farmhouse, maybe in the barn, they'd get fed, whatever, and they'd make a quilt for your family while they were there, and then they would leave it with you and move on to
I
the
think
next
that
town or
was you.
village.
That was
That
you.
me in a past life. And there were also itinerant quilt markers.
Were they men or women, just out of interest?
Both.
Really?
They were both.
Just wondered whether it was more traditional.
No, it was
men
an equal
quilting.
opportunities employer.
That's surprising.
Yeah. And
That's
also there
useful.
were quilt markers, itinerant quilt markers. So they would travel from town to town and they would mark those gorgeous feathers and beautiful wreaths and things on your quilt top. If you
You
think,
clearly
oh, I
haven't
hate marking
quilted.
quilting patterns. We need to revisit
So when was
the
this?
past.
What sort of, like, how long ago?
Like, I think like the 17th and 18th centuries.
Yeah.
There was one very famous professional quilter who was known as Joe the Quilter. Joe the Quilter, he was a man called Joe Quilter, and he was like a jobbing quilter. He was a professional quilt maker, and he was murdered. It was a very famous quilty murder. Knows, but it's believed it was for the contents of his pocket, his purse, his money. Yeah, and he was murdered.
Maybe
for
he was
his money he
murdered
made from
by a
quilting.
rival quilt maker.
There's a book in this.
Yeah, there is. A rival quilt making gang. Yeah. He should.
Like Peaky Blinders.
Yeah.
Except they were tweaky pinners.
If he'd had any sense, he'd have had fate sewn in. He'd have sewn his money in.
There you go.
Well, I never knew that. I think that was
story.
you in a past
Yeah,
life.
but could have been.
Michelle says, if Trudy's having Stuart, you can come to me, Rebecca. Own bathroom, plenty of takeaways and gin. Michelle, I'm on my way. I'm on my
Don't
way.
want you.
You had me at gin.
She wants me.
You had me at gin.
Wants me.
Oh, an own bathroom. Yes.
Yes, you see, this sounds
Love a
sounding lovely.
takeaway. Gin, definitely.
I mean, ideally, I'm just putting it out there. If you'd got a granny annex, that would be my ideal.
Gosh, can you imagine Stuart going,
Me
right,
in
I'm not
granny
even doing the
annex.
interview, so I've got tick boxes.
It's true, it's true. But yeah,
Plenty of pies and crumpets.
pies and crumpets.
I'd be
You know,
going,
like I look like I'm built on
no, I
pies
just
and
know you talk about
crumpets.
crumpets and
I do,
pies.
I do.
I'd be going,
Sunday afternoon.
cake.
Cake, yeah. Sunday afternoon, crumpets or scones. We actually did flapjacks this week.
Did you?
We did. We did jewelled flapjacks with cranberry, dried cranberries, golden raisins and sultanas.
Oh, nice. Lovely. Did you do pancakes on Tuesday?
Yeah, but I did
Okay, Hannah, sorry, we're chatting.
Sorry, we're talking about
Hannah wants me to recap the kit. No, we're
We did the
chatting.
thick American pancakes.
I love them.
And I did some that were plain and some that had fresh blueberries baked into them.
I just didn't get round to it.
Did them for breakfast because it was my mother-in-law's birthday the day after, that was yesterday, but I wasn't there yesterday. So we
Right.
had pancakes for breakfast and then we went out for lunch with Ron and Diane and had a glorious time. Great
nice.
fun.
I didn't have pancakes. Might do them this weekend. I want Nutella, strawberries and fresh cream. Because Greg James had a phone in on Radio 1 that morning and said, what are you having on your pancakes? And I went through all of them and I went, that's the one I'm having. Yes, anyway, Hannah's telling me off now. We need to recap the quilt kits.
We do.
Because I just
do.
talking about pancakes. So the quilt kit, it's amazing. It's amazing. Now, loads of you have got it in your baskets, and I know that you were waiting to check out until Stuart finished it. You can see how glorious it is. I think, actually, it's a really interesting thing to sew because there's lots of stages. So you start off by doing that bit. Then you do, so it's not like, right now, make 84 half-square triangles.
You're
is
right.
it?
It's not a quilt that you're going to sort of fall asleep while you're making, or if you're a bit sort of bored of half-square triangles, you don't want to do any more four patches. This is using the same skills, but in a slightly, perhaps more interesting way.
Well, I think
and
so.
you get
and
a lot
it's
more
not
back. and forth.
loads. It's not that, you just do bit by bit.
Hopefully I've shown how easy it is really.
Oh, no, you taught me
I know
into
I
it.
totally fluffed using the 60-degree line.
Oh, yeah, but you worked it out for us so we don't have to.
Yes.
And that's the joy of you being here.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you wanted to, you could use the triangle template. If you lay that on your fabric, that's the 60-degree line as well. So, I'm sorry I fluffed. But that's just my old brain worrying.
Yes, but we would have all had that
thinking.
problem and you sorted it out for us, so we don't need to have that problem.
But I mean, the rest of it, it's so easy and straightforward. And because the units that you're making are really big, you'll look through this so quickly. Anyway.
So here's the kit. Obviously, you get all of these fabrics, this one being my favourite. Who says that? Terry. Terry says she's
No, that's
got
so
a
funny.
granny
Claire. Is it
annex.
Claire?
Unfortunately, there is a granny in it. Does that... Claire says that. Does that matter?
Well, is Granny now? Is it awful to kick her out?
Yeah. How soon will it be vacant?
Nail an eviction notice when I do. That's awful. I don't mean
That is awful. Stu's
I
just
don't.
evicted Claire's granny.
I don't share. Well, I don't share food.
Don't share anything. I don't share food, bathrooms, beds, anything. Or crumpets.
Big old
Don't
selfish
share.
me.
Don't share. Oh, I bet you were told off in school. Stuart must...
No, do you know, I was fine with things like that. What I really struggle sharing with are things like chips. I can't share chips.
I'm the person who... I'm sorry, if you'd wanted some, you could have bought some.
Yes, when people say, I'm not ordering any, I'll just have a few of yours. I'm like, no, you won't. I'll pay for a portion.
Yeah.
You can have the lot and eat 3.
Yeah, exactly. I bought this and I'm not sharing.
I told Charlie that on our first date. I said, before we go any further, I don't share food. It is a deal breaker, so don't do it.
I said that to my husband. He goes, cool, you're a bit bossy. I know, I'm not.
Yeah.
If you want the chips, you buy your own.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're so bossy, aren't we? Anyway, in this kit, you get all of these fabrics. That one being my favourite. And you get the instructions. Now, the instructions got the templates. You don't need to use the templates because you can use your ruler.
You can.
But do keep the pattern because it's not available on its own. And in the next few months, Tim is going to be bringing out more colourways, so you could make more of them. But it's a great quilt to own, but I think it's a great gifting quilt because it's going to appeal to a lot of people, different ages, different genders. I think if you know someone who's going off to uni in September, this is a lovely present, isn't it?
I agree. I think there's a huge amount of quilt for your money as well. It's 78 inches by 84 inches.
You're saving £70.
Yeah, you are. You're making a massive saving. It's free spirit fabric. It's absolutely glorious.
Hayley says, oh my God, Tim Holtz is my favourite designer. That's such a gorgeous quilt. I must not. I bought it. Ha!
Yeah.
Hayley.
Resistance is futile, Hayley. And we
Resistance is
don't
futile.
get enough lovely Tim Holtz quilts.
No, we don't, no. And this fabric is... And we buy his fabric thinking, what am I going to do with that? I own it.
I know.
This is what you're going to do with it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. And we've got the yellow coming out tomorrow. Now, can I just suggest that
Go on,
if
then.
you... Not the quilt kit, obviously, they're just fabric. But might I just suggest that if you get the kit... If you bought some of the yellow tomorrow, a bit more of a background from the yellow collection, you could actually put it together with this quilt kit and make 2, 3,
Oh, yes, you can.
1, 2. You've only got to get enough fabric, so probably an extra, I'd go 2.5 metres extra fabric. You could make 2 bed quilts out of the kit,
Oh,
plus
wow.
2.5 extra metres.
Because the yellow is going to go with it really well.
Oh, can you imagine? The reds, the oranges and the yellows all blended together. I mean, that's just sunshine and happiness. Like I said earlier on, they say you can't buy happiness, but it's not true. You can buy fabric and cake.
Yeah, and that's all you need, really, isn't it, in any order?
Yeah.
Anyway, you do need to check out. I know you've got this in your basket. You need to get checked out. It's available on 3-way split pay as well. So if you want to spread the cost without it costing you anything in an addy or interest or anything, then you can, when you come to either phone in or you do it online, then you can choose you do split pay or not. 3 equal payments of, and it will come up in a minute, 60 something. You will get it after the first payment, 63.33, 3 equal payments, 63.33. Worth getting, have it on your shelf, and then it's ready for you when you need to come to make it. Anyway, thank you so much, Stuart.
Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a whistle stop. Sorry, I'm packing up now.
When are you in?
I'm back in, actually, on... Sunday
and Monday.
Yes, I am on Sunday and Monday. Yes. So, yeah, tomorrow I'm in my studio. Then Joan and I are teaching a workshop in Bishop Wilton.
Nice.
Sounds lovely, doesn't it? And then, yeah, back down on Sunday, Monday.
Right, okay.
Can't wait.
See you then. We'll see you then. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time when we are going to be talking cubes and extra wide fabric. So don't go anywhere and don't forget to check out on that quilt kit. See you in a bit.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smart tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.90. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com, go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Are you ready for a creative? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. You at 1 p.m.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Sorry, I really wasn't concentrating there. I was trying to work out where to stand. Right, we're going to talk about the colour cubes. Now, if you were with me watching on Saturday, we launched these on Saturday. Absolutely fabulous. So I wanted to bring them back to you today. I love these. Now, there's 3 ways of buying them. There's set 1, set 2, and sets 1 and 2 together in a box. And they come in a lovely box like this. See? So you get set 1 and set 2 in the box. And it looks like that. And not only that, you save £10. It is the most affordable way to buy them, is getting both. So when you open the box, I'll just show you. I'm going to show you the cubes out, but this is what it looks like. So you get both cubes in the box. It's a wonderful gift to yourself or to someone else. Anyone who loves colour but needs help with it, or needs idea, needs inspiration. So that's how it works. Now, if you've never seen the colour cubes, let me show you. So, £10 saving if you, we have got them available separately, £37.99 each or £64.99 for 2. So let me tell you that this is volume 1. So there are 250 cards in each box. So you've got 1 to 250 in box 1, 251 to 500 in box 2. Now this is what I love about it. I'm just taking a random selection, I'll mix them all up. So say you want to choose some colours, whether you're trying to get some ideas. I thought they were peas. Oh, maybe they are apples. Oh, they're limes. I thought they were peas. Maybe you want to choose some colours. It might be for a quilt. It might be in a bag. It might be for your outfit. It might be for a crochet blanket. It could be because you're redecorating the lounge, or you need some ideas because you want to repaint the kitchen. You just go through them. So let me find one that's a variety of colours. So say something like that. You think, oh, I love that. That's lovely. So what they've done is they take a photograph and then they pull out the colours, and these colours go together, and then you turn it over. They've labelled them. They've put the hex codes on, which is if you're a graphic designer and you use colour numbers, that's what these hex codes are. So if you wanted to reproduce that as a designer, that's what they're for. Then what they do is the colour in the middle is that colour. And they've given you a lighter shade and a darker shade so that you can then pick colours either side of it. They've also, which I think is really useful, colours right on the edge without a gap so that you can lay them alongside threads, fabrics, furnishings, whatever you need. So you just need to be inspired. So maybe someone said to me, oh, can you make me a baby quilt? And you think, okay, well, I'll do it in, I don't know, pink. Well, that's quite nice. Or you might look at that and go, that's my favourite colour. I've got some purple fabric. What fabric shall I have to go with it? Oh, well, I hadn't thought of that one. There's some amazing colour combinations in here. Things that you might like this. You might think, I've got a purple coat. I want to knit myself a pair of gloves to go with it. That colour, that real citrus yellow. Or it might be that you're trying to decide what colour binding to put on something. I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? So maybe you've made, I'm trying to find something that's not purple. I think I'm in the purple zone. So something like, I mean, that one there, it's very specific, like a mustardy yellow colours. But say something like this, so maybe you've made a quilt that's all the, it's in shades of teals and greens, and you want to put a binding or a border. Look at that lovely shade. If I turn that over, because we just get stuck in the comfort zones. Dark blue, and you might not have thought of that going with it. But I think we do. We often, making a quilt, we use like an ivory background, don't we? We don't think about putting colours, different sorts of colours together. Maybe you're doing some Christmas designs and you're thinking, well, emerald green, scarlet. Well, how about putting these colours in? Something a bit more updated, modern. And instead of doing white, have a grey. I mean, that, I think, for interiors, if you were decorating a living room, you wanted a really warm room, you could use these shades in it. You could think, well, my carpet's kind of a beigey colour. I'm going to have a feature wall in that deep plum. Eggplant. Terracotta, marigold, slate grey. Maybe you know someone who's going off to do an interior design course, or is going to be a graphic designer, or just someone who loves putting together different outfits. Maybe you're going to a wedding and you're going to wear a bluey grey dress. What colour would your shoes be? Orange, obviously. Obvs. I think for me, I absolutely love this. I get very inspired. The majority of my Instagram is following crochet people, and I get really inspired when people put colours together, and then I can never find those colours that they put together. But I think this is lovely. So if I was going to make a blanket, or maybe someone's having a baby girl, I'm going to make them a quilt. Well, I wouldn't have thought of putting that, what have they called it? It looks like a bluey grey. Ghost white. Yeah, so it is a grey white. And I wouldn't have thought of putting burgundy, but doesn't it work well? And it might be you just put a hint. So maybe, so this baby quilt you're making, you're going to use a very, very pale grey as the background instead of white. Maybe you're going to use those 3 shades of pink, and maybe that burgundy is just the binding. It also makes, well, it does make you look at yours differently. So maybe you've got some of these colours and you think, oh God, I've got that orange, I never know what to do with it. Well, have a look, see what else you've got in there. And you don't want to use the same colours all the time. Or you want to make something for someone, you think, I don't know, what sort of thing would they like? I mean, that's so modern and fresh and zingy and summer. That's beautiful. I just love the way they've taken photographs to do this. And some of them are all of a colour range. Look at that. But, you know, it's actually a really good way of you then thinking about doing things yourself. Maybe you've got photos of things that you could then take the colours out of. I just think it's a really clever, I mean, that is stunning, isn't it? All of those colours together. And what I would say is you might look at that and you think, oh, I didn't know the red, oh, I'm not sure about the red. Just put a little splash of it in. You know, maybe you're making a quilt that's just got like centres and then borders. You could put that. And the fact they haven't put black, they've put charcoal. Because I think we do get into a bit of a colour things. Oh, I showed this one the other day and then everyone told me it was Lamingtons. Still need to have one. I still really want to try Lamington. I wonder if they've got them in the farm shop services. Sort of place that might have them. They might have, they sort of place, they have everything there. I think that's Christmas, isn't it? But really classy. You know, so maybe you're thinking, oh, well, you know, I'm going to do placemats for my Christmas table. Well, how about using that? If you buy both sets, you've got 500 ideas. Yes, so if you run a sewing group or a quilt group, this would be a great resource for your group to buy. Maybe you've got a crochet club. Maybe you could set a little challenge to everyone. You could just at random, like turn them all over, snap, give everyone a card and say, right, next week, come back. I mean, I absolutely love, I would never have put that, what have they called that? I think that's like French rose. I would never have put that with those colours, but obviously it goes. And that's lovely, isn't it? And even like, I mean, I'm thinking, you know, interiors. Wouldn't that be nice to paint your kitchen with? Just sort of soft and warm. That's so vibrant and fun. But, you know, I think particularly if you're making something for someone else, you could look at these and you could see different personality in them quite easily, couldn't you? I'll stuck those two together. Beautiful. So you get 250 in a box. These are really hard to get hold of. It's taken us quite a while. We've only been able to see them in one place. So we've bought these in specially. I mean, that is stunning, isn't it? If you wanted to make a blue, if you love blue, put a little bit of grey with it. It's just beautiful. I mean, I just think that the inspiration here is lovely because you can, it's not just somebody, if they didn't put the photo, you'd look at that and you think, oh, it's just like, what does that? But when you see it together, you see that it actually works. And you can see calm colours. So whether you're using it for your wardrobe, for your quilting, for choosing thread, for embroidery, for decorating, for textile design, I think there's a whole world of inspiration here. So obviously you can buy them individually. We do have them on the web. If you go on to sewingstreet.com and watch live, we do have them individually. But the most cost-effective way, save yourself £10, you'll get both boxes. So there's set 1, here's set 2. There's none, and they're both of them same as in they're completely mixed. There are no repeated photos. It's not that one, it's just, they looks like, look, the boxes are the same. There's not one that's different. It's just that 250 in one, 250 in the other. So you're getting more inspiration. They're all different images. There's not one that's more blue than green or whatever. It's just one is volume one is, I would imagine they brought out volume one. It was very popular and they brought out volume two. So now they're selling them together. A lot of they're used a lot by people who do colouring. So whether that's like graphic design, whether that's interior or colouring, people who do mindful colouring are used a lot by those. And that's so popular, isn't it? Maybe you've got one of the black and white colouring books. You choose this palette a lot of time. But for me, I think this is very, I mean, that's lovely. It's very, the sort of thing that when you see Jane Crowfoot recoloured, we've all got crochet patterns. Even if you're doing a crochet blanket that's granny squares and you think, oh, no, I don't know what colours to do. Well, I just want to make one for the summer, for like a beach rug. Use those colours. I think that's gorgeous. And then it means also that you can take your fabric stash, you can look at it, you think, actually, that's lovely. I'm going to make a picnic quilt. I haven't got any of that colour. I've got those, so I just need to buy that one. So it's a really good way if you take, you go by your fabric stash, go through all your bags and your boxes and your shelves, take out these colours, and then it means that you'll use up your stash. I mean, if you're going for a summer wedding, and you think, right, I want to make a dress for my summer wedding, that's a beautiful colour, isn't it? If you had a print with colours in, then you could have your handbag in that or your shoes, and you can use that as a colouring, and then you will have this beautiful curated outfit. I think it's wonderful. I think they're absolutely fab. The sort of thing that I would really, really want. Now, $64.99, that's for the two together. They are completely different. I'm pretty sure the way it works that they brought volume one out and then thought we can do more. A new world of colour inspiration. We launched these on Saturday in our birthday week. And this was by far the most popular way of them. In the pack, oh, that's a nice one, isn't it? Look at that with the post box. Oh, sorry, on the overhead. Isn't that lovely? What a lovely photo. I want those 3 post boxes, but they go together so well, don't they? It tells you how to use the colour palette, how to match the colours, what the hex codes. It explains about the tints and shades, that one is 20% tint and one 20% shade. The colour names. I think it's quite nice to have named them, because sometimes you think, oh, is that name? Oh, okay, so that's dark blue. It's quite nice to nail them, isn't it? Now, it does say share your art, what you've created. So I would go on #ColourCube and see what people have actually made from these. If you go onto Instagram, I'd want to have a look at that. I love that card. So this is what you'll get in your box. You will get 2 of the cubes, look like that. We obviously do sell them individually. You just need to go on the website individually. But the most cost-effective way is buying them. They are different. You will get 500 different ones. Right. Let me just put those back together. Right, talking about colour, we're going to do extra white backings, which I'm really excited about, because I need to buy some extra white backings to finish my quilt. And this is how I'm going to choose. So let's do the 3 brand new ones. So these are from Stonehenge collection. Now, these were booked into the warehouse yesterday, and so I had them straight away. They are amazing. I'm going to lay them out on the table so you can see it. Stonehenge Gradations, 100% cotton. So, I don't know what they've got to do with Stonehenge. Maybe they look like stones. But they're all in different colours, these Stonehenge fabrics. So these are all 108 inches wide, 274 centimetres. But I think it's just a better way for you to be able to see it if I lay it on the table. Isn't that glorious? So this is obviously the width of the fabric. So you imagine, I mean, obviously it's quilt backing, but I'm thinking if you did borders on your quilt, if you cut it across the width of the fabric, that your border would change colour like this. I mean, obviously you could cut it down the length, but isn't that amazing? Look, it's still going. Isn't that beautiful? It's great. If you just had half a metre of this and you wanted to do something in purple, but you wanted different shades, maybe you love a applique or a textile artist, you do FPP. Look at all of the shades of purple that you're getting in this. But for it's gorgeous. Also, do think about with extra wide fancy dress. You know when you've got to make like this great big robe or cape and it's got to look like something, you know, it's a very, very... Extra wide backing is such an economical way of fabric. It's quilting weight fabric. It is over 2.5 times normal fabric width because it's 108 inches wide. So normal fabric width is 44. 44 times 2 is 88. Half of that would be 100. Because 88 plus 22 is 100, right? So it's over 2.5, because this is 108, so it's over 2.5 times the fabric width, but it is way less than 2.5 times the price. So this is £12.99, and I would expect fabric like this to be about £7.99 for half a metre, really? So this should be 20 quid. Should be £19.99, I reckon, if you looked at it like that. So it's very, very economical, and also because it's so wide, you can do a lot with it. And that applies to all of these half metres. So the purple one. Now, loads of you, obviously, most of you will be buying multiples. It is all cut to order. If you are making a king size bed quilt, double king, you need 2.5 metres. So this quilt here, you will need 2.5 metres. So you will need 5 units. Well done, Hannah, for nabbing these fabrics from Liz. I know. She was there last night. I need those. They're in, well, because otherwise they might have gone somewhere else. Or they might have got forgotten or lost or not thought about. But we nabbed these for today. If you want a quilt backing, I would say get yourself 2.5 metres, because that is going to be enough for even if you're doing a Super King bed. So put 5 units in your basket. I mean, if it's maybe single bed, you might need 2 metres. Just add 8 inches on all round. It means that you don't have to join it, but don't think of your extra wide fabric. Don't limit it to quilt backing. It's dressmaking. It's making to sell. It's homewares. It's borders. That's the... Should we do the blue? This is the ocean. It's just like a drop in the ocean. So on the website, the picture only shows the dark section. So I'm going to show you the whole thing. This is the best way for me to do it. So look, I'm going to pull it this, so you've got the dark. I mean, if you were doing, look at that. It feels like something out of a Van Gogh painting. You could just cut it off there with some people and a few stars in the sky. Oh, that's just that bit. Yeah, the Delphine's applique would be amazing. I want to put turtles on it. You know, like turtles going along the beach. Or binding would be brilliant. Because it's changing colour, a binding would be amazing. If you wanted to do long borders, but you didn't want you wanted the colour to stay the same depth, then you could cut it down the length of the fabric. If you want the colour to change along here, then cut it down. I mean, you know, if you did something like a Bargello, you could just join strips of this together, then cut it and turn it all around. It would all be different colours, wouldn't it? Lightweight curtain lining would look amazing in this. Unless your curtain lining is to keep in warmth, if you just want it to look lovely, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Instead of having the bore inside, plain lining, the plain lining, maxi dress. You know when also, it's loads and loads, you've got this in basket. Also, you know when you want to make something like a really big drawstring laundry bag or something to keep loads of toys in or something, and you don't really want to spend the money, but you need it to keep everything in. This is perfect. It's a really good, if you love blue, it's a good, even just about half a metre, to have that in your stash to use for things. Now, we have it in green. But if you're an appliquer or an FPPer, and you want lots of shades of one colour, then you've got that. I mean, that's beautiful, is it? If you haven't got enough green in your stash, this is a good way of getting it. But, you know, you just, when you look at that, if you wanted to do a bit of wall art, I would just embroider little walkers. If you like, it's like little people walking up the hill and little sheep. Yeah, I'd have a few sheep up here and then a couple in front, and then I'd put a sun in the sky or something. Maybe it's like how your brain works. If you look at it, you go, now what do you see? You see, I see a hillside. What do you see? You might see something else. But you know what? I think the great thing about using it for a quilt back is that if you just get your quilt back slightly skewy, which I sometimes do, but notice, because it's kind of all over the place, isn't it? Remember as well that this is wide enough to use for bed linen. So you make a duvet cover with it, or sheets. Or, you know, think of it like that. That if you wanted to make, this would be cool. And it's very soft as well. Very good quality duvet cover. And tablecloth. Because it's so wide, perfect for tablecloths. There we go, that's the green. These are the 3 brand new ones. Which one shall we do next? Oh, just going to make the blue one, just because this one is a little bit low. And we've got loads of you've got it in your baskets. So just going through the blue one again. Actually, we need the ones from the Tubious Hour. Oh, okay. That's gorgeous. Right. Check your baskets out for that one. Absolutely gorgeous. Which one would you like me to do next? Yes. Right. Now, just when we're thinking about designing and colour placing, this is actually back in stock. The Cave Design Wool. Now, have I mentioned I've been to Cave's house? Did I ever tell you that? I've been to Cave's house in London, it's very nice. He actually has a design wall on his wall, because there's a picture of me that I made them take, obviously, so I could keep it forever, standing in front of his design wall. I was so chuffed. I was like, oh my goodness, you use the design wall. And he was, well, of course I use the design wall. I designed it. But this is a 1.5 metre fabric grid, and you might think, what is the point of that? Why would I use this for designing? Well, brushed cotton, so you can stick fabric to it. So you hang it up, blow tack, nails, whatever you like. You stick it on the wall, like so, or you hang it to a quilt, clip it up on a quilt. Then you can stick fabric to it. As in, you don't stick it, the fabric clings to it. So, because it's got a grid on it, if you want to, maybe you're making a quilt and you don't know which order to put things in. So maybe you want to put it in order, so you decide what, you've cut your blocks out, or you want to see how colours will go together. We all know that if you lay colours down, it looks different than if you stand back and look at it. So maybe you can't decide whether you've got part of your quilt, should I put a red border or a green border? You can stick it on here because it's brushed cotton, it just clings to it. You don't have to sew it on or stick it on or pin it. It doesn't damage anything. It won't stay there forever and ever, but you can then stand back. Because, I mean, when I've made a quilt, I always hang it up, like we've done behind us. Obviously, it's too late by then, isn't it? But before I quilt it, I do that, because then I can look at it and go, oh, yeah, OK, so it needs that and that. Also, when you put different colours of fabric and you stick it up, so it would be like hanging up like this, you can then see the different colours. It's £30.99, so you're getting a 1.5 metre square. So it's really big, and this is what Kaif uses for creating his design wall. It's been specially printed by Free Spirit Fabrics because this is what he wanted. He wanted it with a grid so that he could keep things straight, line things up, and he uses it all the time. It's absolutely brilliant. Now, it's been out of stock for quite a while, but we finally got it back in because we have them specially, Free Spirit create them, and they put them in the boxes with Sewing Street on them because we've been working quite closely with them for a while to create this. but it's great quality, and he uses it. I've seen him use it. It's in his house, and it looks really good. But it is a really good way of auditioning your fabrics before you commit to sewing them. £30.99. And also, what the great thing is, you don't have to have it all the time, do you? You know, you might have a small workroom, you don't want this. I mean, when I hang my quilts up, they cover up all my sewing stuff and all my books. So I can only have them up for a while and then I have to take them back down again. And that's the same with the quilt wall, is that it's just, I mean, you can keep it there all the time, but it's just there as a temporary fixture so that you can audition your fabrics. It saves you making mistakes. Well, not mistakes, but you know when you've made a quilt and you turn and you think, oh, I really wish I'd swapped those over. Wish I'd used, you know, when we were looking like the fabrics with Stuart's and how you place them and how you do them, and it's only when you do it you think, she would have been better. Well, that's what the design wall for. And sometimes you need to look at something and then go off, go for a walk and come back, and then you think, no, wrong place, that's not right. So it's a really good item to have, and then it just folds away and you pop it back in its box, ready for the next time. And the fabric will just cling to it, just because it does. Oh, right, Hannah went on my Colour Cube hashtag, which I recommended. So the Colour Cube, because Hannah's found that, she's found the hashtags of what you can do with them. Oh, that's, I've got to make sure it's one that I've opened. I'm going to take out some different ones. So the Colour Cube, just joined me, is, oh, I like that one, is for you to choose colours for all different things, depending on whether it's sewing, gosh, I'm not getting my words out, whether it's sewing, knitting, crochet, interiors, and then what they've asked people to do is, can you put on Insta you've used those colours? Anyway, Hannah's been scouring Instagram ever since. She focused on knitting and crochet just because that was interesting. It's quite what she fancied knitting on. Now look, these are some images that people have used. So look, there's one of the colours, and they've picked out those yarns. Amazing. And they might never have put those together otherwise. I love the one in the centre, which is one with the, sort of the dahlia and the butterfly. And they've used all of those colours. So even the brown, you see in that centre photo, they've used that to put as the joining section between the granny square flowers. Love the one on the right, where they really have copied it. They've got those 3 shades of teal. And even though like the golden aren't exact matches, they're in that same sort of colour palette. I think that's brilliant. And maybe you run a small business where you put together bundles. I mean, honestly, we're going to keep this in the gallery. Yeah, we're going to start to make bundles. Oh, look at this one. Oh, I love the pie. That works brilliant in crochet, doesn't it? Love the pie. And look at that little cardigan, you see. Who would have thought of putting together? Because you know they work on the card. It's brilliant. Go on to the Colour Cube hashtag. $64.99 for both boxes. 500 ideas of colours and save yourself £10. Absolutely perfect. Definitely worth getting that because you will get both, and they will come in this box. They are completely different, and one isn't more one colour than the other. It's just volume 1 came out first and then volume 2. Sell them separately if you want them separately. If you only want 250, you have to go onto sewingstreet.com and watch live to get that, but the most cost effective is to buy both. Right. Oh, right, we're going to go for a quick break now, and then we'll come back with more extra wide backings. I will see you back in a couple of minutes for just 3/4 of an hour to get through all the extra wide backings. Do check out on the Colour Cubes, and I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is $4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Term half-square triangle, or HST. It refers to a simple way to create two identical triangles from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
Sewing Street. So we're going to go through the extra wide fabrics. By the way, if you've just tuned in, we do have a few of these kits left. We took £70 off that quilt kit. Tim Holtz, just saying, absolutely gorgeous. Right, extra wide backing fabrics. Now, how lovely is this? If you fancy neutral, but you don't want to go just plain, Dan Morris, there's only 1.5 meters left. So it's going to be a quick one. Look at it. Extra wide, 108 inches, 274 centimetres. Loads of different things you can do with extra wide fabric. If you've got some great ideas, let me know. That's about to sell out. Now the new ones, so popular, these fabrics. The blue, look at this. Stone. I would use the green and blue as land and sky or sea and land. Liz, you're right, absolutely. Wouldn't they look lovely? Yes. And you know, where you cut them depends how it works, doesn't it? So that could be the sky. So you could put the green there. I've gone upside down now, really, aren't I? But like that. That's actually quite clever, isn't it? Morning, I see a slice of precious stones. Beautiful, yes. Yeah, it is. It's like gemstones, isn't it? With those lines in it, or fossils. I think it's gorgeous. To me, this one is Van Gogh. I see. Is it is it called Starry Sky? That one, that Van Gogh painting where there's like stars and stuff. Not the Scream. I can't see the Scream in that, but I can see Starry Sky. I mean, and that's just like if I show the whole bit. Look. Gorgeous, £12.99 for Hater. Loads of you multi-buying. It's the sort of thing you'd multi-buy. But to be honest, if you're using it for like applique, style art, EPP or something, Starry Night is the painting I'm talking about. I could create my own Van Gogh. If you're using it for that sort of thing, then you probably only need ½ metre. So that's the blue one. Green. I tell you what's giving me vibes of lichen, you know, like round a tree, you know, where you get all those mosses and like, you get these sort of bits that grow out of like trees that look, maybe they're mushrooms or something, fungus, and then they're always covered in lichen stuff. That's what it looks like. But yes, the applique leaves would be really nice, wouldn't it? If you cut out leaves, Bonder web, then you'd get all different shades all over them, wouldn't you? Oh, I think that's lovely. Frogs. Hannah said frogs. Who appliques frogs? If you did applique frogs, it would be brilliant. Yes. The lesser known applique frog. Well, what about the purple then? What would we do with the purple? No, peacocks aren't purple. No. Unicorn. Unicorns are definitely pink and purple, aren't they, Kat? See, Kat agrees with me, and that peacocks are not. I think that's lovely, isn't it? I tell you what, no, it's almost like some kind of big, stormy, starry sky, isn't it? Like Fantasyland. Beautiful. Right, that's the three. Next. So should we do then we've got the Liberty ones here. So these were launched in birthday week with us. So these, I'll show you all of them to start with, and I'll show them individually. So these are all Liberty. They're all extra wide, and they are all beautiful, and they were all brand new to us last week. Now they are more expensive than the others, but that's because they're Liberty. Right, so how much is our Liberty for half a metre? $8.99. What's that times 2.5? 18. Yeah, but I want it times 2.5. Hannah's just doing the maths for me before we release these. Yeah. Right, so if you were buying this by the half metre, minimum £19, depending on which Liberty you were buying, right? But these are more than 2.5 times the width. I'm going to start with blue. Don't know why, just because. So, Liberty, extra wide backing, only, look at that, £17.99. This isn't Liberty-esque, this is Liberty. This is brand new Liberty extra wide backing. So if you want to back your quilt in beautiful Liberty, then this is luxurious. If you want to make yourself a Liberty summer dress, perfect. Maybe you're making something like a baby quilt and you want to use a lot of it as the background. Maybe something as simple as just like a mat and then you put their name on. Absolutely gorgeous. Lightweight curtains, curtain lining would be really lovely. I mean, you'd be bed linen, you know, if you made yourself, remember you can use this for bedding. Maybe you want yourself a duvet cover. You would be paying hundreds for Liberty. It's quilting weight cotton, so it's perfect for obviously patchwork and quilting and homewares as well, and dressmaking. So pale blue, $17.99. I mean, even if you're just getting half a metre, it's got to be worth it, hasn't it? Even if you make to sell, you know, little Mother's Day tote bag would be perfect. You could make few of these. If you buy more than one colour, you can kind of mix and match them a bit. Then you can have like the front in one colour, the back in another colour. You can have handles. So that's the pale blue. So we'll have to go pale pink now. But I like this pink because it's quite a dusky pink. It's got a little bit of grey in it. Powder rose. So it is, yeah, it's like the rose pink, but a pale colour. And remember, this all 108 inches in width, 274 centimetres. You are getting a lot of fabric. So if you were going to do 108, if you divide that by 16, Hannah. 6. Right. So if you made a 16-inch cushion cover, you can get 66 of those from one width. Now, so you either get 3-hole Liberty cushions, or if you use a plain backing fabric, you get 6 Liberty cushions for $17.99. I'm trying to... Which is amazing value. Maybe you're making them to sell. I can't fold it into a square. Rubbish. So a little bit more, so you'd have room for seam allowance. So if you bought half a metre, which is 19 3/4 inches, you'll get 6 lots of 16 plus a bit extra for $17.99. And Liberty. Bargain. Now, maybe you want to do patch, get 2 different colours, or make it go further, get a plain white. You could just do simple 4-inch squares, couldn't you? and cut it all up and sew back together, and you get even more than 6 then. Lovely. So that's the pale pink. Let's go yellow. This is sunshine. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Gorgeous bright colours. I love that one. Really nice. Lovely. Lots of you have bought this one on pre-order. Obviously, we haven't got all the colours left. Got some. This would make a nice dress, wouldn't it? A little bit of sunshine. Tablecloth, Easter tablecloth. Who doesn't want a Liberty Easter tablecloth? You could, if you could just do a table. Bit of sunshine. Give me some sunshine. Accessories, oh, that's true, yeah. Toaster cover. Love that idea, love that. A lot of people do, they do like air fryer covers and food processor covers and food mixer covers, but I think everybody needs a toaster cover. In yellow, Liberty. How cool would that be? So many different ideas. I'm sure if you've got ideas, what do you do with your extra wide backings? I love it. Use it for lots of different things. This one is, what is this one called? It's very neutral. It's probably got a great name. Some fabric companies have rubbish fabric names. But I have to say, Liberty does have lovely colour numbers, names. 84 it ends in. Oh, I should have... Oh, yeah, that's that one there. This is parchment, which it is really. So it's a really like pale parchment. I like this one. This is, yeah, this is lovely, isn't it? This would make nice bed, wouldn't it? But again, what a beautiful quilt back or a tablecloth. Or if, you know, maybe you've got a special occasion, you want to dress the table and make a really lovely tablecloth to put all the cards and the presents on and stuff. That would be lovely. Maybe you want to make like little favour bags for a wedding. They'd be nice, wouldn't it? This one and the ivory one, which I'm going to show you in one moment, beautiful for a wedding. It would be worth considering. In fact, all my bridesmaids' dresses were made from this sort of fabric. Cat's just killed herself. No, it was only a balloon. It was only a... all of my bridesmaids' dresses were made in this sort of cotton fabric. But not Liberty, but how lovely is that? Gorgeous. So that's your parchment. Ooh. Ivory, I'm just going to keep on a minute so I can show you them together. So this one is ivory. Now you need to get quite close to be able to see this one. So what they've done is the background is plain and so exactly the same print as you get on this one, but it's all just drawn, can you see? It's drawn in outline in a very pale sort of grey beige. So it's exactly the same print you can see, but ivory background and then the line is drawn, whereas this one, it's drawn and coloured in. Nice to have together. Tell you what this would look amazing at, and I've seen a few of these. One day I'll do it, is log cabin, where you have the two prints almost the same colour, your dark and your light, and you don't use lots of different versions, you just do... You do all of the colours that and then all of the colours, all of the light in that. It looks amazing. Or if you're doing log cabin, why use one of these Liberties as your light? Yeah, the one that I did the other day, the barn gazing, yes, you could. Liberty, amazing. I mean, this next one, if you love monochrome Liberty, it would look beautiful. But this makes a really, and again, when you're doing something like that where you need all the fabric, this is a much more cost-effective way of doing it. So that is the ivory, and we've had parchment, and then the last Liberty that we're going to do is charcoal. I mean, it's exactly the same design, but doesn't it look different because it's got, so again, like this one, you've got the dark background, but and then you've got, instead of the flowers and everything printed in white, in this one they're printed in grey. This makes me think of Gentleman's Study, Victorian Gentleman's Study. But again, log cabin in that. If you love that, you know, the real sort of monochrome, I think that's stunning, getting both of them together. But it is just a little bit more grown up. If you had a room that's painted like in deep shades of aubergine, wouldn't this look lovely as cushions? Right, those are all the new Liberty backing fabrics that we launched during birthday, if you missed out on them then. They are all available by the half metre, but obviously if you need more than that, then you just need to multi-buy them. I like this one. Third of the stock of this one's gone. Now this is Riley Blake, Prairie, by Laurie Holt. Isn't that pretty? See, I would choose this for a border, for a quilt, because it's got so much print and texture in it. It's really nice, isn't it? Make a nice spring tablecloth as well. Or maybe you're thinking, I'm going to do makes or something for the cushions in my garden. Be very pretty, wouldn't it? $14.99. Right, we've only got 10 metres of this left, though. So this one is flying out. What did I do, Hannah? $12.99, did we? No way. We did this at $12.99. When did we do that? Oh, okay, I didn't realise that. We made it $12.99. Well, I think it's $12.99. Why not? It's a great price. Well done if you've got it. I think that is lovely for an extra wide. Obviously, remember, we could do all sorts with it. How about summer pyjama trousers? Because it's lovely, because it's 100% cotton, it's lovely. And actually, this one has got a really nice drape to it. Although, you know, these quilting weight cottons, all they're supposed to be the same way, they're all 100% cotton. They do have slightly different drapes to them. But doesn't that look nice, pleated as well? Skirt. I like that. Well, you can sort of see the drape with it, can't you? I think that's lovely. Only $12.99 for half a metre. Absolute bargain. Yes, I think it was a great idea that we had $12.99. Why not? Right, love that one. Right, now we've got some Moders. Now I'm going to show you them all to start with so you can see them together. So that's the red one. Look, duck egg. That's nice. Cream and a blue. They're nice. Let's start with the navy, shall we? I just wanted you to see them all together because sometimes you might want to get them. So if you've already got a pattern, this is a great way of getting fabric, whether it's a quilt or a dress, at a better price. So this is Moda Fabrics Sandalwood by Three Sisters. Oh, I like that. Should we have a look at it this way? So this is the way across the width. This is very soft. It's not your satiny, it's just really, really soft. This has got a beautiful drape to it. Isn't that lovely? I decided I wanted to make a blouse the other day, so I had to look at a Google blouse dressmaking pattern as well. I just got lost. I had so many to choose from, I couldn't choose. Many hours passed, but that would be beautiful, wouldn't it? Or if you're making, you know, a really nice bag for the summer, or if you're going to a wedding, something lovely, it could just be a very simple, like a satchel bag or a messenger bag. In that, it would look gorgeous. Or use it for the lining at $12.99 for half a metre. We have only got 6 metres left, though. And there's 5 of you who've got it in baskets. So I love that one. We'll let you choose between you. I think this one goes really well with this one, if you wanted to buy 2 together. Because if you look at the duck egg in the flowers, it's the same as the duck egg in the background of here. Exactly the same print as well. Let me just open it out and I'll show you. And honestly, the drape on it is beautiful, look. It's very soft and smooth. Well, it's Moda, so it has got a beautiful pleat and drape to it. So if you were going to make it, the red one would definitely work with my barn gazing quilt. Would the red Moda work? Yes, it would. Thank you, Anne. You could just use those two. Yeah, it would actually. Don't even change the colour, because I use several shades of red, but you could just use the same. But those two are beautiful together, aren't they? Yeah, it would. I think, I'm thinking like sort of summer robe, you know? Like lightweight dressing gown robe thing. You know, when you're on holiday, you sit on the balcony and you just sort of pop down for breakfast. I love that duck egg. It's beautiful, isn't it? I like the idea of being tall, willowy thin. Tall and willowy with a long robe in duck egg. It's not going to happen. I'm never going to be tall and willowy, but I have visions of that. And in that, I will be wearing this robe. But it's lovely, isn't it? And honestly, the drape on it is so smooth, gorgeous. So those two go together, the navy one and this one. Well, all four go together, but they do pick up those two colours. Let's do the red one. Now, actually, let me just show you before I get rid of that one. The colour in the beige, the neutral one, is the same as the neutrals in the duck egg. Just saying. Right, let me do the one next. I love this. It's like brick red. Is that colour? Brick red. Beautiful, big, blousy flowers, aren't they? Blousy flowers. They're big blooms. And it is like kind of a terracotta-y red, brick red. It's very warm, isn't it? And I love when you do patchwork with these large prints, because when you cut them, and maybe you're doing like smaller squares or triangles, you get like little bits of them. So you get a bit of red there, you get a bit of white there, a bit of cream. It's lovely, that, isn't it? So that's the one in rosewood. That I'm thinking about using for the backing fabric for my quilt, which is in French General. I can't decide between that one and the dictionary Tim Holtz. Big decisions. So hard. So hard. It's a nightmare working here because we have so many fabrics and I all of them. Then I choose them. Then they get sold out. And then I have to start all over again. Honestly, it's like working the biggest shop that things keep running away. And because there's too much choice, they run away from me. And then there's too much choice and I can't decide. This is, what is this one called? Opal. Made to make mouth water. I wonder why it's called opal. I would say neutral. I'd go neutral. Not sure what the opal bit is. So it's an ivory background. But they do look nice together, don't they? You know, and even if you were doing something like you were making just, I don't know, and napkins. Napkins for your table would look amazing. Yeah, very posh top table wedding. How nice would that be as a little border or a binding or the edge for it? Or the other one. Say. That's nice, isn't it? Goes together really. Draw little circles. This one. This looks like free motion quilting. Oh, this is nice. That's beautiful. It doesn't say anything on the selvage, so I don't know what it is. Shell Rummel, Pebble Denim, extra wide. That is nice, a Free Spirit fabric. Oh, they're lovely, aren't they? Because it's a very sort of, let me turn it this way. It's very kind of like faded-y denim look, isn't it? I think that's lovely. Again, it's just like you kind of all over pattern, isn't it? It'd be really good if you were doing borders, just narrow ones or a bit of, because I think it's lovely because you kind of got a stripe in it, haven't you? So you could use it for that. And also if you did it as a, so all of these little bits went vertically, it'd be a really nice edge to your quilt. Very tasteful, though, quite modern, isn't it? Again, be nice thing, something like napkins would be really nice in it, because it's quite, you can sort of see it in kind of habitat kitchen. So any kitchen makes would be lovely. Oh, I like that one. I think that's really nice. Beautiful. $14.99. Yes. If you're buying more than one unit, message in and let me know what you're going to, because I'm sure you've got something in mind. Yeah, now we've got a flannel. I said the other day, do we do extra wide flannel? Didn't know we did. And we do. It's called Farmhouse Flannel by Primitive Gatherings. So flannel is the American word for brush cotton, darling. A bit like aubergines, isn't it? Do you think what the word is? I read it earlier on one of those cards. Eggplant, yes. So flannel, brush cotton, same thing. Cilantro, coriander. It's like, can you speak American? And the best one I like in American is that they herbs. I listened to it once and I thought it was just somebody saying it wrong, but apparently they all call them herbs. Herbs. No, herbs are herbs. Isn't that lovely? So for a quilt, particularly like a baby quilt, or because it's brush cotton, it will really stick to the bed. It'll really stay in place if you put your duvet. So maybe if your quilt's just, you want it to exactly stay where it was, it'd be ideal for that. Lovely because of the brush cotton, lovely for any kind of baby makes if you're making something for the nursery, you know, like little drawstring bags, cushions, maybe like a little comforter quilt, or maybe you've made a quilt like a lap quilt for someone to just put over the lap to keep them a little warm, maybe for someone who's, you know, in a wheelchair or in a home in a chair a lot, and they want the back of the quilt to be just as warm. This is ideal. It's super soft and lovely. We have only got 4 meters left of it though, but it is beautiful. We don't very often, because I did ask the other day, because I've never seen extra wide brush cotton. Swirly cream. Swirly cream. Oh, this is nice. Who's this by? Because this is quite soft. Ben Artex. Never met him. That's beautiful, isn't it? It's very soft, this one. Oh, yes. There's only a metre of that one left. What's it called? Raffia Swirls. That's lovely, isn't it? With a little bit of blue on it. I'll leave that one with you because there's only a metre of that one left, so be quick. I love the way Hannah's describing them. She said, you've got the one that looks like blue clouds, oily water. Yeah, well, fair enough. It does look a bit like that. Nice, isn't it? I love that. Again, you know, I do like an extra wide that's got lots and lots of different colours in it and no direction either, so that if you get it on the back of your quilt slightly skewed, it doesn't really matter, does it? But I think that's beautiful. Again, I'm thinking, remember dressmaking, maxi dress? The only problem is we've only got 2 meters of this left, so that's about to go. So be quick. Oh, can I do that one? Okay. Oh, yes, you can. Brand new ones. Because that blue one is about to sell, so this one is about to sell out as well. So I just want to let you know about this one. Blue ombre. We've got more people in baskets than we've got in stock. That's if you all buy half a metre. If anyone wants to multiply, then we have got more in baskets than we've got in stock. Isn't that beautiful? Gorgeous. It is. So we've got the sky leading down to the sea, rock pools. I think summer dress Because you could cut it, like if you were doing like a skirt, or even, how about trousers? Can you imagine summer palazzo pants in this? And you could cut it so that all the trouser bottoms were here, or the bottom of your skirt was on the dark, and then you could cut it so that the legs were at the... Oh, wow, how cool would that be? Hannah, what do you think? Trousers. But you could have this at the bottom, and then the trouser leg going higher up. I think that would look fabulous. Right, green. We got any green left? Half of the stock of the green's gone. Green trousers. Yeah, I think because of it changing colour like this, it would look nice as a skirt, wouldn't it? Kimono housecoat, was that when I'm tall and willowy? Yes. Tall and willowy in my kimono housecoat. Anyone who's tall and willowy, please do buy this. Whereas I'm thinking more trousers, like big floppy palazzo trousers, with this at the bottom, or even like, you know, your 3/4 inch cropped trousers would look amazing. And you just hem that there, and then the leg crotch bit way up like here somewhere, wouldn't it? Fabulous. That's the green one. Then we've got the purple one. Jacket linings, purple trousers. Maybe that's more fancy dress. I don't know. Yeah, jacket lining would be brilliant. Because really, really inexpensive way of lining a jacket. Or many festival bucket hats. So if you've got a stall at the summer fete at the school this year, get your festival bucket hats out. Yeah. Wherever the school is. It is very festival though, isn't it? Gorgeous. Right. That's those. Oh, we haven't got long left, have we? Where's the time gone? How about this one? I like this. We've got to do this one next. I think this is lovely because I like the back. I'm still in my colour cards. Do you not like this? This would be in the colour cards, wouldn't it, this fabric? Now that I know how to mix colours because I've looked at all the cards. Because this background, I've memorised every single one of them, all 500. Number 386 is a plate of custard creams. What do you think the background of this is? A very deep blue charcoal. It's neither one nor the other, but isn't that beautiful? It is one of the colour cards with that splash of reddy orange and peach and green. I think that delicious. And that would make a really nice dress, wouldn't it? I really think it would. When you think some of the dresses that we've done, particularly like the Sussex seamstress ones, what's the dress, Hannah, the one that I like? Is it the Hove dress? I've worn quite a lot. Think so. Wouldn't that look lovely in it? And look at the price, £12.99. All you have to do is get, because obviously it won't tell you how much fabric you need in extra wide on the pattern. So you just have to lay out all your patterns to 108-inch width pattern pieces, and then just measure. And I'm sure you will get all of them across the whole width. You just have to check. So you probably don't even need more than a metre, unless you're really tall, and the pattern goes from the above your head down to your toes. I think that's really nice though, isn't it? We only have 4 metres left of that one though. Oh, shall we do hydrangea next? I don't know whether it's called hydrangea, but it looks like hydrangeas. It is called that. Hydrangeas in bloom. Pretty. How pretty is that? Oh, that's lovely. What would you make with that, Hannah? She's going to make John shirt. Oh, no. Hannah says he's got one that looks like it. She's not actually going to make him a shirt. But do you know, I think he'd look really nice in that shirt. I'll send him this and he can make himself one. Oh. See, you'd only need a metre for a shirt, wouldn't you? I think it's got to be cushions for your outdoor furniture. The sun has started to shine. and I have seen a glimpse of half a daffodil in my garden. You know, we spoke about this a couple of weeks ago. A lot of you messaged in and said, all my daffodils are out. None of mine are out at all. Not one. There's the tiniest bit of yellow that I've seen through. That's it. All the snowdrops are out, not one daffodil. I want to know what's going on. Well, other people in you guys have messaged in and say yours are out. Nothing at all. They are disappointed. But when the sun does come out, I think that would look lovely, wouldn't it? It's just joyful. Only 4 metres left. No, that's a lie. 2 metres left. 2 metres of that one left. I've just bought the Shell Rumble to back a runner made from hexes to go with the head. The open pattern structure will complement it well. Thank you very much, Judith, for letting me know. Because it's things like that that you think, oh, what were you doing with that? I think that is gorgeous because it is such an open pattern. It's quite modern as well. Perfect for a runner. And hex, yes, because of the geometry. Thanks for letting me know, because I do. You see, I stand here and I wonder, see, if I worked in a real shop, I could say to you, what are you going to make that with? I'd never get through any customers. Because I'd talk to you all, but so you have to message me in. I'd like to have a job in Tesco, because then I'd say, what are you going to cook tonight? Just love that on the till, or going, really? 10 multi-pack? Oh, I think I'd be sacked for either talking to the questions too much or judging people and going, oh, I wouldn't have bought that. What, own brand baked beans? Really? Nobody buys own brand. Just imagine. I remember once being in front of someone at the checkout who had a whole tray of dog food and a jar of sauce. And I wanted to question them. But then I thought maybe they were just some very strange person. Or maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe it was coincidental. We run out of dog food. Oh, by the way, love, while you're down this supermarket, you get me some mint sauce. But anyway, but thank you for messaging me in with what you're going to make. I don't know what the dog food was, Hannah. I'm just laughing too much. This is nice, isn't it? Rainbow stripes. So, again, I always think fancy dress. Maybe you have to make like a fancy dress costume. It'd be brilliant for that, wouldn't it? Nice for children's makes. Quite like the fact that it goes diagonally across the fabric. So the joy of this is if you need to make bias binding cut across the grain, but you want it to look straight, it will be. That's nice. Ivy is good. Now, ivy is very good for, well, it's not Christmas. It's very good for Christmas things. But actually, it's kind of quite summery as well. It's sort of garden cushions, or I imagine a picnic basket lined in it, skipping through the fields. If you've got a patio set, it'd be good for that, wouldn't it? All of that, those, like, you know, those little foamy cushions you tie onto your chairs. Be nice with that, wouldn't it? I think we did sell it around Christmas time, and I'm thinking it'd be lovely for that. But actually, it's quite sort of springy, summery. But again, I think that'd be a nice skirt. Just because it's pretty, because then you could just use have a nice green T-shirt with it. Quite pretty. £12.99 for half a metre of that. Now I've got some Lewis and Irene. Thistle. I'm amazed that Lewis, how do Lewis, or why do Lewis and Irene do their extra wides at 99? And this is a lovely colour. It's a very soft, mauvey aubergine. It's kind of thistle colour, to be honest. It is thistle. And it features thistles if you get very close to it, but it is the colour of a thistle as well. Only £11.99 for half a metre of that. We only have 3 metres left of that one. And the final one, and then we've done it, is clouds. This is Lewis and Irene as well. It's grey clouds. Really great, neutral fabric. It's a good way to end the show, and I'm hoping that when I go outside, there will not be grey clouds. Do you think there'll be nice white clouds? Lovely. So that's the... Right. Thank you so much for joining me today. You will have tomorrow the fabulous John Scott. We're with you doing Fabulous Fabrics at 8. And then at 9, because it's World Book Day special today, tomorrow. James Wheeler will be with you. So the lovely James from Search Press will be doing the World Book Day the next day. And then at 10 o'clock, so we've got 2 hours of the World Book Day special. Then at 11 o'clock, it's stunning homeware kits. And at 12 o'clock, it's sewing room tools. Thank you for joining me today. I will see you back here Thursday. I'm back next Thursday. Next Thursday is, by the way, part 2 of the Sampler Quilt Block of the Month. And for all of you who've asked, they are currently reprinting number 1, so we will have those on sale. That's next. Have a wonderful Sewing Thursday afternoon, and I hope you have a lovely time. Do put in Facebook comments what you can do with your extra wide, because I'm always looking for ideas. And I'll see you here next week.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.